not a drill. To everyone listening, this may be our final broadcast. Wherever you are, whether in the shadows of crumbling cities or huddled with loved ones in makeshift shelters, know this: you are not alone. I am speaking to you from a secure bunker, hidden beneath layers of steel and concrete. Outside, the world we knew is vanishing, slowly, painfully, under the relentless onslaught of destruction. The air raid sirens have been wailing for hours, but now there's only an eerie stillness, broken occasionally by distant rumbles. The silence is almost worse. It hangs in the air like a weight, pressing down on everything. Every sound feels sharper, every breath heavier. Let me begin by telling you how we got here. This didn't happen overnight, though it feels like it. It started, as most catastrophes do, with a spark, an argument, a disagreement. Lines were drawn, egos flared, and words escalated into actions. Political tension simmered for years, boiling over into outright hostility when the world's most powerful nations failed to compromise. Diplomats sat at tables for months, trying to draft treaties that no one truly intended to honor. They always do. But it only takes one misstep, one wrong move, for a delicate balance to tip into chaos. The first strike was sudden. No warning, no negotiation. A city vanished in the blink of an eye. Millions of lives reduced to ash. At first, there was disbelief. Could it really have happened? Was it an accident, a misfire, or something deliberate? And then came the response. Swift, calculated, devastating. Another city wiped off the map, and then another. What followed was chaos, a cascade of retaliations that spiraled beyond anyone's control. Alliances fractured, governments faltered, and the machinery of war ground forward, unstoppable. Now the skies burn red with ash, an unnatural hue that turns day into an endless twilight. Communications have crumbled. Entire nations have gone silent. The air itself feels heavy, as if it's mourning what we've done to it. I've seen images, grainy, distorted, of once thriving cities now reduced to rubble. Landmarks that stood for centuries have been erased as though they were never there. The world we knew is unrecognizable, a shattered reflection of what it once was. But you're still here. You're listening. And as long as you're here, so am I. I don't know how many of you can still hear this. Some of you might be tuning in from the ruins of cities, others from remote hideouts far from the chaos. Maybe you're sitting with your families, holding them close, trying to make sense of it all. Maybe you're alone, surrounded by the weight of silence. Whoever you are, wherever you are, know this: you are not forgotten. You are not invisible. We are united in this moment by the fragile thread of this broadcast. I am here to guide you, to inform you, and until the very end, to be your voice in the darkness. That's all I can offer now. Words. But words have power. They connect us, bind us together, even when everything else is falling apart. So I will speak, and I hope you will listen. The bunker I'm broadcasting from is small, utilitarian, and cold. The walls are lined with equipment, the air thick with the metallic tang of machines working overtime to keep us alive. It's quiet here, save for the hum of generators and the occasional flicker of static from the communication lines. This space was designed for survival, not comfort, but I'm grateful for it. Out there, survival is a luxury. This wasn't how things were supposed to end. For years, we've been told that peace was within reach, that humanity was evolving, that our capacity for reason and diplomacy would save us from the brink. But history has a way of repeating itself, doesn't it? We build, we destroy, we build again, and then we destroy on a scale even greater than before. This time, though, I'm not sure there's anything left to rebuild. To those of you who still have power, who still have a connection, I urge you to stay tuned. This broadcast is more than just a voice in the dark, it's a lifeline. I have vital updates coming in, a stream of information that may help you, may guide you, may give you something to hold on to in the face of all this uncertainty. The world outside may be unraveling, but as long as this signal persists, so does hope. Hope. It's a fragile thing, isn't it? Easily shattered, easily lost, but it's also resilient. It's the reason you're listening to me right now. It's the reason I'm speaking to you, even in the face of this unimaginable destruction. We cling to the idea that there's something more, that there's a reason to keep going, even if we don't fully understand what that reason is. Maybe it's love. Maybe it's faith. Maybe it's simply the stubborn refusal to let go. I wish I could promise you a happy ending. I wish I could tell you that help is on the way, that this nightmare will soon be over. But I won't lie to you. I owe you the truth, even when it hurts. And the truth is, we're standing on the edge of something irreversible. What comes next will test every ounce of courage we have left. But courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to move forward despite it. And I know you're afraid. I am too. How could we not be? Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to the loss of control, to the realization that everything we've taken for granted can be taken away in an instant. But fear doesn't have to define us. It doesn't have to be the end of our story. So here's what I ask of you. Stay with me. Listen, let's face this together, even if we're miles apart. Let my words be your anchor, your guide, your companion in these final hours. And when the time comes, when the silence finally takes over, know that you were never alone. I have updates coming in, reports from across the globe, fragments of information pieced together from the chaos. Major cities have fallen, and the skies themselves seem to weep ash. But there's more. There's always more. And I'll share it with you as soon as I can. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We are in this together until the very end. Reports confirm that over 80% of major cities have already been struck. The scale of destruction is unprecedented. An entire era of human history erased in mere hours. From New York to London, Tokyo to Moscow, the places that once defined our civilization have been reduced to smoldering ruins. I know it's difficult to comprehend, even as we live through it. I struggle to find the words to describe the enormity of this loss. The skies outside are no longer the blue we once knew. They're painted an unnatural, ominous red, a grim reminder of the firestorms that have engulfed the land. Ash falls like snow, coating everything in a fine, suffocating layer of gray. It clings to buildings, trees, and the remnants of vehicles abandoned in panic. The air itself feels toxic, heavy, with the stench of smoke and decay. Reports from survivors suggest that breathing has become increasingly difficult in many areas, even with makeshift masks or filters. Communication blackouts are widespread. Entire regions have gone silent, their voices lost in the chaos. Satellite systems have failed, and with them, the lifelines that once connected us across the globe. The few broadcasts that remain are fragmented, disjointed, desperate cries for help, or fleeting glimpses of what's left. Some signals fade out mid-sentence, as though swallowed by the void. Even this transmission is tenuous. Every word I speak feels like it could be the last. But amidst the silence, there are still voices. Messages from those who refuse to give up, who cling to the hope that someone, somewhere, is listening. Here's one from a listener in Tokyo. We're trapped in the subway tunnels beneath the city. The air down here is stale, but it's safer than what's above. If anyone is out there, tell my family I love them. Tell them I tried. And another, from a small town in France. We can see the glow of fires on the horizon. The sound of explosions never stops. My children are sleeping, but I don't know how much longer we can stay here. If you're listening, please, Pray for us. These messages are heartbreaking, each one a testament to the resilience and fragility of the human spirit. They remind us of what's at stake, of the lives caught in the crossfire, of forces beyond their control. Governments around the world have scrambled to respond, but their efforts have been futile. Missile defense systems, once touted as impenetrable shields, have failed under the sheer volume and sophistication of the attacks. Evacuation plans, hastily enacted, have left countless people stranded. Those who managed to escape the initial strikes now face a different kind of battle, one for survival. In a world that offers little in the way of sanctuary, there are stories of shelters overcrowded to the point of chaos, of food and water supplies running dangerously low. In some places, law and order have completely collapsed, replaced by desperation and violence. I've heard reports of people turning on one another in their fight for resources, but I've also heard of acts of incredible bravery and kindness. Strangers sharing what little they have, risking their lives to save others. It's in these moments that the best and worst of humanity are laid bare. I wish I could say that help is on the way, that there's a plan to turn the tide, but the truth is the situation is dire. The last wave of missiles is inbound. Military analysts estimate that they'll reach their targets in less than an hour. There's no way to intercept them, no way to stop what's coming. All we can do now is prepare for the impact, both physical and emotional. For those of you who can hear this, I urge you to stay vigilant. Find shelter if you haven't already. Protect yourself and your loved ones from the fallout, both literal and figurative. Time is running out, but every second counts. Even now, in the face of the unimaginable, there is value in holding on. I'll share more updates as they come in. Though, the flow of information is growing increasingly sparse. It's as though the world is shutting down, one piece at a time. Still, I'll do my best to keep you informed, to be your anchor in this storm for as long as I can. Another message has just come through, this time from a listener in Johannesburg. We're in an underground parking garage using cars as barricades. The walls shake with every explosion, but they're holding for now. If you're listening, thank you. Thank you for being a voice in the darkness. To that listener and to all of you, thank you for trusting me with your fears, your hopes, your stories. This broadcast isn't just about delivering information. It's about connection, about reminding each other that even in our darkest moments, we are not alone. The environmental changes alone are staggering. The temperature has dropped sharply in many areas, a phenomenon scientists predicted would follow widespread detonations. They call it nuclear winter, a chilling term that captures the bleakness of what lies ahead. Crops will fail, ecosystems will collapse, and the already fragile balance of life on this planet will be pushed to its breaking point. Yet, amidst all this, there is something strangely beautiful about the resilience of life. I've heard stories of animals returning to areas humans have abandoned, of plants stubbornly pushing through cracks in the ash-covered ground. Nature, it seems, has a way of enduring, even when we do our best to destroy it. But what about us? Can humanity endure? That's the question that lingers in every word I speak, in every message I read. We've survived countless trials before, but this feels different. This feels final. And yet, as long as we have each other, as long as we have the ability to listen and be heard, there is a glimmer of hope. Stay with me. The next hour will be critical, and I promise to keep you informed every step of the way. Together, we'll face whatever comes next. Together, we'll find the strength to endure, even as the world around us crumbles. Time is running out, but it hasn't run out yet. There's still a chance, however slim, that we can make these moments count, that we can hold on to what matters most, even as the end approaches. To everyone still listening, the next moments are critical. This may be your best chance to prepare yourself and those around you for what's coming. I know you're scared, but I need you to focus. Every second counts. Follow these steps, and you might have a chance. First and foremost, find shelter. If you're near a designated bunker or fallout shelter, make your way there immediately. If you don't know where the nearest shelter is, find the most secure location available to you, a basement, an underground parking structure, or even the center of a large building, away from windows and exterior walls. The key is to put as much dense material as possible between you and the outside world. Concrete, brick, and even stacks of heavy furniture can act as barriers against radiation. If you're outside when the blast occurs, cover yourself immediately. Lie flat on the ground, face down, and shield your head with your arms. If you have anything to cover your mouth and nose, cloth, a scarf, or even your sleeve, use it to protect yourself from inhaling radioactive particles. The initial flash will be blinding, so avoid looking toward the direction of the explosion. Once the shockwave passes, get up and move quickly to find shelter, but avoid touching anything that looks burnt or covered in ash. These could be contaminated with radioactive fallout. Now, let's talk about fallout. Fallout refers to the radioactive particles that are released into the atmosphere after a nuclear explosion. These particles can travel for miles and will eventually settle on the ground, contaminating everything they touch. Fallout is most dangerous in the hours immediately following the explosion, so your priority is to stay indoors and seal off your environment as much as possible. If you're already inside, take the following steps to secure your space. Close all windows, doors, and vents. Use duct tape, plastic sheeting, or even towels to seal cracks and gaps where air might enter. Move to the innermost room of your shelter, preferably without windows. Turn off any ventilation systems that draw air from the outside. Water and food are your next priorities. If you haven't already stocked up, gather whatever supplies you can find. Focus on non-perishable items like canned goods, dried fruits, nuts, and protein bars. Avoid fresh produce or anything exposed to the outside air, as it may be contaminated with fallout. If you have access to water, store as much as possible in clean, sealed containers. You'll need at least 1 gallon per person per day for drinking and sanitation. If you're unsure whether your water source is safe, purify it before drinking. Boiling water for at least 1 minute can kill most biological contaminants, but it won't remove radioactive particles. For that, you'll need a water filtration system designed to handle radiation, or you can use improvised methods like filtering the water through layers of cloth or coffee filters. Adding iodine tablets or bleach, just a few drops per gallon, can also help disinfect the water. Ration your supplies carefully. You don't know how long you'll need to stay in your shelter, so it's essential to stretch your resources. Eat only when necessary, and focus on foods that provide the most energy for their weight. If you're sheltering with others, assign someone to monitor and manage the supplies to avoid accidental overuse. Communication is another critical factor. If you have a battery-powered or hand-crank radio, keep it on to stay updated on emergency broadcasts. This is your link to the outside world and your best chance of knowing when it's safe to emerge. Conserve your batteries by turning the radio on only at designated times, such as the top of the hour, when updates are most likely to be broadcast. If you're in a high-risk area, staying hidden could mean the difference between life and death. Avoid drawing attention to yourself or your shelter. Keep lights off at night to avoid being spotted from outside. Speak in hushed tones and avoid any unnecessary noise. If you have children with you, do your best to keep them calm and quiet. I know it's not easy, but their safety depends on it. To those still listening, move now, stay silent, and stay hidden. Time is running out. The next steps you take could save your life. For those who may need to venture outside, whether to find better shelter, retrieve supplies, or assist others, understand the risks, and take precautions. Wear as much protective clothing as possible, covering your skin completely. A thick coat, gloves, and sturdy boots can provide some protection, though they won't shield you entirely from radiation. Limit your exposure to the outdoors outdoors as much as possible, and always decontaminate yourself upon returning indoors. This means removing your outer clothing, sealing it in a plastic bag, and washing your skin thoroughly with soap and water. Now, let's address the emotional and psychological toll of what you're experiencing. Fear is natural. So is grief. Many of you are mourning the loss of loved ones, the destruction of your homes, and the collapse of everything you once knew. Allow yourself to feel these emotions, but don't let them paralyze you. Action is your ally right now. Focus on what you can control, your immediate safety, the well-being of those around you, and the steps you need to take to survive. If you're sheltering with others, lean on each other for support. Share stories, memories, and even moments of laughter if you can. Human connection is a powerful tool for resilience. And if you're alone, remember this. You're still part of a larger community, a network of survivors who are listening to this broadcast just like you. We are all in this together, even if we can't see each other. To parents listening, I know this is especially hard for you. Your instinct is to protect your children at all costs, and you may feel overwhelmed by the weight of that responsibility. Just remember, your presence alone is a source of comfort and strength for them. Speak to them honestly but gently. Reassure them that you're doing everything you can to keep them safe. And if they ask questions you can't answer, it's okay to say, I don't know. Sometimes, the most important thing you can do is simply hold them close. For those who may feel hopeless, who may be wondering if survival is even worth it, I want to say this. As long as you're alive, there's a chance to rebuild, a chance to find meaning in the aftermath of this devastation. History has shown us that humanity is capable of incredible resilience, even in the face of overwhelming odds. You are stronger than you realize, and your life has value, no matter how dark the days ahead may seem. Let me remind you of the basics one more time. 1. Find shelter immediately and secure it against fallout. 2. Gather and ration food and water, prioritizing safety and conservation. 3. Stay informed through emergency broadcasts. 4. Avoid drawing attention to yourself or your shelter. 5. Protect yourself if you must venture outside and decontaminate upon returning. 6. Lean on others for support and don't give up hope. Every second counts. Every decision matters. Take action now and hold on to the belief that you can survive this. To those still listening, you are not alone. Together, we will face this one step at a time. Stay tuned. I'll keep guiding you through this for as long as I can. This is Mark from Chicago. I just want to say, I'm sorry for everything I've done. If my family hears this, please know that I love you. Mom, Dad, Lisa, I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. I hope you can forgive me. Mark, if you're listening, know that you're not alone in feeling regret. These moments, when the weight of everything crashes down on us, bring clarity. The things we wished we'd said, the choices we wished we'd made differently, they all come flooding back. But let me tell you something. What matters now is this moment. You're here. You're alive. And that means there's still time to hold on to the good, to find meaning even in this chaos. Your family loves you, Mark, and I have no doubt that they forgive you. To everyone tuning in, Mark's words may feel familiar. We've all made mistakes, said things we wish we could take back, or let moments slip away when we should have held on tighter. If there's something you need to say, now is the time. If there's someone you've been thinking about, reach out to them if you can. If you can't, say it anyway. Whisper it into the air, write it down, or let it rest in your heart. Sometimes, just the act of acknowledging it can bring a strange sense of peace. Here's another message I've received. This one from Sophia in Madrid. I'm sitting here with my husband and our newborn daughter. She doesn't understand what's happening, of course. She's too young to know fear. I keep looking at her tiny hands and wondering what kind of world we've brought her into. I just want her to know that we love her more than anything. Sophia, your words remind me of the power of love in the face of despair. That little girl of yours, she may not understand what's happening, but she feels your love. That's what matters most. In a time when so much has been lost, holding on to the ones we love gives us strength. I hope you and your family find comfort in each other's presence. Moments like these make me reflect on my own life. There's someone I haven't spoken to in years. My sister. We had a falling out over something trivial. Something that felt important at the time, but seems so meaningless now. If you're listening, Sarah, I want you to know I've missed you every day. I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner. I hope you're safe, wherever you are. Another message has come through. This one from a listener in Sydney. We've taken refuge in the old tunnels beneath the city. It's cramped and cold, but we're safe for now. I just want to say thank you for your voice. It's a lifeline for us. Please don't stop broadcasting. To my friend in Sydney, thank you for your kind words. Knowing that this broadcast is reaching you, that it's offering even a shred of comfort, gives me the strength to keep going. You're not alone down there. There are others just like you who are listening, who are holding on, who are finding hope in the sound of this signal. Hope. It's such a fragile thing, isn't it? And yet, it's what keeps us moving forward. It's the reason we tune in, the reason we share our stories, the reason we refuse to give up, even when the odds are stacked against us. In these moments, hope is as vital as the air we breathe. I've spent my whole life chasing success, working late hours, missing family dinners, thinking there would always be more time. Now, I'm sitting here alone in my office, surrounded by the remnants of everything I thought was important. If I could go back, I'd choose differently. I'd choose them. Raj, your words hit hard, because they're a reminder of how easy it is to lose sight of what truly matters. If you're still listening, I want you to know it's not too late. Even now, even in the face of everything, it's not too late to let love and connection guide you. You may feel alone right now, but you're not. We're all connected in this shared experience, and there's strength in that. As these messages come in, I'm struck by the common thread that ties them all together. Love. It's love for family, for friends, for the lives we've built. It's the regrets we hold for not loving enough, and the hope that we can still make it right. If you're hearing this, let love be your guide. Let it be the thing that keeps you moving forward. To those who feel alone, who feel like no one is listening, I hear you. I see you. Your story matters and your voice deserves to be heard. If you have the chance to send a message, do it. Even if it feels like no one will respond, I promise you, someone out there is listening. Another message just came in. This one is from Elena in Brazil. We've gathered a group of neighbors in the community center. We've pushed tables against the doors and windows to keep the fallout out. One of the kids found an old guitar, and we've been singing songs to keep the fear at bay. It's not much, but it's helping. Elna, your story brings a smile to my face. Music has always been a source of solace, a way to bring people together, even in the darkest times. Keep singing. Keep finding those small moments of joy and connection. It's those moments that remind us of our humanity. To everyone listening, take a moment to reflect on what you're grateful for. Even now, even in this unimaginable chaos, there are things worth holding on to. Maybe it's a memory, a person, or a simple hope for tomorrow. Hold it close. Let it be your anchor. Wait, hold on a moment. I'm receiving something. Breaking news. I'll be back in a moment. Please stay tuned. Confirmed. The missiles are closing in. Impact is expected in 45 minutes. For those who can hear this broadcast, this is not the time to panic, though I know that's easier said than done. It's a time to act. Find shelter if you haven't already. Secure it as best you can and prepare for the worst. The latest reports are grim. Chaos has erupted in many of the remaining cities. Emergency services are overwhelmed, and in some places they've stopped responding altogether. Crowds are pouring into the streets, desperate for answers, for guidance, for something, anything that resembles hope. But there is none to be found out there. Those who venture outside are exposing themselves to more than just danger. They're walking into the teeth of destruction. I've received messages from survivors describing the scenes in their cities. One from a man in Berlin reads, "The streets are filled with people screaming and running. Fires are everywhere, and the sky looks like it's bleeding. I saw soldiers abandoning their posts, throwing their weapons to the ground. No one knows what to do anymore. The news of military defections is especially chilling. Entire battalions have reportedly deserted, their commanders unable to maintain control in the face of the inevitable. In some areas, soldiers have joined civilians in their frantic attempts to flee, while others have turned their weapons inward, succumbing to despair. To anyone listening, you must resist the urge to follow the chaos. Stay where you are, or move only if absolutely necessary. Crowds are dangerous now, breeding grounds for panic and violence. The safest place is away from the noise, away from the masses. Focus on survival, on securing your space and your supplies." Another report has just come in. This one describes a town in the Midwest where residents have banded together to build makeshift barricades at the town's borders. They're turning away anyone who approaches, terrified of letting in danger or contamination. It's a stark reminder of how quickly fear can erode our humanity. But who can blame them? In times like these, survival instincts take over, and trust becomes a rare commodity. I've been holding it together as best I can, but even here, in the relative safety of this bunker, I can feel the weight of what's happening. The updates are coming faster now, each one worse than the last. The generator is humming louder, almost as if it's straining under the pressure of keeping this broadcast alive. The air feels heavier, and the silence between each transmission is deafening. A listener from Mumbai shared this. "The air is so thick with ash that it's hard to breathe. The sun hasn't been visible for hours. People are collapsing in the streets, some from exhaustion, others from sheer terror. We tried to help an elderly woman who had fallen, but she begged us to leave her behind. She said she didn't want to slow us down." Moments like that break my heart. The choices people are being forced to make right now are unimaginable. It's not just about survival, it's about preserving whatever scraps of dignity and compassion we have left. To anyone out there facing these kinds of decisions, know that you're not alone. You're doing the best you can in an impossible situation. And that's all anyone can ask. We've just received another update. The missiles are confirmed to be carrying multiple warheads, each capable of obliterating everything within a radius of several miles. The expected targets remain unclear, but the trajectory suggests a focus on remaining population centers. The time window is narrowing, less than 30 minutes now. I can't imagine what it's like for those who are watching the countdown firsthand. I've heard of groups gathering in parks or open spaces, holding hands and singing songs as they wait for the end. Others are spending these moments in silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. Some have turned to prayer, while others have given in to despair. And then there are those who continue to fight, to hope, to believe that somehow, some way, this can still be stopped. But the truth is, I don't know if it can. The world's leaders have gone silent. The systems we once trusted to protect us have failed. And yet here I am speaking into this void, hoping that my words are reaching someone, somewhere. Another message has come through. This one from a woman in Sao Paulo. "We're in a basement with about 20 other people. The walls are shaking with every explosion, and the lights keep flickering. A man just started crying, saying he doesn't want to die here. I don't know what to say to him. I don't know what to say to anyone. To you, and to anyone in a similar situation. I wish I could offer you more than words, but words are all I have. So I'll say this. You're not alone. Even in that basement, Even in the darkness, you're connected to others who are feeling the same fear, the same uncertainty. Hold on to each other. Let your shared humanity be your strength. The broadcast is starting to falter. The static is getting worse, and the signal is flickering. I'm doing everything I can to keep it stable, but I don't know how much longer I can hold it. Every moment feels like a fight against the inevitable. Wait, what was that? Something's wrong. The signal is breaking up. The signal is flickering, and I can barely keep the equipment running. If you're still with me, thank you. Every word feels like a fight now, a race against failing systems, and an ever-closing window of time. There's less than 30 minutes left. Stay with me, everyone. We're not done yet. I don't know if it's the bunker or me, but the air feels heavier. The hum of the generator, usually steady, has become erratic, as though it's struggling to hold on. I've tried stabilizing the system, but I'm not an engineer. This equipment wasn't built for these conditions, for the weight of the world pressing down on it. But I'll keep speaking for as long as it lasts. I owe you that much. A new report has just come in, though I hesitate to share it. Unconfirmed sources are suggesting that the missiles might not detonate. There's talk of a potential malfunction in their systems, interference with their guidance software. I don't want to give false hope, but could this be it? Could this be the miracle we've been waiting for? Even as I say that, I feel the weight of doubt. These are unverified reports, whispers in the chaos. And yet, in moments like these, even the smallest glimmer of hope feels like a lifeline. If you're listening, hold on to that possibility. It might not change what's coming, but it might give you the strength to face it. Another update. Several regions are reporting strange atmospheric phenomena. Bright flashes of light, but no impact. Some have described it as auroras that stretch unnaturally far south. Shimmering colors that feel both alien and haunting. Could this be connected to the malfunction rumors? Or is it something else entirely? I'm trying to get more information, but the channels are so clogged with noise and static that it's hard to separate fact from fiction. If anyone out there has first-hand accounts, please send them in. The countdown continues. 25 minutes now. The world feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. I've received messages from people who have chosen to spend these final moments with their families, their friends, their pets. Others are alone, staring at the walls of their shelters or the ashes outside. To all of you, I say this. You are not alone. Not truly. As long as this signal persists, we're connected. We're facing this together. But facing it isn't easy. I've tried to stay composed, tried to hold on to some semblance of control for you. For all of you. But the truth is, I'm struggling. I can't stop thinking about the people I've lost, the ones I'll never see again. My parents, my sister, my friends. I didn't even get to say goodbye. If you're lucky enough to still have someone by your side, hold them close. Tell them what they mean. To you, don't let the moment pass. A listener from Alaska just sent this. The sky just lit up. With colors I can't describe. It's beautiful and terrifying at the same time. I don't know what it means, but I hope it's something good. To you and to everyone seeing these strange lights, I hope so too. Maybe this is a sign that things are changing, that something we don't fully understand is happening. Or maybe it's just another cruel twist in a story that refuses to end. Either way, it's a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there's still wonder to be found. I'm hearing reports of power surges and outages in several regions, including areas that were previously stable. It's as if the very infrastructure of the world is collapsing in on itself. The generator here is starting to sputter. If the signal cuts out, I want you to know that I've done everything I can to keep this line open. If I go silent, it's not because I've given up. It's because the tools I'm using to fight this battle have finally failed me. 20 minutes. That's all we have left. The rumors about the missiles persist, but no one seems to have definitive answers. It's maddening, this limbo between hope and despair. I keep thinking about the stories you've shared with me, the moments of connection and courage in the face of everything. They're what keep me going. They're what remind me that humanity is worth fighting for, even now. Another message just came in, this one from a listener in Rome. The city is silent. No cars, no people, no movement, just the sound of the wind and the occasional crack of a collapsing building. It feels like a tomb, but somehow, that silence is comforting. It feels like the world is holding me in its arms. Your words capture something I've been feeling too, the strange calm in the midst of chaos. It's as though the world itself is mourning, offering a moment of stillness to those who remain. There's a beauty in that, even if it's tinged with sorrow. 15 minutes now. The lights in the bunker are flickering more frequently, and I can hear the distant rumble of something. Maybe it's my imagination. Maybe it's real. Either way, the tension is unbearable. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for the ground to give way beneath me. To everyone listening, take these final minutes to reflect, not on what you've lost, but on what you've had. The people who've loved you, the moments that brought you joy, the things that made your life meaningful. Hold on to those memories. Let them be your guide, your comfort, your legacy. Another story has come through, this one from a man in Melbourne. I spent so much of my life worrying about things that don't matter. Deadlines, promotions, arguments that seem so small now. But today I watched the sun rise for what might be the last time, and for the first time in years, I felt at peace. It was beautiful. Your words resonate deeply. I've spent so much time fighting fear, fighting uncertainty, fighting to keep this broadcast alive. But maybe there's something to be said for surrendering to the moment, not giving up, but accepting what is. There's a kind of strength in that, a kind of peace. 10 minutes. The rumors are still unconfirmed, and the tension is unbearable. Could the missiles fail? Could this be the beginning of something new? Or are we simply delaying the inevitable? I don't know. All I can do is keep speaking, keep holding on to the hope that these words mean something. I want to share one last story from a listener in Canada. I'm sitting by the window, watching the snow fall. So quiet, so still. I keep thinking about my grandmother, who always told me that every snowflake is unique. She said they're proof that even in the coldest, harshest conditions, beauty exists. I hope she was right. She was right. Even now, even here, there's beauty to be found. It's in the stories we tell, the connections we make, the moments of grace that shine through the darkness. It's in the way we hold on to each other, even when everything else is falling apart. Wait, what was that? Something's wrong. The signal is breaking up. To those still listening, hold your loved ones close. If you're alone, hold on to the memories of those you've loved and those who've loved you. Remember this, we were always more than this destruction, more than the chaos and the fear. We were stories, connections, dreams. We were humanity. Flawed and beautiful, that's what we still are, even now. I've been thinking about what defines us, what makes humanity special. It's not the monuments we've built, the technology we've mastered, or the power we've wielded. It's our resilience, our ability to endure, to rise from the ashes, to find light even in the darkest places. History is full of stories of people who refused to give up, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. There's one story that's been on my mind, a story my grandfather used to tell me. During the harshest winter his village ever experienced, when food was scarce and hope was even scarcer, the community came together. Families who had barely enough to feed themselves shared what little they had with their neighbors. They pooled their resources, supported one another, and survived. My grandfather always said that it wasn't the food that saved them, but the sense of unity, the knowledge that they weren't alone. That story has stayed with me because it's a reminder of what we're capable of when we stand together. Even now, as the world seems to crumble around us, I see that same spirit in the messages you've shared. Neighbors singing songs in community centers, strangers helping one another find shelter, parents comforting their children with stories of hope and wonder. These moments may seem small, but they are monumental. They are proof that we are more than our circumstances. To everyone listening, we are not defined by what's happening to us. We are defined by how we respond to it, by the love we show, the connections we forge, and the hope we carry forward, even in our final moments. We are one humanity, one collective heartbeat, facing this together. Here's a message from a listener in South Africa. There are 8 of us here, huddled in the basement of a school. We've been sharing stories to pass the time. One of the older women told us about how she survived apartheid, how she never gave up, even when the world seemed against her. Her story has given us strength. If she could survive that, we can survive this. To you and your group, thank you for sharing that story. It's a powerful reminder that even in the face of unimaginable hardship, the human spirit is unbreakable. The older woman in your group is a testament to that strength, and her story will carry on through all of you. Keep sharing. Keep connecting. It's these moments that give meaning to everything we've endured. Another message has just come through. This one from a man in Chile. I've spent my whole life looking up at the stars, wondering what's out there. Tonight, as the sky glows red, I'm reminded that we're all just tiny specks in an infinite universe. And yet, even as a speck, I feel immense. I feel connected to something bigger. Your words resonate deeply. It's true that we are small in the grand scheme of things, but that doesn't diminish our significance. If anything, it enhances it. The fact that we've existed, loved, and created in a universe so vast is a miracle in itself. And that connection you feel, it's real. We're all part of something greater, something that transcends this moment. I want to tell you another story, one I heard years ago. It's about a tree in Hiroshima that survived the atomic bombing. Despite the devastation, despite being scorched and broken, it began to sprout new leaves just months after the attack. That tree still stands today, a living symbol of resilience and renewal. If a tree can survive and thrive in the aftermath of such destruction, imagine what we, as people, are capable of. To everyone listening, you are stronger than you know. You've survived everything life has thrown at you up until this moment, and that's no small feat. Take pride in that. Let it remind you of your capacity to endure, to adapt, to find beauty in the midst of chaos. Another message has come in. This one from a listener in New Zealand. I'm sitting here with my wife and our dog. We don't know what's going to happen, but we've decided to make the most of this moment. We're telling each other all the things we've never said, all the things we've always felt, but took for granted. I wish we'd done this sooner. To you and your family, thank you for sharing that. It's a powerful reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, there's value in being present, in saying the things that matter. If you're listening and there's something you've been holding back, say it now. Don't wait. These moments are precious. They deserve to be filled with truth and connection. As I sit here in this bunker, I find myself reflecting on my own life. There's so many things I wish I'd done differently, so many words I wish I'd spoken. But more than that, I'm grateful for the moments I did have. The laughter with friends, the quiet mornings with family, the dreams I dared to chase. Those moments are what define us, not the mistakes we've made or the losses we've endured. To those of you listening, hold on to the good. Let it carry you through these final moments. We may not know what's coming, but we can face it with courage and grace. We can face it together. And maybe, just maybe, we'll find a way through this. Maybe the rumors are true. and the missiles won't detonate. Maybe humanity will rise from these ashes stronger and more united than ever before. Or maybe we'll simply leave behind a legacy of resilience, of love, of connection. Whatever happens, know this: we mattered. We were here and we were extraordinary. Stay with me. We're in this together until the very end. Here is the expanded Section 8 with an additional 500 words, now totaling 2,000 words. This is the final transmission. If you're still with me, thank you. Thank you for listening, for holding on, for staying connected through everything we've endured together. I don't know how much longer this signal will hold. Every flicker of the equipment feels like a countdown to silence. But as long as I can speak, as long as this voice reaches you, we're not alone. This is our moment. Make it count. Let's go over the essentials one last time. For those of you who can take action, listen carefully. 1. Shelter. If you're not already in a secure location, move now. Find the sturdiest building nearby or go underground. Stay away from windows, exterior walls, and anything that could collapse or shatter. The safest places are central rooms or basements. 2. Protection. If you're outside, cover as much of your body as possible. Use thick clothing, gloves, and sturdy footwear. If you have anything to shield your head, use it. Avoid touching anything coated in ash or debris. It could be radioactive. 3. Air and water. Block off any vents, windows, or cracks where outside air could enter your shelter. Seal your space as best you can. If you have access to water, store it immediately in clean containers. Purify it if possible. Boil it, filter it, or use purification tablets. 4. Food. Focus on rationing. Eat only what you need to survive. Avoid fresh produce or anything that may have been exposed to the air. 5. Stay informed. If you have a battery-powered or crank radio, keep it on for updates. Information is your lifeline now, and staying connected to any broadcast could save your life. 6. Decontamination. If you've been outside, remove your outer clothing immediately upon entering shelter and seal it in a plastic bag. Wash your skin thoroughly with soap and water. And most importantly, stay calm. Fear is natural, but it can cloud your judgment. Focus on what you can control. Take small, deliberate actions. Each step you take matters to those of you who are unable to act, those who are sheltering in place, those who are injured or alone. I want you to know that your courage in this moment is enough. You've done everything you can, and if this is the end, let it be one filled with connection, reflection, and peace. Another message has come through, and I want to share it with you. It's from a young girl in Manila. My mom and I are hiding in the kitchen. She's holding my hand really tight, and I'm not scared anymore. I just want to say thank you for being here with us. You made us feel less alone. To you and your mother, thank you. Your words mean everything to me. In moments like this, it's easy to feel like we're shouting into the void, like our voices don't matter. But you've reminded me that they do. That even in the darkness, we can find each other. I want to say something to everyone listening. It's not about survival or shelter or supplies. It's about us. Humanity. We've faced so much, endured so much, and yet we've always found a way to rise. We've built cities from ruins, healed scars, and turned despair into hope. We are resilient, creative, compassionate. We are extraordinary, even if this is the end. We are more than this moment. We are the sum of every act of kindness, every dream, every connection. We are the memories we've created and the love we've shared. That's something no explosion, no destruction can ever erase. Wait, there's something happening. I can hear it. It's faint, but it's there. A low rumble like distant thunder. Could it be? No, it's too early for impact. It's something else. The lights are flickering again and the static is growing louder. Stay with me. Don't leave me yet. This silence, this waiting, it's unbearable. But as I sit here, I'm reminded of something my mother used to say. In the stillness, we find ourselves. I think she meant that in the quiet moments, we see who we truly are. And now, in this moment of stillness, Before whatever comes next, I see all of you. I see your strength, your courage, your humanity. It's breathtaking. Another story just came through. This one is from a man in Ireland. The power went out an hour ago. My family and I lit candles and sat around the kitchen table, telling stories. My youngest son said, "Maybe if we all imagine a better world, it will come true." He's 8. I wish I had his hope. Your son's words are profound. Maybe he's right. Maybe imagining a better world is the first step toward creating one. Even if we don't see it, even if this is the end, the seeds we've planted in our lives, our love, our dreams, our kindness, will live on. They'll become part of something bigger, something that will outlast us all. To everyone listening, thank you for being with me, for sharing your stories, for trusting me with your fears and hopes. This broadcast has been more than a transmission. It's been a lifeline, a thread connecting us across the vastness of the unknown. I'll carry that with me, no matter what happens. Another message has come in. This one is from a woman in Egypt. The sky is so dark now, I can't tell if it's night or just the ash blocking the sun. But even in the darkness, I feel a strange sense of peace. Maybe it's because I know I'm not alone. I'm listening to you, and I know others are too. Thank you for that. To you, and to everyone listening, you are not alone. As long as we share these moments, as long as we hold on to this connection, we are together. That's what humanity is. Connection, even in the face of everything. The rumble is growing louder now. The static is overtaking the signal. I don't know how much longer I can hold on, but I'm here. I'm here with you until the very end. If there's anyone out there who can hear this, hold on. Hold on to each other. Hold on to hope. Even in this moment when everything seems lost, remember we were here. We lived, we loved, and we mattered. This is the final transmission. Make it count. Wait, what is that noise? Could it be?
There's a shyness and a reluctance on the part of many witnesses, and understandably so, against reporting, because too many have been ridiculed and life has been made somewhat miserable for them.
Dr. Hynek grew increasingly disillusioned by the Air Force's dismissive approach to these sightings and dismissive approach to the evidence.
Hynek gradually realized that this was a subject that demanded serious study.
Back when Hynek was in Project Blue Book, there was a case. It involved a father and his 2 sons in Idaho. One day they all saw this object just zoom down this gully, down the riverbed, and disappear. They all 3 saw it. Hynek found it fairly convincing. He ended up writing it off as something with a natural cause. But that was Hynek's official report to Project Blue Book. Why this is significant is years later, when Hynek started to change his mind, he had regrets about that specific case. He said, with that case, I should have said, you know what? It doesn't add up completely. I think there's more going on here. I'm not going to dismiss it. I'm going to try to find out more. So that was kind of the first chink in Hynek's facade as a debunker.
I began to get certain doubts because it was the people themselves. I said to myself, well, now, come on, how much longer am I going to call these people crazy? And when I changed my glasses, you might say, a little bit, and took a view that maybe these people aren't crazy, and began to realize what sort of people they were, good, solid people, I said to myself, well, the time has come to maybe change my attitude.
With the United States Air Force leaving the role behind of taking in UFO investigations, this left a large vacuum that civilian organizations began to fill.
In 1974, J. Allen Hynek founded the Center for UFO Studies, abbreviated CUFOS. This was a civilian group composed of very qualified people that runs the gamut of the average person with enthusiasm to a very highly trained scientist or academic. And the records that they provided are absolutely crucial.
I'm Mark Rodiger, the scientific director of the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago. Dr. Hynek mentored me and designated me as a successor. Dr. Hynek was the classic professor. He loved teaching. He also really enjoyed jokes, and a good time. He wasn't stuffy. He had a little twinkle in his eye. People really warmed up to him. Alan was very open-minded, and that is really the background to him being interested in UFOs. UFO groups, they're not massive organizations. In fact, we're now sitting in the basement in my UFO office here in my house. The center is really like a scientific think tank. Dr. Hynek realized that there was a need for a focused professional group to study UFOs. That involves mainly three things: being a place for people to report sightings. Number two is to be a place for reliable information. We publish a journal, a periodical with monographs. And finally, of course, a place to do research. We've stayed pretty close to that mission all through the years.
One of the first things that CUFOS did was establish a national hotline for UFO reporting. They distributed this hotline to law enforcement agencies around the country and said, put this on your bulletin board. If you ever get a call from someone who has seen a UFO, call us on this hotline and we will do the investigation.
Okay. But it didn't look like anything I know of.
But there was a big difference between civilian and military investigations of UFOs. The military has access to other information civilians don't.
I went to see Don Rumsfeld at the White House, mainly because he's a friend of mine, and said to him, look, I have this Center for UFO Studies, and I wanted you to know that should this subject ever get to the presidential or the congressional level, there is a group of scientists who are ready to work on it. And I said, I do have a certain responsibility to these scientists. Are we spinning our wheels? If this work has already been done by somebody else. I said, because of my responsibility to these scientists, I felt that I had a need to know. And he snapped right back at me and says, you do not have a need to know. Now, you interpret that any darn way you want. In any case, you cannot stop scientists from working. And that's the whole point of being a scientist. They're individualists. They're going to do what they damn please anyway.
In the 70s and 80s, in general, government officials were not talking about UFOs. But some presidents were also interested in getting information about UFOs. When Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia, in 1969, he had a sighting with a group of other witnesses.
All of them saw a very bright light in the western sky. And it got closer and closer, and then it seemed to stop in its proximity to us. And then the color of it changed from white to blue to red.
Jimmy Carter was very impressed by that. It really impacted him. Then in 1973, he filed a written report on this with a number of civilian UFO groups, so it's on the record. So when he did become president, he approached NASA to see if they would open up a new investigation that could continue what the Air Force had been doing prior to closing down Project Blue Book. The Air Force would not have wanted this to happen 7 years after closing Project Blue Book. So the Air Force jumped in on the process and said to NASA, we don't want you to do this. After a series of exchanges, NASA did decline the president's request.
Under pressure to answer by the end of the year, NASA concluded that it would be pointless to mount a new research effort because of the lack of physical evidence.
It was kind of stunning that a request from the president would have been denied.
If there is no concrete evidence of people from outer space, how do you write a whole book about UFOs?
Well, that's exactly why I called it the UFO experience instead of something that would have sold more like Sex in the UFO. I called it the UFO experience because that's what I was talking about, the experience that people had. And you can't convince a person who's had a real UFO experience that he hasn't had it.
In the early 70s, J. Allen Hynek came out with his monumental book called The UFO Experience. It wasn't just about research. He was somebody that would listen and took people seriously who had sightings and had experiences. He would go on lots of TV shows and radio interviews, and he was a public figure advocating for official recognition and study of UFOs.
With the space program taking off, there was a groundswell of interest in outer space.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It was a national movement. And so people's imaginations, of course, run wild. Hollywood was able to capture that and feed people's thirst and imagination, and it led to a long-standing, powerful genre.
May the force be with you.
So UFOs became a cultural, creative, imaginative area, and Hynek's book was a big hit.
Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
Steven Spielberg bought the rights to Hynek's book and hired Dr. Hynek as a technical consultant.
And so Spielberg worked with Hynek in helping to get the facts accurate for his movie Close Encounters.
Yeah, I was very influenced by J. Allen Hynek because he was not looking at UFOs as science fiction, but he was looking at them as science speculation. So I met with him, and I used him, and I picked his brain, and he consulted with me.
Dr. Hynek was the fellow that coined the term close encounters.
Well, a close encounter of the first kind is one is close, but nothing really happened.
Close encounter of the second kind includes physical damage to the environment. That could be landing pad imprints in the grass where a UFO was said to have landed.
And the close encounters of the third kind are the most interesting of all.
Close encounter of the third kind is really when you meet them.
It was clear that Spielberg wanted real science, real data, accurate information about UFOs, and that's why he called on J. Allen Hynek.
They were drawing from real U.S. government information on how these things operated and maneuvered. Hypersonic velocities or fast speeds, instantaneous acceleration, even biological effects, where Richard Dreyfuss, half his face has a sunburn. Those were all observables that we were seeing in the U.S. government, real observables that made their way onto the Hollywood screen. And that's because Steven Spielberg was provided information from people from Project Blue Book.
Along with Hynek, Spielberg also talked to Jacques Vallée, a French scientist who was well known in the UFO field and had written numerous books on the topic.
I had the privilege of working with Dr. Hynek for 5 years. We built the first computer-based data catalog of UFO sightings, starting with the Air Force files, which covered about 20,000 cases.
Les gens sont venus de partout dans le pays.
These people have come from all over their country.
The French scientist in the movie, character of Lacombe, was based loosely on me. France has an official scientific committee for UFOs that includes physicists, the military, including sociologists and psychologists.
By letting the project team leader be a Frenchman, it immediately gave more of a depth to the understanding of UFOs.
In the whole history of America, the movies, it's always they come from somewhere, they kill somebody, so we bring the tanks, and they destroy all the tanks. That's a very American way of looking at an alien life form.
If everything's ready here on the dark side of the moon, play the 5 tones.
The movie was the first movie in which we were greeting these aliens, and they were coming to us as equal, and we were going to have an intelligent discussion with them, or intelligent exchange.
Close Encounters, we just captured the spirit of the mystery of the phenomenon, the scariness of the phenomenon, and kind of the impact that it has on people.
Whatever the government may think about them, unidentified flying objects seem to be popular with the people. Columbia Pictures reports that its film, Close Encounters of a Third Kind, has grossed $39 million in 3 weeks.
I owe a lot to J. Allen Hynek, his instilling in me a professional's point of view on this kind of field reporting. And he helped me make the movie more credible than it would have been without his existence.
Steven Spielberg actually brought him on set for when they filmed the movie's huge climax at the secret UFO base in Wyoming.
Captain, United States Navy, 043431.
Captain. And of course, Close Encounters became a household term because of Steven Spielberg's movie and really catapulted Hynek to a degree of celebrity.
Therefore, will the real Dr. J. Allen Hynek please stand up?
Even though Hynek worked for our government for almost 2 decades, what he was doing in the 70s and 80s seemed to have no impact at all on the government. And sightings continued.
There's the fantastic sightings last year and this year in the Westchester and Putnam County areas. Those are literally out of this world. I can find no logical explanation for them.
I don't know what the hell it is.
We were coming home from grad school, and we were just yakking like we are now, and all of a sudden Doris says, "What are those lights up there?"
I was driving north on 118, and as I was approaching the light here, I looked into the northern sky, saw what appeared to be a large aircraft with landing lights, flying very low, about 500 feet, and it stopped, and it rotated 180 degrees and started to head west.
I looked up at Interstate 84, and it was a parking lot. People were out of their cars, blinking lights, pointing up at the sky, and there was that city of lights hovering over in my backyard.
And it went like from night to broad daylight.
And all of a sudden, it's gonna land, it's gonna land.
When I came to the station, the phones were ringing off the hook. The object came directly over my head, less than 500 feet above me. Covered the whole sky. It was totally quiet, no sound whatsoever.
You could hear a pin drop.
And I said, oh, what do I do with my family? How am I going to handle all this?
What I saw was unbelievable, mind-boggling. The whole town saw what I saw.
Beginning in around 1983, there was an incredibly dramatic series of sightings that took place in the Hudson Valley area of New York State and in Connecticut, which was actually a wave because it took place over years. People would report these UFOs to the police or maybe to local UFO groups, and a lot of people were kind of awed and frightened.
It was a little spooky. How come? Because it was unexplainable. What Jim Brooks saw...
There was a lot of local reporting, some local civilian investigation.
Our researchers have set up a special UFO hotline in Westchester.
But it was something that involved hundreds at least witnesses, if not more.
There was nothing coming from our government, even though these gigantic craft were cruising around over a part of the United States.
The Federal Aviation Administration has joined the Air Force and many astronomers in attributing most UFO sightings to man-made objects and natural phenomenon.
Believe it or not, the planet Venus
is a fairly common UFO sighting.
It moved very slowly.
We looked up in the sky, we saw 6 lights in a V shape.
Even after all these witnesses had seen these objects and had reported them to their local police, it still became a kind of a joke.
The head of my school, he said, you know, some people might think you're crazy.
I was the commissioner of motor vehicles, and I was involved in a political race at that time. The last thing I wanted to be known for was little green people or UFOs.
My husband also thought I was nuts, and so I didn't talk about it too much.
What is interesting, tragic, and amusing all at the one and the same time is that lots of people are afraid to talk about it. Their friends will laugh at them and so forth, and we need to let those people feel safe and talk about it.
On August 25th of 1984, Hynek came to the Hudson Valley and he gave a talk at the middle school there. This was the last case that he was involved with before he died, and it made a huge impression on him.
Here's a sketch of the thing going on in Westchester County now. This is a large boomerang-shaped object that moves slowly, far below the stall speed of aircraft, moves silently. I've been told by highly responsible witnesses that it is as large as a football field.
It speaks to the importance of the Hudson Valley wave that J. Allen Hynek came here. He thought it was important enough to speak to the witnesses, to go to the sites.
I spent a weekend with Dr. Hynek. Dr. Hynek could ask you a question, and he'd sit back and he would listen. And if one of my kids jumped into the conversation, he would just kindly just put up his hand and go, "I'll get right back to you," with a little wink. And you were the most important person for that moment he was talking to you. That's the way he made me feel.
It was very important for these witnesses who were not getting any official recognition that somebody like J. Allen Hynek, an astronomer who had worked for the government, that he came there and spoke with them and took them seriously.
And we walked through the whole sighting. He wanted to go every place. And every time we made a stop, he said, "What were you feeling? Did you feel anything in your gut? Did you feel connected to this object?"
It made a huge difference to have him on site during the wave.
In the Westchester case in New York, for instance, we had witnesses geographically independent of each other, didn't know each other, and yet reported identically the same things. Now, you cannot call that mass hallucination.
Lack of scientific involvement or government acknowledgement of UFOs encourages people's imaginations to go wild with, what are they hiding?
We called the police when we got home, and they didn't tell us that night, but a couple of days later we were reading they thought they were ultralights. The planes?
The chief meteorologist at the Westchester County Airport, with some 25 years experience, told me that when he saw it, it moved very slowly like a ship docking at a berth. Now, that cannot possibly be ultralights flying in formation. That's just out of the question.
Yeah, the planes flying in formation is one of the reasons cited, including an article in Discover magazine.
This article that was in Discover magazine talks about the pilots who were going up and hoaxing UFOs, and it implies that that's probably what all the sightings were.
Do you hear the engines?
Planes fly all the time. You hear 7,000 people coming out and saying, "Ah, I saw planes over my head." No, they saw something different.
Ultralights, they make noise.
They do make noise.
So we've never had a good explanation.
So these pilots did a huge disservice by creating this hoax situation to confuse everything and to bring a lack of credibility and to give the government something to hang their hat on when they were asked what people were actually seeing.
People began doubting themselves. It kept the entire wave suppressed.
Hynek was just stunned by the fact that this was not getting attention.
The subject came up in the United Nations recently. We have reports from 133 different countries. And the same pattern exists around the world. It's not just localized in one particular country, you see.
So while our government was telling the public that there was nothing to UFOs, that the investigations had all been shut down, Documents reveal that officials were, in fact, monitoring cases in other countries.
What they were seeing was very similar to what was seen in the Hudson Valley.
This map was prepared by Dr. Jacques Vallée. UFO reports are truly global, and they seem to occur in waves, or flaps as they are often called. But notice how the flaps have been distributed throughout the years and over the world.
This is truly an international phenomenon. There's no question about it. There's a very similar pattern, very similar reports. Foreign militaries are also having encounters. The Belgian Air Force had some extraordinary encounters.
Des personnes affirment avoir vu longuement et à plusieurs reprises des objets volants et lumineux de forme triangulaire.
Ils ont vu dans le ciel un phénomène étrange, un ovni.
A few years after the Hudson Valley wave, a very similar wave occurred in Belgium.
These large black triangles, again, all the characteristics, silent, low, beams of light, hovering.
Belgian authorities would scramble jets in order to try to get a better look at the objects. They wanted to identify what it was that was invading protected airspace over their country. It felt that this was their responsibility.
The F-16s that the Belgian military had tracked these objects on radar. So they actually have radar imagery of the unknown moving through Belgian airspace.
And the contrast from how the Belgian government handled it there versus how our government didn't handle the events in Hudson Valley are really striking. The Belgian Air Force became actively involved with a group of scientists to collect reports from witnesses. They assigned a colonel to head up an investigation.
Voilà, ici vous voyez le vecteur de l'objectif 300 degrés.
And they held a press conference packed with media in which they disclosed everything they knew and how they were approaching this.
350, 400 nœuds.
And the public were encouraged to file reports.
J'ai regardé cette chose passer au-dessus de chez moi. Je pense que je l'estime entre 20 et 25 mètres, peut-être plus. Et alors sans bruit. Il n'y avait pas du tout de bruit.
Air Force officers were coming forward and speaking about it. They gave it a legitimacy that we have yet to see here in this country.
You said the government stopped investigating back in 1969. Do these UFO watchers have any reason to expect the government to get re-involved in investigating these claims?
Right now, they're a bit disappointed the government has not gotten more involved than it has in the last 10 years. But we do know that the CIA and the Defense Department has been doing some research into other sightings in other nations like the Soviet Union and Iran. But in the United
Guys, so we have multiple breaking news coming out. Please share the video. Today is November 26, 2024, and welcome to the Real GS News channel. Alright guys, so we're going to start with this one here, and it says US wants to arm Ukraine with nukes before Joe leaves. Man, before the inauguration, it seems like Ukraine is going to get nukes. In a jaw-dropping twist, Joe officials are reportedly seriously considering giving nuclear to Ukraine. Yes, nukes in Ukraine. Why not? I'm sure Vladimir will be totally fine with that. Alright, so they are planning on giving nukes to Crane before the inauguration. Wow. The question is, how many nukes? And this would definitely spark WW3. This would definitely, basically, there's going to be a lot of mushroom clouds out there in Europe. And you guys know mushroom clouds is nuclear. So we're going to see what's going on here, guys. Let me just show you a couple of this stuff here. Once again, please share the video. Ooh. According to a report from Bloomberg, the UK quietly supplied Crane with dozens of additional Storm Shadow long range in late October and early November, before approval was given by the US, Britain, and France for long-range strikes on military targets inside the Bear Country. All right, so once again, guys, very important breaking news coming out. And we're going to talk more about this one here. Crane hits interior of the Bear Country with Sleeping Giant supply attacks. You follow me with the code words here. With a cluster. All right, so they fired towards the Bear, Russia airport. I truly apologize, guys. I got to fix the green screen here. So they fired towards the Russian airport. Now, everything is fine, but yeah, this is really provoking the Bear. This is now getting out of hand, and they're really, really hitting the Bear really hard. I mean, look at that. And I did post a video, guys. For some reason, it seems like a lot of people didn't receive the notification. If you guys want to check out the video, I'm going to make it easy for everyone. It will be the only link in the comments box. Please check out the video. We actually talked about this, and it's very important stuff in there. Also, we talked about Germany. They're getting their bunkers ready, and the metro station is going to be transformed into bunkers, and millions are being told to transform their garages into like bunkers. And again, garage is not going to help out when it comes to nuclear war. All right, so it says here the UK effectively declares war on the Bear as the UK Gov supplied Crane with over dozens more Storm Shadows. So we already mentioned that. All right, here we go. The Bear warns. Look at this. The Bear, Russia warns the Sleeping Giant of risk of WW3. And this information came out in August. The Bear, again, the Bear even put out the warning way back months ago. So the Sleeping Giant is a major target of the Bear Federation. Washington and NY are prime target first. Look at this here, guys. I want to bring this one up. So Europe seems intent of prolonging the biblical war in Crane. This convoy carrying military equipment was filmed in Romania, now 27 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Here we go. Look at this here. Nice. You got tanks going on in Romania. You have tanks going on in where is it? The Netherlands? That's not the it's a country out there that were doing the same thing too. So, oh, hold on. What, look at this, guys. These are like you see that? So those are like doctors, nurses, emergency medical vehicles there for soldiers. You're going to have medical team out there. This is for the wounded, mostly like soldiers and also civilians. But yeah, that's something huge right there. Give me a second here. I want to take a picture of this. I want to take a picture of this. I'm going to use this as a thumbnail. Yeah, it's about to go down pretty soon. It's about to go down. Wow. And you have NATO Chief Committee he urged businesses out there to prepare for war. So he's basically trying to keep the economy strong during the war. Wow. Once again, more breaking news updates. The Bear says Donald is trying to negotiate peace plans, while the 4-6 and the VP administration is seeking to escalate the conflict in Ukraine. And the reason why they're trying to escalate the conflict in Ukraine is because they want to keep Donald out the spotlight. And you guys already know when they tried to declare martial law due to WW3, that's their plan. And it says here, we're going to kind of jump off topic in this one here. Venezuelan gangs target young ones in NYC. Now, Donald said he's going to go after these group. He's going to go after these gang. He said they're out of here. They're out. We're going to be sending military. They're going to take them and send them on the plane, send them back to their country. So we're going to get to all this here, guys. All right, so for those of you that missed it, we had a mini moon. All right, they call it a mini moon, but it was actually, I think it was an asteroid. But they call it a mini moon because it stayed there near Earth. And it stayed, it started November 3rd and is leaving November 27, I believe. So for those of you that missed it, there was a mini moon. Earth mini moon set to disappear for 30 years after final pass. So it passed by to see who will win the election. Man. The asteroid 2024 PT5, a school bus-sized mini-moon, is heading towards the sun and will vanish from Earth orbit until 2055. Wow. I'll be 70 years old. 70. Wow. Jeez. 2055. I mean, just imagine 2055, the population. That's if we don't go to nuclear war, but population probably be in the 15 billion. Got robots all over the place. You get fined for saying curse words. Man, again, just imagine 2055. All right. So we're going to start from the very beginning, all right? Let's see what's going on here, guys. Again, please share this video. Guys, for those of you that want to send us letters of prayer requests, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 US Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. And for those of you that want to contribute to the channel, we do have the PayPal link in the description box. If you want to help support the channel, you can help us by, becoming members of the Patreon. Is only $1 a month, and we get you access to our live stream every Monday. We went live today, so if you guys want to check it out, the community tab here on my YouTube channel, I shared the link to my Patreon live stream. So that's another way of supporting the channel. Thank you so much for your support. All right, so let's see what's going on here. So the U.S. wants to arm Ukraine with nukes before the inauguration. Ay. Wow. I'm sure Vladimir will be totally fine with that. Oh, yes, he'd be very fine. The reason I got the hoodie on, too, guys, because it's a little cold here in this room, and I try not to get sick. Again, I was sick last week. So desperate to tip the scales against the bear before Donald takes office in January 2025, the administration is ramping up efforts to arm Ukraine, including recently authorizing long range capable of striking deep into the bear territory. Wow. And now they're floating the idea of returning nuclear arms removed after the SU fall. One thing after another. They're really trying to start WW3. They're really trying. They need to stop. So this unprecedented escalation raises serious questions. Is this about aiding Crane? Or is it something more at play? I told you guys, it's not about Crane. I've been saying that for the past 2 years. It's not about Crane. It's not about the people. It's not, again, all that stuff they're putting out is baloney. It's all about their agenda. They want to eliminate the bear. They want to get rid of them. Give me a second here. So this is coming out from Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is putting out the information, and I want to check it out really quick here, guys. Okay, I can't find it. It's gonna be a while, but yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Zero Hedge is the one putting out the information, and again, I can't find it. So let's go back on Twitter. But you guys get the picture here. It seems like they're trying to do this before the inauguration. Basically, it seems like they want to start WWE before Joe goes on retirement. Wow. And nobody says nothing. No one says nothing. Everybody just remain quiet. Nobody wants to call out Joe. So guys, this was we talked about this yesterday, late night video about the bear getting hit. Now videos started coming out. Video came out about the how Crane long range striking Russia. I mean, it showed all this like clusters, and it just, man, they dropped the hammer on the bear. So one of those cluster munition came close to a civilian airport worker who was sitting in his car when they struck, as shown in the video below. Man. Now, I did play the video, guys. All right, so we already talked about this, but again, the link will be in the comments box if you want to check this one out. Crane hits interior of the bear with U.S. supply ATAC with cluster. Let me just read this one. Crane has again struck inside territorial of the bear using sleeping giant long range. These containing banned cluster. Now, the strike took place last night, November 24th into 25th at the Vostok airfield in Kursk region, as shown on the map below. Why is Sleeping Giant using banned stuff? And everybody's saying that the bear's a bully. Wow. Crane also went farther, using cluster munition as seen in the video below. Now, beginning in the distance on the left side, you will see the first batch of cluster fall in a line left to right. Then a second row to the right of that first row. Moments later, a third row to the right of the first two, and then a fourth row to the right of all the rest. Now it says here, what you just seen were 4 separate long range, releasing a cluster in 4 separate areas. The Bear Ministry of Defense reports that a total of 5 such long range were fired, including one which has taken out S-400 air defense battery just west of the cluster you saw going off. So Crane appears to have launched a total of 5 long-range against interior of the Bear Country. The last time Crane used West long-range to strike interior of the Bear responded with a hypersonic, which had multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. Now Crane then asked the collective West for air defenses capable of defeating such a missile and had been told by the West there is no defense. So what did Crane go and do? They hit the Bear again. One definition of insanity is making the same mistake over and over, expecting a different outcome. Hence, it appears Crane is now insane. They are. They're completely insane. And so is Joey and all those in the Sleeping Giants leadership. It is not yet known what action the Bear may take now that Crane has demonstrated they didn't get the message. They're really asking for WWE3. They need to stop. Stop what you're doing. Again, you're really trying to ask for it. Unbelievable. And now you have this one here. Again, you have this one here. You have, again, allies want to send more long range. Hey, we're going to send you a lot more. Keep firing. This is not about Crane. This is NATO at war with the Bear. Period. NATO is at war with the Bear. Russia. Period. Period. They just don't want to say it. They're being really slick. Okay, guys, let me just kind of take a break of these nation against nation. Let's see what's going on here with these. Then you have lawlessness within our country. The same person that gave the green light for the firing long range, he let in 20+ million into the Sleeping Giant. You see, he's all about, again, destruction and war. The NYPD has identified 39 members. Wow, 39 members of the Venezuelan gang and a subgroup, the Little Devils. Wow. A 42nd Street they did this? Man, operating in the shelters and recruiting young as 11 for crimes like, see, and I told you guys, I think it was like a year or 2 years ago when I went to South America, and again, this was years ago. These gangs, they use young ones, 7, 8 years old, to go rob. They do. It's very sad. It's very sad. They use young ones. So once again, they're doing that here in the Sleeping Giant. They're using any young ones. They give them GUN. And they give them some other stuff, and they tell them, go do, rob that or this and this and this. Unbelievable. So they do that in their country a lot, and I've seen it. So efforts are underway to counter these gang influence, including youth soccer programs. But, once again, the Mike-you-know-who families are often victims, reluctant to report lawlessness due to fear of deportation. Now, Donald said that he's going to send them back. He said that 2 days ago. He's going to send them all back. He's going to send them all back. All right, let's go with the mini-moon really quick here. So first spotted in August. The asteroid, possibly a chunk of the moon, has been a distant companion never visible to the naked eye. It will make its closest pass in January, coming within 1.1 million miles of Earth before being pulled deeper into space. Now, NASA has been tracking its path, and scientists predict it will speed up dramatically as it nears the sun. There's a possibility the sun might completely finish it off. It's the size of a school bus, so it's really small. Uh-oh. We have breaking news. Look at this one here. Look at this. The Red Dragon in Canada. They fire back at Donald. New tariff plan. Now, I did talk about this over our Patreon. So it says here, the Red Dragon and Canada have responded to Donald. Man, you out your mind, Donald? You gonna slap us with tariff? Yep. Now, Donald's latest tariff announcement, which includes 60% tariff on the Red Dragon and new tariff on Mexico and Canada. Man. Oh, man. So the Red Dragon warned, no one wins a trade war. While Canada's Chrystia emphasized the importance of a balanced Sleeping Giant Canada relationship. Now the dollar surged and global markets took a hit following the announcement, while economic analysts warn of higher consumer prices ahead. Now, once again, they're not pleased with Donald. They're not pleased with him. This was earlier today. Donald vows 25% tariff on Mexico, Canada over border concern. Well, there you go. Donald is keeping his word. Now, Donald announces plans to impose 25% tariff on all Mexican and Canadian imports via executive order on January 20th, citing concerns over border security and, look at this, a lot of lawlessness that's coming in. So the proposed tariff would remain until both nations take stronger action on the border crossing and other operation. Move could significantly impact North American trade relations, a USMCA agreement. This is what the Donald said. As everyone is aware, thousands of people are pouring through these lands, bringing lawlessness and their drugs at levels never seen before. Right now, a movement is coming from Mexico, composed of thousands, seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open southern region. On January 20th, as one of my many first executive order, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the Sleeping Giant and its ridiculous open policy. This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs is particularly, you know what, and all of the new people stop this operation coming in of our country. Both Mexico and Canada have the absolute right and power to easily solve this long simmering problems. We hereby demand that they use this power, and until such time that they do, it is time for them to pay a very big price. The Donald. Wow. They're not pleased. They don't like the Donald. They're calling him out. Incoming Baltazar, Tom said, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. You're going to let me inside your state. You're going to let me in your state. And I will take those lawlessness and send them back home. You, Gavin, and all you Looney Tunes, you better move out the way. And this thing is gonna, guys, 2025 is gonna be huge. 2025 is going to be huge. Look at this. Look, guys, look at this. Look at this. Tom the Baltazar said Denver mayor could face jail for impending federal law. So the Denver mayor says he's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him there. Wow. So under the Title 8, U.S. Code 1324, it's a felony to knowingly harbor. Ooh, the new people. Look at this. I'm going to skip their names. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer if he won't help. Fine, get out the way. All right? Me and you, we got something in common. You willing to go to jail? I'm the one who's going to put you there. Man. But we're going to do the job, so get out the way. Donald has a mandate to secure this land and save the sleeping giant lives. Wow. Ooh. Get out the way. Get out the way. Man. This, guys, 2025 is going to be huge. 2025, buckle up. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to end it here. Once again, there's been a lot of news, and make sure you check out that one video I posted today. That's the again, it seems like a lot of people didn't receive the notification for that one, but this is where we are right now, guys. These nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom is building up really, really quick. So it seems like we're about to see nukes before the inauguration. That's their plan. They want to get the nukes before Joe leaves the spotlight. Sleeping Giant wants to arm Crane with nukes before Joey leaves. Before the inauguration. Nukes before the inauguration. Alright, so again, guys, 50-something days away. That's plenty of time. Plenty of time. And we could see something, guys. We could see something here. So again, just continue to pray. But these Looney Tunes, I think they're going to do something very, very, I don't want to say the name, but they're going to regret it. This thing is going to completely shift the entire world. If they do this, the bear's not the crazy one. They are. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Again, please share this video. For those of you that want to give light to Christ, you can email me. My email is in the description box. Me and my wife are here to help many and to lead many to the righteous path, and that's the path of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. For those of you that want to send us letters or prayer requests, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 U.S. Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. Once again, guys, $1 a month Patreon. We get you access to our live stream every Monday. We talk about things that we cannot talk about in the platform. Also, I posted videos today. Those links will be in the comments box. Thank you so much for watching. God bless you all. Put faith and trust in Jesus Christ, for he's the only way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father except through Jesus. Thank you so much for watching. Till next time later. Peace.
Well, welcome to the 700 Club, and thanks so much for joining with us. Well, President-elect Trump, he's repeated his warning to Hamas: return the hostages by Inauguration Day or pay a heavy price.
In a press conference yesterday, Trump also discussed the situation in Syria and the current state of the Middle East. Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem.
During his press conference, President-elect Trump weighed in on the sudden takeover of Syria by rebel forces. He also suggested Turkish leader Recep Erdogan was deeply involved and sees Syria as part of his plan to reconstruct a Turkish empire.
Turkey's the one behind it. He's a very smart guy. They've wanted it for thousands of years, and he got it. And those people that went in are controlled by Turkey, and that's okay. It's another way to fight.
Trump's comments come as U.S. officials fear Turkish-backed forces are massing on the border of northeast Syria for an imminent invasion. The territory is controlled by Kurdish forces and an independent and democratic government that was an ally with the U.S. in the war against ISIS. In a letter to Trump, leaders warned of catastrophic consequences if they were invaded and asked Trump to press Erdogan to not send troops across the border. As to Israel's war with Iran's proxies, Trump was bullish on his talk with Netanyahu.
The real conversations will start on the 20th, but we had a really good conversation, and I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East.
Trump said getting the hostages free is a priority.
As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out, and very strong.
The release of the hostages is one of the toughest issues since October 7th. Now that Hamas realizes Hezbollah and Iran are not coming to its rescue, the group may be ready to finally bargain with Israel. Israel's defense minister told the Knesset Monday that a deal is the nearest it's been since the last agreement.
We all estimate that an opportunity is being created following Hamas's need to become more flexible, and I really hope we can advance to a practical stage in this process.
According to the Washington Post, Hamas is no longer insisting the war in Gaza completely end, and all Israeli troops depart as a precondition for releasing hostages. Meanwhile, a new study reports Hamas has vastly inflated the number of Gazans killed in the 14-month war. The Hamas-run Ministry of Health in Gaza claims 45,000 dead, but the Henry Jackson Society's report disputes that number. It concludes Hamas's reporting has a number of distortions. Men listed as women to inflate female fatalities. Adults registered as children to inflate child fatalities, including 5,000 natural deaths, as well as people killed by Hamas in the death totals, including deaths before the war began, and no mention of combatant deaths, as many as 17,000. Military historian John Spencer said during its war with Hamas, Israel has done more to mitigate civilian deaths than any other military in history. Chris Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Well, we've been telling you for over a year now that the Hamas ministry, the Gaza Ministry of Health, is a propaganda arm of Hamas. It is a total invention of Hamas. Everyone involved in that is a Hamas fighter. So you cannot believe these numbers. But again and again and again, I'm hearing it and hearing these inflated numbers repeated, whether in Europe or in the United States. And it goes along with this whole argument that somehow or other Israel is involved in a genocide in Gaza. Well, there's no genocide at all. Israel is not trying to wipe out every man, woman, and child in Gaza. That's what a genocide is. Who is trying to wage a genocide? Well, it's Hamas, and it's right in their charter, where they call for a Palestinian state throughout Israel. And in that Palestinian state, there should be no Jew. They are the ones calling for the genocide. Israel is doing its best to protect civilian lives. But in that, Hamas is doing its best to put civilians at risk. And that's why they're putting their headquarters in hospitals and schools and UN buildings. That's why they're using civilians as shields. And that's why they're even using the hostages as shields. I just applaud the incoming president. We need to take a stand here. There are Americans who are hostages in these tunnels in Gaza. We have to set them free. If it were any other party in charge right now, the mainstream media would have an incredible drumbeat every single day. Go back to the Bush administration and the war in Iraq, where every single newscast, every single night, led with the death toll of American soldiers in Iraq. And it was all a propaganda effort to change administrations to another party. Let's call it for what it is, and let's please stand for truth. This misinformation coming out of Gaza should have never been repeated. In other news, investigators are looking for answers after a 15-year-old girl opened
Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads in the past year alone. The People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying efforts to modernize its military infrastructure, from advanced missile systems to hypersonic weapons. Beijing is preparing to assert its dominance in any future conflict. Adding to the tensions is the incoming Trump administration, which promises to take a hardline approach to counter Beijing. President-elect Donald Trump's policies are expected to focus on economic pressure, military containment. Trump is seeking to fill his administration with China hawks. With its military ambitions spanning nuclear expansion, naval dominance, and aerospace advancements, China is positioning itself as a formidable global challenger. The world watches with unease as a new arms race intensifies. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
The U.S. says that China's military power is growing at an unprecedented rate. The Pentagon's annual report saying Beijing is making its most ambitious move yet, a massive expansion of its nuclear arsenal. Our next story detailing how the American assessment says that China is rapidly working on its goal to expand its long-range missiles, which can hit deep within the United States.
China's military rise is reshaping global power dynamics. Its arsenal is expanding. Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads In the past year alone, the People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying efforts to modernize its military infrastructure, from advanced missile systems to hypersonic weapons. Beijing is preparing to assert its dominance in any future conflict. Adding to the tensions is the incoming Trump administration, which promises to take a hardline approach to counter Beijing. President-elect Donald Trump's policies are expected to focus on economic pressure, military containment. Trump is seeking to fill his administration with China hawks. With its military ambitions spanning nuclear expansion, naval dominance, and aerospace advancements, China is positioning itself as a formidable global challenger. The world watches with unease as the new arms race intensifies. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
The United States has said that China's military power is growing at a pretty unprecedented rate. The Pentagon's annual report has said that Beijing is making its most ambitious move yet, a massive expansion of its nuclear arsenal. And our next story details as to how the American assessment says that China is in fact rapidly working on its goal of expanding its long-range missiles, which can hit deep within the United States of America. Take a look.
China's military rise is reshaping global power dynamics. Its arsenal is expanding. Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads in the past year alone. The People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying efforts to modernize its military infrastructure, from advanced missile systems to hypersonic weapons. Beijing is preparing to assert its dominance in any future conflict. Adding to the tensions is the incoming Trump administration, which promises to take a hardline approach to counter Beijing. President-elect Donald Trump's policies are expected to focus on economic pressure, military containment. Trump is seeking to fill his administration with China hawks. With its military ambitions spanning nuclear expansion, naval dominance and aerospace advancements, China is positioning itself as a formidable global challenger. The world watches with unease as a new arms race intensifies. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
In other news, US says that China's military power is growing at an unprecedented rate. The Pentagon's annual report says that Beijing is making its most ambitious move yet, a massive expansion of its nuclear arsenal.
Our next story details how the American assessment says that China is rapidly working on its goal to expanding its long-range missiles, which can hit deep within the United States. Take a look.
China's military rise is reshaping global power dynamics. Its arsenal is expanding. Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads in the past year alone. The People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying efforts to modernize its military infrastructure, from advanced missile systems to hypersonic weapons. Beijing is preparing to assert its dominance in any future conflict. Adding to the tensions is the incoming Trump administration, which promises to take a hardline approach to counter Beijing. President-elect Donald Trump's policies are expected to focus on economic pressure, military containment. Trump is seeking to fill his administration with China hawks. With its military ambitions spanning nuclear expansion, naval dominance, and aerospace advancements, China is positioning itself as a formidable global challenger. The world watches with unease as a new arms race intensifies. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
The People's Liberation Army's Electronic Warfare Unit has produced a list of targets for a coordinated attack against U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups. This comes at a time when Chinese Navy has been flaunting its power. It has been threatening Taiwan, leaving the United States and its allies worried. Our next story brings you all the details. Take a look.
The dragon is roaring on the high seas. Taiwan is feeling the heat. The Chinese ships keep testing Taiwan's defenses, making Taipei and its allies jittery. China's military machine is flexing its technological muscle. The Chinese Navy is casting an ominous shadow over U.S. naval supremacy in the Pacific. As geopolitical tensions simmer, the People's Liberation Army unveils a chilling blueprint that could fundamentally reshape modern naval warfare. The Chinese military electronic warfare capabilities have reached a critical inflection point, transforming from a regional threat to a global strategic game-changer. The PLA has identified and mapped precise vulnerabilities in U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups, presenting a kill list that sends tremors through Pentagon war rooms. At the heart of this unprecedented revelation lies a meticulously researched strategy targeting the U.S. Navy's most sophisticated defense systems. The PLA's Electronic Warfare Unit has not just created a list, it's crafted a technological roadmap designed to neutralize America's maritime dominance. The revelation, published in the government-supervised defense industry conversion in China, outlines a coordinated strategy to disrupt and neutralize the U.S. Navy's key systems in the event of conflict. The primary target, according to Chinese researchers, is the U.S. Navy's Cooperative Engagement Capability System, a critical air defense and early warning network that connects radar and missile systems across a carrier group. Chinese researchers argue that the CEC's reliance on wireless communication links makes it vulnerable to electronic interference. The PLA is also targeting a loophole on phased array radars aboard U.S. Aegis ships. Chinese experts claim these sophisticated radars can be overwhelmed by advanced technologies like drones, creating noise and false targets to disrupt detection. PLA specialists have also identified U.S. military signal transponders as weak points that could be exploited to infiltrate networks. With over 90% of China's civilian technologies convertible to military use, its dominance in electronic device production gives it a strategic edge. This unprecedented kill list shows the urgent need for the U.S. and its allies to bolster their defenses against China's rapidly advancing electronic warfare capabilities. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
The People's Liberation Army's Electronic Warfare Unit has produced a list of targets for a coordinated attack against U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups. This comes at a time when the Chinese Navy has been flaunting its power. It has been threatening Taiwan, leaving the U.S. and its allies worried. Our next story brings you all the updates.
The dragon is roaring on the high seas. Taiwan is feeling the heat. The Chinese ships keep testing Taiwan's defenses, making Taipei and its allies jittery. China's military machine is flexing its technological muscle. The Chinese Navy is casting an ominous shadow over U.S. naval supremacy in the Pacific. As geopolitical tensions simmer, the People's Liberation Army unveils a chilling blueprint that could fundamentally reshape modern naval warfare. The Chinese military electronic warfare capabilities have reached a critical inflection point, transforming from a regional threat to a global strategic game-changer. The PLA has identified and mapped precise vulnerabilities in U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups, presenting a kill list that sends tremors through Pentagon war rooms. At the heart of this unprecedented revelation lies a meticulously researched strategy targeting the U.S. Navy's most sophisticated defense systems. The PLA's Electronic Warfare Unit has not just created a list, it's crafted a technological roadmap designed to neutralize America's maritime dominance. The revelation, published in the government-supervised defense industry conversion in China, outlines a coordinated strategy to disrupt and neutralize the U.S. Navy's key systems in the event of conflict. The primary target, according to Chinese researchers, is the U.S. Navy's Cooperative Engagement Capability System, a critical air defense and early warning network that connects radar and missile systems across a carrier group. Chinese researchers argue that the CEC's reliance on wireless communication links makes it vulnerable to electronic interference. The PLA is also targeting a loophole on phased array radars aboard US Aegis ships. Chinese experts claim these sophisticated radars can be overwhelmed by advanced technologies like drones, creating noise and false targets to disrupt detection. PLA specialists have also identified US military signal transponders as weak points that could be exploited to infiltrate networks. With over 90% of China's civilian technologies convertible to military use, its dominance in electronic device production gives it a strategic edge. This unprecedented kill list shows the urgent need for the US and its allies to bolster their defenses against China's rapidly advancing electronic warfare capabilities. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
The People's Liberation Army's Electronic Warfare Unit has produced a list of targets for a coordinated attack against U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups. This comes at a time when Chinese Navy has been flaunting its power. It has been threatening Taiwan, leaving U.S. and its allies worried. Here's a report.
The dragon is roaring on the high seas. Taiwan is feeling the heat. The Chinese ships keep testing Taiwan's defenses, making Taipei and its allies jittery. China's military machine is flexing its technological muscle. The Chinese Navy is casting an ominous shadow over US naval supremacy in the Pacific. As geopolitical tensions simmer, the People's Liberation Army unveils a chilling blueprint that could fundamentally reshape modern naval warfare. The Chinese military electronic warfare capabilities have reached a critical inflection point, transforming from a regional threat to a global strategic game-changer. The PLA has identified and mapped precise vulnerabilities in US aircraft carrier strike groups, presenting a kill list that sends tremors through Pentagon war rooms. At the heart of this unprecedented revelation lies a meticulously researched strategy targeting the US Navy's most sophisticated defense systems. The PLA's Electronic Warfare Unit has not just created a list, it's crafted a technological roadmap designed to neutralize America's maritime dominance. The revelation, published in the government-supervised defense industry conversion in China, outlines a coordinated strategy to disrupt and neutralize the US Navy's key systems in the event of conflict. The primary target, according to Chinese researchers, is the US Navy's Cooperative Engagement Capability System, a critical air defense and early warning network that connects radar and missile systems across a carrier group. Chinese researchers argue that the CEC's reliance on wireless communication links makes it vulnerable to electronic interference. The PLA is also targeting a loophole on phased array radars aboard US Aegis ships. Chinese experts claim these sophisticated radars can be overwhelmed by advanced technologies like drones, creating noise and false targets to disrupt detection. PLA specialists have also identified US military signal transponders as weak points that could be exploited to infiltrate networks. With over 90% of China's civilian technologies convertible to military use, its dominance in electronic device production gives it a strategic edge. This unprecedented kill list shows the urgent need for the US and its allies to bolster their defenses against China's rapidly advancing electronic warfare capabilities. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
And tensions continue to simmer in the South China Sea between Beijing and Taipei. In the latest, Taiwan has alleged that it detected Chinese military aircraft and naval vessels around its territory. In a statement, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said that 10 Chinese military aircraft and 5 naval vessels were identified near its shores on Wednesday and on Thursday. The Defense Ministry, in a post on X, said that 4 of the 10 Chinese aircraft crossed the Taiwan Strait median line and entered southwestern and eastern air defense zones. Taiwan has said that they are monitoring the situation and responding accordingly. In recent times, Beijing has heightened its military activity in the South China Sea as it continues to claim sovereignty over Taipei. Earlier, China's foreign ministry had denied the existence of Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense. The statement came after Taiwan announced the arrival of the first batch of US-made Abrams tanks in the island. Now, China's aggression around Taiwan has left Taipei scrambling for a response. Beijing's biggest ever military deployment weeks before U.S. presidential transition has increased fear among Taiwan and neighboring countries. As Taiwan faces a constant threat of an invasion by China, it has received 38 advanced Abrams battle tanks from the United States, the island's first new tanks in 30 years. Washington has long been Taipei's most important ally and biggest arms supplier. The growing U.S.-Taiwan bond has angered Beijing, which claims Taiwan is part of its own territory. China has constantly refused to rule out using force to bring the self-ruled island under its control. Taiwan acquired the advanced tanks as part of its effort to modernize equipment and strengthen defense capabilities. Abrams tanks, which are among the heaviest in the world, are a mainstay of the U.S. military. The Abrams tank features high attack capabilities with its 120mm gun and boasts significant mobility, reaching a maximum speed of 67 kilometers an hour. Reports suggest 42 more units will be delivered to Taiwan in 2025, followed by 28 in 2026. These are same battle tanks that have been supplied by the United States to Ukraine to battle Russian forces. Back in 2006, Abrams tanks were used by the U.S. military against Saddam Hussein's forces in Iraq. In response to the arms deployment in Taiwan, China has issued a stern warning to the United States. It has urged Washington to stop arming Taiwan and supporting Taiwan independence forces. Beijing has vowed to defend its national sovereignty, security and territorial integrity.
China's firm opposition to US-Taiwan military contacts and US arms sales to Taiwan is consistent and clear. We urge the US to abide by the One China principle and the 3 Sino-US joint communiques, especially the provisions of the August 17 communique. Stop arming Taiwan and stop condoning and supporting Taiwan independence forces in their pursuit of independence through force.
While Taiwan has a homegrown defense industry and has been upgrading its equipment, it relies heavily on U.S. arms sales to bolster its security capabilities. Taiwan fears being massively outgunned in terms of troop numbers and firepower in any war with China. It has increased its spending on its military in recent years. Taipei has allocated a record $19 billion for 2024, and next year's budget is set to hit a new high as it seeks to bolster its defense. And tensions continue to simmer in the South China Sea between Beijing and Taipei. In the latest, Taiwan has alleged that it detected Chinese military aircraft and naval vessels around its territory. In a statement, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said that 10 Chinese military aircraft and 5 naval vessels were identified near its shores on Wednesday and Thursday. The Defense Ministry, in a post on social media platform X, said that 4 of the 10 Chinese aircraft crossed the Taiwan Strait median line and entered the southwestern and eastern air defense zones. Taiwan has said that they are monitoring the situation and responding accordingly. In recent times, Beijing has heightened its military activity in the South China Sea as it continues to claim sovereignty over Taipei. Earlier, China's foreign ministry denied the existence of Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense. The statement came after Taiwan announced the arrival of the first batch of US-made Abrams tanks in the island.
U.S. says that China's military power is growing at an unprecedented rate. The Pentagon's annual report says that Beijing is making its most ambitious move yet, a massive expansion of its nuclear arsenal. Our next report details how the American assessment says that China is rapidly working on its goal to expanding its long-range missiles, which can hit deep within the United States.
China's military rise is reshaping global power dynamics. Its arsenal is expanding. Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads in the past year alone. The People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying efforts to modernize its military infrastructure, from advanced missile systems to hypersonic weapons. Beijing is preparing to assert its dominance in any future conflict. Adding to the tensions is the incoming Trump administration, which promises to take a hardline approach to counter Beijing. President-elect Donald Trump's policies are expected to focus on economic pressure, military containment. Trump is seeking to fill his administration with China hawks. With its military ambitions spanning nuclear expansion, naval dominance, and aerospace advancements, China is positioning itself as a formidable global challenger. The world watches with unease as a new arms race intensifies. Bureau Report, Beyond World is One.
The US says that China's military power is growing at an unprecedented rate. The Pentagon's annual report saying Beijing is making its most ambitious move yet, a massive expansion of its nuclear arsenal. Our next story detailing how the American assessment says that China is rapidly working on its goal to expand its long-range missiles, which can hit deep within the United States.
China's military rise is reshaping global power dynamics. Its arsenal is expanding. Its ambitions are soaring. Its defense spending has doubled in the past decade. Beijing is transforming into a dominant force across land, sea, air, and space. The latest Pentagon report reveals that China is rapidly accelerating its nuclear weapons program, with more than 600 nuclear warheads already in its stockpile. China has added more than 100 warheads in the past year alone. The People's Liberation Army is projected to possess over 1,000 warheads by 2030. This would represent one of the fastest nuclear buildups in history, challenging decades of US strategic dominance. Though in terms of total nuclear arsenal, it is still below the stockpile of Americans and Russians. What is more alarming for Pentagon is that Chinese military is developing a new conventional ICBM that could strike Hawaii, Alaska, and the continental US. Pentagon's annual report says that China's military rise doesn't stop there. Its navy is now the world's largest by fleet size, boasting modern destroyers, submarines, and aircraft carriers. The PLA Air Force is expanding its long-range capabilities, conducting joint bomber drills with Russia and exploring new overseas operational locations. China's investments in space weapons signals its determination to neutralize the US's orbital advantage. The Pentagon warns that this dramatic expansion in nuclear and military capabilities could upend the global balance of power. As China builds its arsenal, it is also intensifying.
This is Global Radio Network, your last voice in the apocalypse. To anyone still listening out there, stay tuned. We've intercepted signals from across the globe, painting a chilling picture of humanity's battle for survival. If you're hearing this, you are not alone. The outbreak began weeks ago. Its origins unknown. What started as isolated cases spiraled into a full-scale global catastrophe. Cities have fallen, governments are in shambles, and the undead now outnumber the living in many parts of the world. Entire nations have gone silent. Their radio frequencies dead, replaced only by the crackle of static and the occasional desperate cry for help. The rise of zombies has turned every corner of the planet into a battleground. Streets once teeming with life are now overrun by the shambling hordes, their groans echoing through the empty avenues. Survivors speak of nightmarish encounters where even the slightest noise can draw a relentless swarm. This is not a regional crisis. This is a global collapse. The world as we knew it no longer exists. Before we dive into the intercepted signals, let's take a step back and assess the scale of the impact. The global stock market? Obliterated. Major indices like the Dow Jones, FTSE, and Nikkei have plummeted to zero. The bustling trading floors, once symbols of economic vitality, are now abandoned, overrun by the infected, or completely silent. In a single week, decades of economic progress unraveled, leaving humanity grappling not just with survival, but with a new and brutal scarcity. The collapse of crude oil production has left nations desperate for energy. Abandoned refineries sit as stark reminders of a world paralyzed. Shipping lanes, once teeming with cargo ships delivering goods across continents, are empty. Containers sit unopened in port cities, while the surrounding areas are consumed by chaos. Fuel shortages have turned highways into graveyards of abandoned cars, as people sought refuge, only to find themselves stranded and vulnerable. Water scarcity has become an equally pressing concern. With infrastructure collapsing, millions face dehydration or disease from contaminated supplies. Desperate fights over basic resources are now common, further fracturing a humanity that's already on the brink. And yet, amidst this chaos, there are whispers of resilience. Radio signals from survivors in the most unexpected places, each voice a testament to humanity's will to fight back. These voices, fragile yet defiant, tell stories that demand to be heard. one transmission from Eastern Europe captured the desperation of a family barricaded inside their home. The father's voice, hoarse but determined, described how they fortified their windows and rationed their dwindling food supply to keep the zombies at bay. Another, from South America, detailed a group of survivors daring escape through an infested city, dodging hordes, and losing friends along the way. Every intercepted signal adds a thread to this tapestry of resilience and heartbreak. In Europe, nations are struggling to maintain order. France's capital is silent, save for sporadic gunfire near the Eiffel Tower, where a small group of survivors is rumored to be making their last stand against the undead. In Asia, Tokyo's bright lights have dimmed, the neon glow replaced by flickering fires. China's Great Wall, an ancient symbol of defense, now serves as a literal barrier against the infected in certain regions. And here in the Americas, cities like New York and Los Angeles are all but overrun. Their towering skylines now monuments to human failure. It's not just the cities. Rural areas thought to be safer are also under siege. Reports of infected livestock add another layer of terror to this already unimaginable nightmare. Farmlands that once fed millions are now battlegrounds, their soil stained with blood as survivors fight off relentless zombie attacks. Survivors who once sought refuge in the countryside find themselves fighting not just zombies, but hunger and despair. The fall of global trade has sparked violence over resources, crude oil reserves, gas stations, even water wells. Everything is now a battleground. In the Middle East, once vast oil fields are deserted, the equipment rusting and silent. A transmission intercepted from a survivor near a refinery in Kuwait paints a harrowing picture. They're everywhere. We tried to set the pipeline on fire to keep them away, but it only attracted more of them. Please, if anyone hears this. The transmission abruptly ends, leaving only the hollow crackle of static. This is the world we now inhabit. Stockpiles of resources mean nothing if they can't be defended. The global economy, as we knew it, is a relic of the past. But even amidst the wreckage, humanity finds ways to endure. The voices on these transmissions remind us that where there is breath, there is hope. Every day brings new stories, and every intercepted signal feels like a lifeline. The fight isn't just for survival, it's for the preservation of what makes us human. The laughter of children, the comfort of community, the belief that tomorrow could still hold something better. There is more to come. We'll take you across the globe to the fortified castles of the United Kingdom, to the underground catacombs of Paris. We'll hear stories of faith and resilience from India and learn how the wilderness of Canada has become a refuge for some. There are even whispers of survivors fortifying iconic landmarks, the Burj Khalifa, the Taj Mahal, turning them into improbable sanctuaries amidst the chaos. Stay tuned. These voices, these stories, are the threads that bind humanity together. As long as someone is listening, as long as someone is fighting, the story isn't over. Now, we turn our focus to the United States, a nation once synonymous with resilience and innovation, now transformed into a grim landscape of chaos and survival. The outbreak has spread like wildfire, leaving no corner of the country untouched. Major cities, once bustling with life, are now eerily silent, save for the groans of the undead and the occasional sound of gunfire from desperate survivors. From New York to Los Angeles, the battle to stay alive rages on. Let's start on the East Coast, where New York City, once the beating heart of America, is now a grim battleground. The city that never sleeps has been overtaken by the undead. Manhattan's towering skyscrapers are no longer symbols of ambition, but hollowed-out ruins, their windows shattered and interiors abandoned. Survivors have taken to the shadows, darting between buildings in search of food, water, or a moment of safety. Central Park, once a sanctuary of peace, is now overrun by hordes of zombies. The trees and pathways that once welcomed joggers and families are now stained with blood. the groans of the undead echoing through the park's open spaces. One intercepted transmission paints a haunting picture of life, or what's left of it, in New York. They're everywhere. We tried barricading the doors, but it's no use. Supplies are running low, and they're at the windows now. If anyone can hear this, please send help. The transmission ends abruptly, replaced by static, leaving us to wonder about the fate of the speaker. Los Angeles, on the West Coast, tells a similarly grim tale. The city of stars has gone dark. Hollywood Boulevard, once alive with tourists and flashing lights, is now a desolate wasteland. The iconic Walk of Fame is littered with overturned cars, shattered glass, and hastily abandoned belongings. Survivors speak of the unrelenting danger that lurks around every corner. Zombies shuffle through the once glamorous streets, drawn to even the faintest noise, a clinking can, a whispered word. In the heart of Los Angeles, the famed Hollywood sign still stands, though its letters are stained and battered. Beneath it, survivors cling to hope, using the hills as natural barriers against the undead. But even this elevated refuge is no guarantee of safety. One survivor broadcast described a harrowing escape. "We thought the hills would protect us. They came at night, out of nowhere. We lost so many. If anyone's still out there, don't trust the silence." Las Vegas, the city of lights, has been plunged into darkness. The once vibrant strip, lined with neon signs and opulent casinos, is now a haunting shell of its former self. The Bellagio fountains have run dry, and the once-packed casinos are now home to roaming zombies. Survivors scavenging in the area tells of desperate gambles, not for money, but for their lives. The glitz and glamour of Vegas have been replaced by fear and despair. Yet, amidst the chaos, there are whispers of safe zones. In New York, survivors have turned to the city's underground subway system, transforming abandoned stations into makeshift bunkers. These sanctuaries offer temporary relief, though the constant sound of shuffling feet and distant groans reminds them of the danger lurking just above. Fortified basements and repurposed military facilities are also becoming havens. Though resources are scarce, and trust among strangers is even scarcer. Across the nation, iconic landmarks are being repurposed or abandoned altogether. The Statue of Liberty, a beacon of freedom and hope, now stands as a silent observer to the carnage. Survivors have been seen climbing its base, using its elevated position to spot incoming threats or signal for help. In Washington, D.C., the National Mall has become a battlefield. Military convoys and civilian vehicles lie abandoned, and the once pristine lawns are now scarred by the chaos of evacuation attempts. But even in these dark times, humanity's resilience shines through. Stories of bravery and adaptation are emerging from the shadows. In Los Angeles, a group of survivors fortified a community center, transforming it into a haven for those who managed to escape the streets. One broadcast from this group shared a message of hope. "If you're out there and you can reach us, we'll do what we can to help. We have food, water, and a few weapons. But hurry, the streets aren't safe at night." Scavengers, often described as the unsung heroes of this apocalypse, risk their lives to retrieve essential supplies. They move like ghosts through the ruins, their every step calculated to avoid detection. Engineers and mechanics are repurposing vehicles into makeshift armored transports, capable of plowing through hordes. Families huddle in basements, telling whispered stories to keep their spirits alive, even as the groans of the undead echo outside. Rumors of hope persist. In Colorado, whispers of a fortified compound in the Rocky Mountains have spread, drawing survivors from across the country. It is said to be a stronghold, guarded by natural barriers and man-made defenses. On the West Coast, an abandoned aircraft carrier off the coast of California is rumored to have been turned into a floating sanctuary, housing those fortunate enough to escape by sea. These rumors, whether true or not, provide a flicker of hope in an otherwise dark world. The United States, A land once defined by its ambition and progress is now a nation fighting for survival. But even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit endures. Every intercepted signal, every whispered rumor, every act of courage serves as a reminder that we are not alone in this fight. Stay with us as we continue our journey across the globe. Next, we travel to the United Kingdom, where ancient castles and modern ingenuity combine to create bastions of resistance against the undead. The story isn't over yet. There is still hope, and there is still a fight to be won. This is Global Radio Network, your lifeline in the apocalypse. If you're hearing this, know that humanity is fighting back, even as the undead press in from every direction. Now, we focus on the United Kingdom, a nation that has turned to its ancient history for survival. In a cruel twist of fate, the fortresses and castles that once defended against medieval invasions now stand as humanity's last line of defense against the relentless hordes of zombies. Across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, survivors have sought refuge in the sturdy walls of old castles, using centuries-old defenses to stave off the apocalypse. In the rolling hills of Northumberland, Alnwick Castle has become a bastion for hundreds of survivors. Its thick stone walls, designed to withstand battering rams, now hold firm against the groaning masses of the undead. Signal intercepts from inside describe a mix of medieval ingenuity and modern desperation. Archery teams equipped with makeshift bows guard the parapets, while survivors inside ration food and pray for a miracle. One intercepted signal near the Tower of London captured the grim reality of survival in the capital. We've secured the tower, but supplies are running low. There's no way we can hold if the bridges fall. Keep moving towards Scotland. Edinburgh might still be holding. The voice was steady but laced with fatigue, the kind born from too many sleepless nights and too many battles fought. The Tower of London, a symbol of England's turbulent history, now serves as a fortress once again. Survivors have fortified the iconic structure, turning it into a stronghold against the undead that roam the streets of London. The Thames, once a bustling artery of trade, now glistens with an eerie stillness, its waters reflecting the fires that burn in the city's ruins. But survival in London is tenuous at best. Westminster Abbey, once a place of worship and reflection, has been overrun, its ancient pews splintered, and its stained glass windows shattered. Survivors speak of daring escapes through the underground tunnels, using the city's sprawling network of subway lines to move unseen beneath the hordes. Further west, near Salisbury, another remarkable refuge has emerged. Survivors have turned to Stonehenge, using the ancient stone circle as both a spiritual sanctuary and a defensive position. Though it offers no walls, its symbolism has united those who gather there. One survivor's signal revealed the powerful role of belief in their survival. They come every night, but we hold together. The stones. They give us strength. If anyone hears this, we need help. Supplies, weapons. We can't last much longer. Scotland, too, has embraced its history of resilience. Edinburgh Castle, perched atop its volcanic rock, has become a fortress for thousands. The steep cliffs and narrow pathways leading to the castle have made it one of the safest locations in the UK. Intercepted transmissions from within the castle walls tell of a highly organized defense. Edinburgh is holding. Bring survivors here if you can. Supplies are rationed, but the defenses are strong. We need more hands to build barricades. There's still time to save lives. In Wales, Caernarfon Castle has similarly become a haven. Survivors there have tapped into their heritage, using traditional hunting techniques and even restoring medieval weaponry to fend off the undead. Reports from the area describe long nights spent repelling waves of zombies. The survivors working together as a cohesive unit to defend their sanctuary. As for the royal family, their fate remains a mystery. Early transmissions suggested they had been evacuated to a remote Scottish estate, but subsequent signals have gone silent. This uncertainty has fueled countless rumors. Some claim they are leading a group of survivors, while others suggest they fell victim to the outbreak during the early days of the collapse. Whatever the truth, their absence has left the UK without a symbolic leader in its darkest hour. Meanwhile, local communities across the UK have embraced ingenuity and cooperation to survive. Villages in the countryside have built makeshift barricades using tractors, hay bales, and anything else they can find. Fields once used for farming have been transformed into campsites for displaced families, their borders marked by barbed wire and watchtowers made from salvaged materials. These rural sanctuaries are far from impregnable, but they offer a sense of solidarity that is otherwise hard to come by. In some areas, survivors have resorted to ancient strategies to fend off the undead. Moats are being refilled around old castles, creating a watery barrier to slow down the relentless hordes. Fire, too, has become a weapon of choice. Controlled burns are used to clear areas of infection, though the risk of losing control remains ever present. Despite these efforts, the situation remains dire. Food shortages have become a pressing concern, with supply chains shattered and farmland overrun. Scavenging parties venture into the cities, risking their lives to retrieve supplies from abandoned supermarkets and warehouses. Their return is often met with both relief and sorrow, as not all who leave come back. Yet, amidst the darkness, there are glimmers of hope. The United Kingdom's spirit of defiance remains unbroken. Signals intercepted from across the region carry messages of resilience and unity. One such transmission, originating from a small village in Cornwall, struck a chord. We're still here. The nights are hard, and we've lost so much. But we're not giving up. If you're out there, keep fighting. We'll make it through this together. As the UK braces for yet another wave of the undead, survivors continue to adapt, relying on both ancient fortifications and modern ingenuity to endure. The castles, towers, and stone circles that once stood as relics of a bygone era now serve as beacons of hope in a world consumed by darkness. Stay with us as we journey onward. Next, we turn our attention to India, where faith, tradition, and resourcefulness are shaping a unique fight for survival in the face of unimaginable odds. This is Global Radio Network, your voice in the apocalypse. The fight isn't over yet. If you're listening to this broadcast, you are not alone. Now, we bring you stories of survival and resilience from India, where faith and tradition have become the cornerstones of endurance in the face of a zombie apocalypse. In the midst of chaos, India's rich tapestry of religions, communities, and cultural strength is offering a beacon of hope. Across the country, survivors are coming together in extraordinary ways, blending faith, ingenuity, and tradition to fight back against the relentless undead. In Agra, the Taj Mahal, an eternal symbol of love, has become a sanctuary for hundreds of survivors. Locals have barricaded the perimeter with everything they could find: iron gates, sandbags, and broken down vehicles. Inside, priests, imams, and community leaders have joined forces to maintain a fragile sense of peace. Daily prayers echo through the grand marble halls, their solemnity a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. Survivors have described the atmosphere as both haunting and inspiring. One message, intercepted from within the Taj Mahal, told of their determination. We may not have much, but we have each other. The Taj has stood for centuries, and so will we. We won't let the undead take this from us. Further north, the Red Fort in Delhi has been transformed into a fortified stronghold. The towering sandstone walls, once symbols of India's imperial past, are now a shield against the undead. Survivors from across the city have converged here, creating a patchwork community of families, scavengers, and defenders. Reports from within the fort speak of organized efforts to fend off nightly attacks, with volunteers standing a guard on the ramparts. One survivor described the scene. We've turned the old cannons into barricades. Every night they come, but we hold. The Red Fort is more than just walls. It's our lifeline. Across the country, faith has emerged as a powerful, unifying force. temples, mosques, churches, and gurudwaras have opened their doors to survivors, offering shelter and spiritual solace. In Varanasi, one of the holiest cities in Hinduism, priests perform daily rituals by the Ganges River, praying for protection and guidance. Survivors gather on the ghats, lighting lamps and chanting mantras to ward off despair. Despite the looming threat of the undead, the rituals continue, their persistence a testament to the city's indomitable spirit. In Amritsar, the Golden Temple has become a sanctuary, not just for Sikhs, but for people of all faiths. The community kitchens, or langars, continue to serve food to the hungry, even as supplies dwindle. Volunteers work tirelessly, preparing meals and fortifying the temple's defenses. One intercepted signal captured the essence of their resolve. We may be surrounded, but we will not turn anyone away. This is a place of hope, and hope is what the world needs. Spiritual leaders across India have risen to the occasion, rallying their followers with messages of unity and perseverance. From the monasteries of Ladakh to the churches of Kerala, their voices echo with determination. In Rajasthan, a Jain monk has taken to broadcasting messages of hope, using a solar-powered transmitter to reach survivors. Do not give in to fear. Together, we are stronger than the darkness. The undead may take our lands, but they cannot take our humanity. Beyond the cities, rural India has adapted in its own unique way. Villages have created intricate networks of barricades using thorny bushes, mud walls, and even trenches filled with water to slow down the undead. Community elders, often seen as the pillars of rural life, have stepped up as leaders, organizing patrols and rationing food. In some areas, traditional festivals have been repurposed to boost morale. Survivors light bonfires, dance, and sing, finding moments of joy amidst the horror. However, the challenges are immense. Food and water are running dangerously low in many areas. Scavenging parties risk their lives, venturing into infected zones to retrieve supplies. The undead are relentless, and every venture comes with the risk of never returning. Yet, even in the face of these hardships, the spirit of survival persists. One of the most extraordinary stories comes from Kerala, where a group of fishermen has turned the backwaters into a refuge. Using their boats, they ferry survivors to isolated islands, creating makeshift communities away from the mainland. Their knowledge of the waterways has made them invaluable, and their efforts have saved countless lives. One survivor described their experience. The boatmen came at night, silent and swift. They brought us to the islands. It's not perfect, but it's safe. For now, that's all we need. Even as survivors adapt and resist, India's iconic landmarks remain at the center of the struggle. In Jaipur, the Amer Fort has become a symbol of hope for the surrounding region. Survivors have taken to lighting torches along its walls at night, creating a beacon for those still searching for safety. In Mumbai, the Gateway of India stands defiant. Its arch is now a gathering point for those seeking refuge near the sea. Despite the overwhelming odds, the unity and resilience of India's people shine through. Every intercepted signal, every whispered prayer, and every act of kindness speaks to the unyielding spirit of a nation that refuses to give up. As we move forward in this broadcast, remember this. Humanity's strength lies not just in its defenses, but in its ability to find light in the darkest of times. Stay with us as we continue our journey. Next, we'll explore how Japan, with its blend of technology and tradition, is fighting back against the undead. The story is far from over, and neither are we. Now, our journey takes us to Japan, a nation that has turned its technological prowess and cultural discipline into powerful weapons against the undead. When the outbreak reached Japan, it was met with a calculated and strategic response. Early warnings were issued across the archipelago, and while panic set in elsewhere, Japan's communities banded together with a sense of order and resilience. Yet, even the best prepared nation could not escape the relentless spread of the undead. In Tokyo, the once bustling bustling streets of Shibuya and Shinjuku now lie silent, littered with abandoned cars and scattered debris. The neon lights that define the city have dimmed, their glow replaced by the flicker of fires and the occasional flash of drone lights overhead. Survivors in the capital have turned to technology to even the odds. Drones patrol the skies, equipped with infrared cameras and loudspeakers to track and distract the undead. These machines, controlled by operators hidden in fortified buildings, have become essential tools for survival. One intercepted signal from a drone operator in Tokyo paints a vivid picture of the situation. The drones are holding them off for now, but we can't last much longer. Our defenses are. Static noise interrupts the signal. The broadcast ends abruptly, a chilling reminder of the precariousness of their position. Beyond the drones, Japan's engineering ingenuity is on full display. Automated barricades have been set up around key areas, using sensors to detect movement and deploy barriers at a moment's notice. Robots, originally designed for manufacturing or delivery services, have been repurposed to assist in evacuation efforts, transporting supplies, and even acting as decoys to lure zombies away from vulnerable groups. While technology plays a vital role, Japan's cultural elements also shine through in its response to the apocalypse. In rural areas, survivors have drawn on traditional practices to adapt to the new reality. Villages have created intricate warning systems using bells, gongs, and fireworks, alerting residents of approaching danger. Community leaders, often elders, have taken charge, organizing nightly patrols and ensuring that no one is left behind. The disciplined nature of Japanese society has proven invaluable in the face of chaos. Survivors speak of coordinated efforts to share resources and maintain order, even in the most desperate circumstances. In one small town near Kyoto, residents have turned their local temple into a sanctuary. Monks lead daily rituals, offering spiritual solace to those seeking refuge. One intercepted signal from this temple shared a message of hope. We've fortified the temple grounds. The bells still ring every morning. The undead may take our streets, but they won't take our spirit. Japan's infrastructure has also played a key role in its survival strategy. The country's network of underground tunnels and metro systems has been repurposed into evacuation routes and shelter zones. In Osaka, survivors have turned an old subway station into a self-sufficient refuge, complete with hydroponic farms and solar-powered generators. Messages intercepted from these underground havens speak of determination and ingenuity. We've built something sustainable. It's not perfect, but it's home. We're safe here, at least for now. Meanwhile, in Hiroshima, a survivor group has taken to broadcasting nightly updates using a restored radio tower to reach out to others across the region. Their broadcasts share vital information about safe zones, supply drops, and zombie movement patterns. One of their messages captured the resilience of the Japanese people. Together, we can survive this. Stay disciplined, stay vigilant. Help is out there. In addition to technology and discipline, Japan's approach to the undead includes a calculated survival strategy. Martial arts dojos across the country have reopened their doors, training survivors in techniques for close combat. Samurai swords, preserved as family heirlooms or displayed in museums, have found their way back into the hands of skilled fighters. Survivors have adapted traditional techniques to take on the undead, blending history with necessity. In the countryside, farmers have turned their lands into defensive strongholds. Bamboo groves, with their dense and impenetrable growth, are used as natural barriers. Rice paddies have been flooded to create moats, slowing down the advancing hordes. One intercepted signal from a farmer in Hokkaido shared their story. We've turned the land into our weapon. The zombies are slow, but they never stop coming. We'll hold them off for as long as we can. Despite these efforts, the challenges remain immense. Food and medical supplies are running low, and every day brings new losses. Survivors speak of exhaustion and fear, but also of an unyielding determination to protect what remains. In Nagasaki, a group of engineers has begun work on a new type of fortified shelter designed to withstand prolonged sieges. Their message, intercepted during a recent broadcast, summed up their resolve. We don't just survive, we rebuild. This is not the end of Japan. Amidst the devastation, cultural landmarks continue to play a significant role in uniting survivors. The historic Kinkakuji Temple in Kyoto has become a beacon of hope for those seeking sanctuary. Its golden exterior, reflecting the sunlight, is visible for miles, drawing survivors to its fortified grounds. In Tokyo, the Imperial Palace remains untouched, its gates closed, but its symbolism, a reminder of Japan's enduring strength. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the Japanese people continue to inspire with their resilience, creativity, and discipline. From the neon-lit streets of Tokyo to the serene landscapes of the countryside, every effort, every act of courage is a testament to their unbreakable spirit. Stay with us as we continue to bring you stories of survival and hope from around the globe. Next, we turn to France, where vibrant communities are using music and unity to stand strong against the apocalypse. This is Global Radio Network, reminding you that the fight isn't over yet. Now we turn our signal to France, a nation renowned for its art, culture, and history. Now, amidst the relentless spread of the undead, its people fight not just to survive, but to preserve the legacy of centuries past. From the streets of Paris to the countryside vineyards, the battle for survival is intertwined with the fight to protect France's soul. In Paris, the Eiffel Tower still stands tall, but its glow has faded, replaced by the flickering flames of desperate survivors. The Champ de Mars, once a hub for picnics and laughter, is now a battleground. Survivors have set up barricades along the Seine, using overturned cars and metal fencing to slow the advancing hordes. Messages intercepted from these makeshift fortresses tell of fierce resistance. We're holding the bridges. If they fall, the tower will be next. We need more hands. Supplies are running low, but we'll fight until we can't. The Eiffel Tower itself has become a rallying point for those who refuse to abandon their city. Survivors have scaled its heights, using its vantage point to monitor the movements of the undead below. At night, torches flicker along its levels, a haunting yet hopeful sight in a city otherwise shrouded in darkness. Not far from the tower, the Louvre has become another focal point in the fight for survival. The iconic glass pyramid, once a symbol of art and enlightenment, is now encased in layers of protective scaffolding. Survivors inside have made it their mission to save the treasures within, even as the undead press against the museum's barricades. One intercepted signal from within the Louvre captured the determination of its defenders. We've sealed the entrances. The Mona Lisa is safe for now. This is more than art. It's our history, our identity. We won't let them take it. The fight to protect France's cultural heritage extends beyond Paris. In smaller towns and cities, efforts are underway to safeguard ancient cathedrals, castles, and libraries. In Chartres, survivors have fortified the cathedral using its towering spires to spot approaching hordes. The stained glass windows, centuries old, now cast their light over barricades and weapon stockpiles. Beneath Paris, the catacombs have become a refuge for those seeking safety. The labyrinthine tunnels, which hold the remains of millions, are now a stark contrast to the chaos above. Survivors navigate the maze of passages, setting up camps in its hidden corners. One broadcast, intercepted from the catacombs, revealed the dire conditions within. The catacombs are our last resort. Supplies are low, but will preserve our heritage at all costs. Down here, surrounded by history, we find strength. The underground shelters, while offering some protection, come with their own perils. The darkness is absolute, and the air is thick with damp and decay. Survivors speak in whispers, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Even here, the undead find their way, forcing those inside to remain ever vigilant. Outside the capital, the French countryside tells a different story. Vineyards in Bordeaux and Burgundy have been repurposed into fortified camps. Rows of grapevines, once carefully cultivated for fine wines, now serve as natural barriers against the undead. Farmers and winemakers, armed with makeshift weapons, stand shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors, defending their land and their livelihoods. One intercepted message from a vineyard-turned-refuge captured their resolve. We've lost so much already, but we won't lose this. Our families, our heritage, this is what we fight for. In the Loire Valley, castles that once housed nobility have become sanctuaries for survivors. Chambord and Chenonceau, with their high walls and strategic locations, offer both protection and hope. Survivors have taken to lighting fires along the ramparts at night, signaling to those still searching for safety. These beacons, visible for miles, are a reminder that humanity endures. Back in Paris, the artists of Montmartre are finding their own ways to resist. Painters, sculptors, and musicians have come together, creating works that capture both the horror and the resilience of the apocalypse. Their art serves as a testament to the enduring spirit of France, even in its darkest hour. A message intercepted from a hidden studio in Montmartre spoke of their efforts. The undead can take our streets, but they can't take our voices. We'll leave something behind, a reminder that we were here, that we fought. Despite the relentless onslaught, the French people's dedication to preserving their culture and history remains unbroken. From the defenders of the Louvre to the farmers in Bordeaux, every act of resistance is a declaration of defiance. They fight not just for survival, but for the soul of their nation. As we prepare to shift our focus to another corner of the world, remember this: humanity's greatest strength lies in its ability to hold on to hope, even as the darkness closes in. Stay tuned. Next, we'll turn our signal to Russia, where the wilderness offers both refuge and peril in equal measure. This is Global Radio Network, reminding you that the story isn't over. Together we fight, and together we endure. Finally, we turn our focus to Russia, a land of resilience where survival is shaped by sheer force and strategy. In the face of the undead, Russia's vast expanse has become both an advantage and a challenge. From fortified military bases to heavily armed civilian strongholds, the nation's response is nothing short of a battle-hardened war front. Russia's military has long been synonymous with strength and discipline, and in this crisis, it has become the backbone of the country's survival. Across the sprawling expanse of Siberia, fortified bases serve as lifelines for scattered survivors. These installations, originally designed for warfare, have been repurposed into bastions of resistance. High concrete walls, reinforced gates, and watchtowers equipped with automated turrets stand as formidable barriers against the relentless undead. One intercepted broadcast from a base near Novosibirsk paints a vivid picture of their unyielding resolve. We won't fall. Civilians, report to the nearest base. Supplies are limited, but will protect you. If you hear this, move quickly. The infected are closing in. Gunfire and distant explosions punctuate the transmission, a stark reminder of the ongoing battle. In Moscow, the Kremlin remains a symbol of defiance. Its iconic red walls and towers have been fortified with sandbags, barbed wire, and sniper positions. Soldiers patrol the perimeter, their rifles ready to pick off any approaching zombies. Civilians who manage to reach the city's center speak of an eerie calm inside the fortified zone, a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. Yet supplies within the Kremlin are dwindling, and tensions run high as military leaders prioritize defense strategies over humanitarian needs. The Moscow Metro, one of the deepest underground systems in the world, has become a critical refuge for the city's population. Originally built to withstand nuclear attacks, the Metro's tunnels now serve as shelters for thousands of survivors. Messages intercepted from within the Metro reveal the harsh realities of life underground. We've sealed the tunnels, but we're running out of food. It's dark, damp, and cold, but we're alive. The soldiers above are keeping the infected at bay for now. Further north, St. Petersburg has adopted a different approach. The historic Winter Palace, once home to the Tsars, now serves as a command center for military operations in the region. Artillery placements surround the palace, and its halls are filled with maps, radio equipment, and exhausted soldiers. Reports from survivors describe coordinated efforts to evacuate civilians from the outskirts while holding key positions in the city. One intercepted signal from the area carried a grim message. We've lost contact with the northern outposts. Reinforcements are stretched thin. If you're in the city, stay inside. Help may not come. In Siberia, the freezing temperatures have proven to be both a blessing and a curse. The undead, though relentless, are slowed by the cold, their movement sluggish in sub-zero conditions. Survivors have taken advantage of this, setting up encampments in the frozen wilderness. Yet, the harsh environment poses its own dangers. One message from a group near Lake Baikal told of their struggle. We thought the cold would save us. It slows them down, yes, but it doesn't stop them. We've lost too many to frostbite and starvation. If anyone hears this, bring supplies. Despite these challenges, Russia's military dominance remains a powerful force. Armored convoys patrol the countryside, clearing roads and escorting survivors to safety. Tanks, originally designed for battlefield combat, now crush hordes of zombies beneath their treads. Fighter jets streak across the skies, conducting reconnaissance missions and airstrikes on large groups of the undead. In one of the most ambitious operations to date, Russian forces launched an assault on a massive zombie horde near the Ural Mountains. Survivors who witnessed the battle described a scene of unprecedented destruction. The sky was lit with fire, artillery shells rained down, and the sound of machine guns was deafening. The infected kept coming, but they didn't stand a chance. It was terrifying and incredible at the same time. Yet, not all of Russia's defenses rely on traditional military tactics. In rural areas, local communities have embraced guerrilla warfare to protect their homes. Traps and pitfalls are set along forest trails designed to incapacitate the undead. Farmers have repurposed agricultural equipment into weapons, using tractors and combines to cut through zombie hordes. Messages from these areas speak of ingenuity and determination. We don't have tanks or planes, but we have the land. This is our home, and we won't let them take it. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, cultural landmarks remain symbols of hope and resistance. The Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Moscow has become a gathering point for survivors seeking spiritual solace. Priests lead prayers and distribute what little food and water they can spare. One broadcast from the cathedral carried a message of unity. We are not soldiers, but we fight in our own way. Our faith is our weapon, and it will not waver. In the shadows of the apocalypse, whispers of experimental defenses have begun to surface. Scientists and engineers in secret facilities are reportedly working on advanced weapons to combat the undead, from flamethrowers designed for mass clearing operations to prototypes of automated drones capable of delivering surgical strikes. These innovations could tip the balance in humanity's favor. One intercepted signal hinted at these developments. The tests were successful. Deployment begins soon. This may be our only chance. As Russia continues its relentless fight, stories of heroism and sacrifice emerge from every corner. Soldiers stand their ground against impossible odds, knowing their actions provide a lifeline for those behind them. Civilians, armed with whatever they can find, defend their families and communities with unyielding courage. One final message from a soldier near Vladivostok encapsulates the spirit of the nation. We don't stop, we don't run, we fight. For every person still alive, we fight. Stay with us as we continue to bring you stories of resilience and survival from across the globe. Next, we turn to Canada, where vibrant communities use music and unity to stand strong against the apocalypse. This is Global Radio Network, reminding you that humanity's story is far from over. Now our signal takes us to Canada, a nation where the vast wilderness has become both a refuge and a battleground. From the dense forests of British Columbia to the icy expanses of the Yukon, survivors are leveraging nature itself to resist the relentless march of the undead. When the outbreak began, Canada's urban centers were among the first to feel the impact. Toronto, the country's largest city, descended into chaos within days. Yonge Street, once vibrant and bustling, became a corridor of panic as the undead surged through the streets. Attempts to establish order were met with limited success. One intercepted signal from a police officer near the CN Tower revealed the grim reality. We've got barricades up, but it's not enough. There are too many of them. If you're out there, head north. The city won't hold. In Montreal, the Old Port area became a refuge for those seeking safety. Survivors fortified the historic district, using its narrow streets and stone buildings to their advantage. Reports from within speak of desperate battles as the undead pressed against makeshift barricades. The same story unfolded in Vancouver, where the seawall trails that once offered peaceful views became paths of escape for those fleeing the downtown core. As urban centers fell, the Canadian wilderness became the last hope for many. The country's vast forests, rivers, and mountains offered a chance to escape the hordes. Survivors took to the backcountry, relying on nature to shield them from the apocalypse. One intercepted broadcast from a group in the Rockies carried a message of hope. The forests are safer, but winters are harsh. If you hear this, head north. The undead can't survive the cold. In the remote reaches of Canada's northern territories, the extreme cold has proven to be a powerful ally. The undead, while relentless, are slowed and eventually immobilized by the freezing temperatures. Survivors have taken to fortifying cabins and hunting lodges, creating pockets of resistance in the icy wilderness. However, the harsh environment poses its own challenges. Food is scarce, and the cold can be as deadly as the undead. One transmission from a survivor near Yellowknife shared their plight. We've got firewood and some canned goods, but that's it. The snow covers everything. If anyone hears this, we need help. Indigenous communities across Canada have drawn on centuries-old traditions to adapt to the new reality. In the forests of British Columbia, First Nations groups have used their deep knowledge of the land to establish secure enclaves. Hunting techniques such as setting traps and tracking game have been repurposed to fend off the undead. Elders play a vital role, passing down skills and wisdom that have become essential for survival. One intercepted message from a community leader captured their spirit. Our ancestors survived the harshest of times. We carry their strength. Together, we'll endure this too. In the prairies, Métis communities have leveraged their expertise in navigation and self-sufficiency to protect their families. Reports from Saskatchewan tell of survivors using river canoes to move supplies and people between safe zones. The ability to traverse waterways has given them a significant advantage, allowing them to avoid roads overrun by the undead. Even in these desperate times, stories of resilience and ingenuity emerge. In the forests of Ontario, a group of survivors turned a logging camp into a self-sufficient settlement. They built watchtowers from timber and created a perimeter using felled trees. Their message, intercepted during a recent broadcast, was both practical and hopeful. We've got shelter, food, and tools. If you can make it here, you're welcome. Just don't come alone. The woods aren't safe. The challenges faced by those in the wilderness are immense. Food supplies run low, and encounters with wildlife add another layer of danger. Survivors speak of wolves and bears that have become more aggressive, competing for limited resources. Despite these hardships, the wilderness offers something the cities cannot, a chance to escape the relentless hordes. Yet, even in the wilderness, there is no absolute safety. The undead, though slower in the cold, are relentless in their pursuit. Survivors have adapted by forming mobile camps, moving frequently to stay ahead of the danger. In Manitoba, one group shared their strategy in an intercepted transmission. We don't stay anywhere too long. Always keep moving, always stay together. The cold is on our side, but we can't get comfortable. Back in the cities, efforts to maintain order continue, though success is limited. In Toronto, survivors have turned the city's underground path system into a network of safe zones. The tunnels, originally designed to connect businesses and transit, now serve as shelters and escape routes. One message from within the path carried a warning. If you're coming down here, bring a light. It's dark, and they're still finding their way in. In Calgary, the Saddle Dome, once home to hockey games and concerts, has been converted into a fortified shelter. Survivors there have established a system of trade, exchanging food and supplies for protection and medical care. Reports from the area speak of a community struggling to hold together amidst the chaos. Despite the challenges, Canada's survivors continue to find ways to endure. The country's natural beauty, once a source of pride, has become its greatest ally. From the dense forests of Quebec to the icy tundra of Nunavut, the land itself offers protection and hope. As we continue to share these stories, remember this: humanity's strength lies in its ability to adapt and persevere. Now we turn our focus to the Earth itself, as it bears the weight of humanity's collapse. The outbreak has not only decimated populations, but has also drastically altered the planet's climate and environment. The skies are darker, the air colder, and the very fabric of nature seems to mourn alongside us. Across the globe, weather patterns have become unpredictable and severe, with industrial operations grinding to a halt. Pollutants have diminished in some areas, leading to cleaner air and clearer skies. However, the shutdown of human activity has also triggered a cascade of unintended consequences. Crops are failing, storms are intensifying, and temperatures are shifting in ways that challenge humanity's survival even further. In regions where nuclear facilities were abandoned during the chaos, the fallout has created localized environmental disasters. One intercepted transmission from Eastern Europe described a grim scene near a nuclear plant. The area is silent, but the Geiger counter won't stop clicking. The zombies don't care about the radiation, but we can't stay here. The storms are worse too. It's as if the land is fighting us. The collapse of energy grids and industrial facilities has also led to widespread fires. Oil refineries, factories, and storage depots, abandoned during the outbreak, have erupted into uncontrolled blazes. In the Middle East, the skies over once bustling oil fields are now choked with black smoke. Survivors report that the toxic fumes linger for miles, creating an uninhabitable wasteland. One message from a survivor near Kuwait captured the despair. The fires haven't stopped, the air burns your throat, and the ground is too hot to touch. We can't live here anymore. In the Americas, the agricultural heartlands of the Midwest are seeing a new kind of devastation. Without human intervention, irrigation systems have failed, and fields once teeming with crops now lie barren. Severe droughts, exacerbated by changing weather patterns, have turned fertile lands into dust bowls. Survivors in these areas speak of food shortages and the difficulty of finding clean water. The rivers are drying up, one broadcast from Kansas warned. We're digging deeper wells, but there's no guarantee. The storms come and go, but the rain doesn't help. It just floods and then disappears. Extreme weather events have become a common occurrence. Hurricanes in the Atlantic have grown more frequent and destructive, sweeping through coastal regions and obliterating anything in their path. In the Pacific, typhoons have devastated island nations, leaving survivors with little more than wreckage and rising sea levels. In intercepted signals from the Caribbean, survivors described their plight. The water took everything. There's nowhere to run. The storms keep coming, and the undead follow right behind them. In colder regions, winters have grown harsher. Siberia, Alaska, and Scandinavia, once seen as potential refuges due to the zombies' inability to withstand extreme cold, are now grappling with blizzards and freezing temperatures that make survival nearly impossible. One message from a survivor in northern Canada highlighted the dual threats of weather and starvation. The cold slows the zombies, but it's killing us too. We can't hunt, and the snow buries everything. If we don't find food soon, we won't make it. Even tropical regions are not spared. In the Amazon rainforest, the lack of human oversight has allowed fires to spread unchecked, destroying vast swathes of biodiversity. Survivors in the area report not just the difficulty of navigating the dense jungle, but also the rising temperatures and dwindling resources. The forest feels alive, but not in a good way. One intercepted message from Brazil shared, "It's harder to move, harder to breathe. The fires are closing in and the water is drying up." Perhaps the most striking change is in the skies. Across the world, the absence of human activity has led to a drop in greenhouse gas emissions. But the resulting atmospheric shifts have created unanticipated consequences. Dust storms sweep through arid regions, coating everything in a fine, suffocating layer. Acid rain falls in areas where industrial pollution still lingers, corroding what little remains of human infrastructure. Survivors from urban centers like Beijing and Los Angeles describe a haunting transformation. The air is cleaner, but the skies are gray. It's like the world is holding its breath, waiting for the end. Despite the devastation, some regions are witnessing a resurgence of wildlife. In parts of Africa, savannas are reclaiming abandoned towns, and animals roam freely where humans once dominated. In Europe, wolves and bears have been spotted in areas where they hadn't been seen in decades. However, this resurgence comes with its own challenges, as survivors now face not only zombies, but also a growing number of encounters with wild animals. One signal from a group in Romania warned, "The wolves are back. They're not afraid of us anymore." It's a strange feeling. They belong here and we don't. The changes to the planet are undeniable, and while some offer glimpses of renewal, others signal an environment growing increasingly hostile to human life. The apocalypse has reshaped the Earth, and humanity's ability to adapt will determine its fate. As we move forward in this broadcast, remember this: survival isn't just about facing the undead. It's about enduring the changing world they've left behind. Stay tuned as we continue our journey. Next, we turn our focus to safe havens across the globe, exploring the places where survivors believe they can find refuge from the chaos. This is Global Radio Network, reminding you that the fight isn't over yet. Exploring the safe havens where survivors have found refuge. While no place is truly impervious to the undead, these sanctuaries represent humanity's ingenuity and determination to endure. In the United States, survival has gone underground. From decommissioned missile silos in the Midwest to custom-built fallout shelters in the Rockies, bunkers have become critical lifelines for those fleeing the relentless undead. These fortresses, buried beneath the earth, are equipped with air filtration systems, solar-powered generators, and enough supplies to sustain small communities for months. One intercepted signal from a bunker in Kansas paints a picture of their isolated existence. We've sealed the doors, the air is clean, the food is rationed, and the undead can't reach us. But the silence, it's deafening. If anyone is out there, know that we're waiting for the day we can step outside again. While these underground havens provide safety, they are not without challenges. Supplies dwindle, and the psychological toll of living in confined spaces grows heavier with each passing day. Still, for those lucky enough to find shelter beneath the ground, it's a chance to survive. In the UK, history has become a lifeline. Castles, with their towering stone walls and strategic locations, are now bastions of survival. Edinburgh Castle in Scotland is one of the most well-known strongholds. Perched on a volcanic rock, it offers a naturally defensible position, and survivors have fortified it further with modern barriers and weaponry. An intercepted transmission from within Edinburgh Castle described the scene. The castle is holding strong. We've got food stores and a decent water supply. The Highlands are safer, but getting here isn't easy. If you can make it, we'll take you in. Elsewhere in Scotland, the rugged terrain of the Highlands provides a natural barrier against the undead. Survivors who venture into these remote areas rely on the land itself, using rivers, cliffs, and dense forests to evade the hordes. In England, castles like Warwick and Dover have been repurposed into sanctuaries. Their medieval defenses, designed to repel invaders centuries ago, now serve as the last line of defense against the apocalypse. Survivors gather within these ancient walls, sharing resources and hope. India's sanctuaries are places of faith and community. Temples, mosques, churches, and gurudwaras have become refugees for those seeking shelter and spiritual solace. The Taj Mahal in Agra has been transformed into a symbol of resilience. Survivors have fortified its grounds, using its majestic walls to keep the undead at bay. One intercepted signal from the Taj Mahal captured the unity within. We are many faiths, but we are one people. Together, we pray, we fight, and we survive. The Taj will stand as it always has. In Varanasi, the ghats along the Ganges have become gathering points for survivors. Priests conduct rituals by the river, offering prayers for protection, while survivors fortify the ancient steps. The Golden Temple in Amritsar continues its tradition of providing food to all who arrive, even as supplies dwindle. These sanctuaries are not just places of survival, they are beacons of hope. They remind survivors of their shared humanity, even as the world outside falls apart. Beneath the streets of Paris lies a labyrinth of tunnels known as the catacombs. Once a resting place for the remains of millions, these underground chambers have become a refuge for the living. The catacombs' maze-like structure offers safety from the undead above, but life within is far from easy. Messages intercepted from within the catacombs describe a world of darkness and survival. We've mapped the tunnels and blocked the entrances. The air is damp and supplies are low, but we're safe for now. Above ground, survivors have fortified landmarks like the Louvre and Notre Dame. The Eiffel Tower serves as a watchtower, its height offering a vantage point to monitor the city's streets. While the fight continues on the surface, the catacombs remain a hidden sanctuary for those who can navigate their depths. In Canada, the vast wilderness has become the ultimate refuge. Survivors flee the cities, seeking safety in the dense forests and remote mountains. The undead, while relentless, struggle to navigate the rugged terrain. Survivors have turned cabins, hunting lodges, and even treehouses into makeshift shelters. An intercepted broadcast from a group in the Yukon described their icy sanctuary. The cold keeps them at bay, but it's not easy. Food is scarce, and the nights are long. If you're out there, head north. The undead can't survive the frost. Indigenous communities across Canada have leveraged traditional knowledge to thrive in the wilderness. They use hunting techniques, natural traps, and herbal medicine to sustain their groups. In British Columbia, survivors have formed enclaves deep within the forests, relying on rivers and lakes for sustenance. In the UAE, survival is found in the sky. The towering skyscrapers of Dubai, designed as symbols of luxury and innovation, have become fortresses against the undead. The Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, stands as a sanctuary above the chaos. An intercepted message from within the Burj Khalifa shared their story. We've sealed the lower floors and set traps in the stairwells. Up here, we're safe. We have water tanks and enough food for now. The height gives us hope. Other high-rises in Dubai and Abu Dhabi have adopted similar strategies, using their height and security systems to create safe zones. Survivors use drones and binoculars to monitor the streets below, coordinating supply runs and rescue missions. While each region's safe havens reflect its unique geography and culture, the common thread is humanity's ingenuity and resilience. From underground bunkers to fortified castles, religious sanctuaries to towering skyscrapers, these sanctuaries are testaments to our ability to adapt and endure. Yet, none of these havens are truly impenetrable. Supplies run low, tensions rise, and the undead remain ever present. But as long as these safe zones hold, they offer a chance, a flicker of hope in a world consumed by darkness. In the face of overwhelming chaos and despair, humanity has always turned to faith and culture for solace, strength, and unity. Tonight, we explore how the world's religions are providing hope and guidance in these dark times, acting as beacons for the desperate, even as the undead roam. Across Christian communities worldwide, churches have become places of refuge and resilience. In rural towns and bustling cities alike, the faithful have gathered within sanctuaries, their stone walls offering physical and spiritual protection. Pastors and priests hold candlelit services, their sermons filled with messages of hope and perseverance, often drawing from apocalyptic scriptures. An intercepted signal from a small church in Italy described the resilience of its congregation. We've barricaded the doors and windows. Every night, we pray for deliverance. The undead press against the walls, but inside we find peace. This is not the end. It's a test of our faith. In the United States, some churches have adopted a more active role. Groups of survivors inspired by their faith venture out to rescue others and guide them to safety. These shepherds, as they call themselves, often leave markings on buildings, crosses painted on walls or doors, indicating safe paths or hidden supplies. One message from a church in Texas carried this poignant declaration: our mission is not just to survive, but to save. Faith without action is meaningless. In the Islamic world, the adhan, the call to prayer, continues to echo, offering a sense of normalcy amidst the apocalypse. Mosques have opened their doors to survivors, regardless of faith, providing shelter and food where possible. Imams lead daily prayers, their voices rising above the chaos, urging unity and reminding the faithful to rely on their shared strength. In a small mosque in Cairo, survivors have turned to their faith to maintain hope. An intercepted message shared their resolve. We pray together 5 times a day. The undead may surround us, but our faith keeps us strong. We're building barricades and digging wells. Together, we will endure. In Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim-majority country, communities have used the azan to coordinate efforts against the undead. A broadcast from Jakarta described this remarkable adaptation. When the undead approach, we use the loudspeakers for warning signals. The same sound that calls us to prayer now calls us to action. It unites us. In India, Hindu communities have turned to their ancient traditions and rituals for strength and protection. Temples, with their high walls and sacred spaces, have become sanctuaries for the faithful. Survivors gather for daily artis, lighting lamps and chanting prayers to invoke divine protection. In Varanasi, one of Hinduism's holiest cities, the ghats along the Ganges remain a center of spiritual activity. Priests lead rituals to purify the waters and seek blessings for survival. An intercepted message from a survivor captured the city's resilience. We light lamps every evening, sending them down the river as offerings. The undead cannot take this from us. The gods are with us. Elsewhere, communities have repurposed festivals to boost morale and unite survivors. Bonfires during Holi are lit not just to celebrate, but to burn debris and clear spaces of infection. Survivors in Gujarat have transformed Navratri dances into nightly gatherings, finding joy and solidarity amidst the darkness. In the Buddhist monasteries of Tibet, Nepal, and Southeast Asia, monks continue their meditative practices, offering a stark contrast to the turmoil outside. Survivors who have found refuge in these monasteries describe them as places of peace and reflection, where the focus is not just on physical survival, but on maintaining inner strength. An intercepted signal from a monastery in Bhutan carried a message of calm amidst chaos. We chant every morning and evening. The undead are outside, but they cannot disturb the peace within. Our minds are our greatest weapons. In Japan, Buddhist temples have become sanctuaries for survivors. Monks lead rituals to honor the dead and provide guidance to the living. In one temple near Kyoto, survivors have adopted the principles of mindfulness to stay focused and alert, a practice that has saved lives during sudden zombie attacks. Despite the differences in rituals and beliefs, the world's religions share a common thread, the ability to bring people together in times of despair. Mosques, temples, churches, and monasteries have become more than just places of worship. They are sanctuaries of hope, community, and resilience. In a world torn apart, faith serves as a unifying force, reminding humanity of its shared values and strength. Even for those who have lost their faith or do not follow a religion, these sanctuaries often provide a sense of comfort and belonging. Survivors describe the warmth of shared meals, the solace of prayer, and the power of standing together in the face of insurmountable odds. An intercepted broadcast from a survivor in Mexico summed up the role of faith in this apocalypse. Religion isn't just about gods, it's about people. It's about believing in something bigger than yourself. It's about hope. As we come to the end of tonight's broadcast, I find myself reflecting on the stories we've shared. Tales of struggle and survival, of despair and hope, of humanity at its best and worst. Across the globe, amidst the chaos and devastation, one thing remains constant: humanity's unyielding will to endure. We've journeyed through underground bunkers in the United States, fortified castles in the United Kingdom, and sanctuaries of faith in India. We've heard the resilience of survivors in Canada's icy wilderness, the ingenuity of those in Japan's technological refuges, and the defiance of France as it protects its cultural treasures. Everywhere, people are fighting back against the undead, against the environment, and against the weight of hopelessness. What stands out in every signal we've intercepted, in every story we've told, is the strength of the human spirit. In the face of unimaginable loss, people continue to adapt, to protect, to rebuild. Communities form, strangers become allies, and hope becomes the most valuable resource of all. Even now, with the odds stacked against us, humanity finds ways to thrive. Survivors share what little they have. They band together in the ruins of cities, in the depths of forests, and in the shadows of sacred spaces. They tell stories, sing songs, and leave messages for others to find. Each act of kindness, each moment of bravery is a reminder that we are more than the sum of our fears. To anyone listening to this broadcast, know that you are not alone. Somewhere out there, someone is fighting for you just as you fight for them. Whether it's a neighbor across the street or a survivor across the world, we are all connected by the same desire: to survive, to rebuild, to live. The road ahead is long and the challenges are immense, but if there's one thing history has taught us, it's that humanity is capable of extraordinary resilience. We've faced extinction before, and we've always found a way to endure. This time will be no different. So as we sign off for now, hold on to hope. Hold on to the belief that even in the darkest of times, there is light to be found. The fight isn't over, and neither are we. This is Global Radio Network, your voice in the apocalypse. Stay strong wherever you are. Together, we survive. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share it so more people can experience it too. And if you have any suggestions or feedback, don't hesitate to drop a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel because your support is what drives us to create more amazing content. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. 2, broadcasting live, or as alive as we can be these days. I'm Alex Gray, still here, still breathing, still talking to whoever's out there if there's anyone left. I know it feels like the world has stopped, but I can still feel the pulse, faint as it may be, from those of you who are still listening. And that's enough for me to keep going. We owe it to each other now. Yesterday, we talked about the sudden arrival of the alien invasion, how it caught everyone off guard. We discussed the chaos, the panic in the cities, the fires in the streets. We heard from survivors like Sarah, still on the run, hoping to get north, and James, who's now gone. I wish I had better news for you, but I've been getting reports of more destruction, more disappearances, the infection's spreading faster than we thought. There are rumors of mutated creatures now. Mutations that aren't just the usual infected, but something more deliberate. Something worse. And while we've been holed up here, trying to keep the station running, I've been hearing more and more stories about the government's desperate attempts to control the situation. None of them have worked. None of them are going to work. We need to face that reality head on. I keep thinking about how much has changed in just a few days. The world outside has stopped moving. Time feels like it's frozen, but it's also slipping through our fingers faster than I can keep up. I look out the window sometimes just to remind myself that the sky's still there, that it's still blue in places. But I know deep down that nothing's going to be the same again. I don't know what tomorrow holds, or if there even will be a tomorrow. But I do know one thing. I have to keep going. For you. For those who are still listening, for those who are fighting to survive out there. It's all I have left now. It's day 2, survivors, and things have changed drastically since yesterday. I'm getting reports from all over. Some are still vague, some are clear, and some are just plain horrifying. The infection is spreading faster than anyone could have predicted. Yesterday, we were just beginning to understand the magnitude of what we were up against. Today, we know it's worse than we thought. Let me start with the basics. The infection is no longer contained in the usual hotspots. It's spreading like wildfire, and we're seeing new mutations that are making it harder to understand what we're even dealing with anymore. If you're near any major city or town, I recommend you stay alert, because things are about to get much worse. The reports from California have been especially disturbing. From what I'm hearing, the infection isn't just expanding geographically, it's becoming more sophisticated. Survivors there are telling me that the infected aren't just wandering around in their usual frenzied state anymore. They're showing signs of coordinated behavior. There are reports of infected groups acting like they're organized, like they're planning something. I don't know if it's a shared hive mentality or just some dark adaptation, but these creatures are beginning to move like soldiers. One survivor, a woman named Kelly, called in yesterday. She's holed up in a supermarket. She told me she saw a group of infected moving in formation, stalking their prey, not just lashing out randomly. The infected weren't just hungry. They were methodical. The survivors hiding in that store barely escaped, but Kelly says she's never seen anything like it. The infected were behaving like they were trying to trap people, not just aimlessly walking through streets anymore. They were hunting. This isn't a random infection anymore. It's turning into something deliberate, and that's terrifying. But the most chilling thing I've heard? The reports of new mutations. These aren't just people turned into mindless monsters. No. What we're hearing about now are things that are not human at all. I don't know if this is a result of the infection mutating or something alien in nature, but there are sightings of creatures, massive, deformed, and disturbingly intelligent. Take the report from Town B, where survivors say they've seen creatures that are much bigger and more powerful than the usual infected. These things are half human, half something else. Survivors describe them as grotesque, with twisted limbs and elongated, insect-like features. They don't behave like the infected. They don't even act like animals. It's like they're a whole new species. They're not just attacking people, they're stalking, setting traps, and then killing with purpose. These new creatures are tearing apart survivors who think they're in the clear, hiding in what they thought were safe zones. They're hunting them down one by one. These mutations are something beyond our understanding. Maybe it's the infection itself, changing its hosts in strange ways. Maybe it's the influence of the aliens. Maybe it's both. What I do know is that the infection is evolving rapidly, and it's getting smarter. It's becoming something far more dangerous than any of us could have predicted. As if that wasn't bad enough, the infection is spreading in ways we didn't anticipate. Infected zones are no longer just cities or towns. They're entire regions. It's not just that the infected are everywhere. It's that there are now contaminated areas that are so toxic, so dangerous, that even the air itself is starting to make people sick. I'm hearing about survivors stumbling into zones where they just collapse from exhaustion, or worse, from poisoning from the air. These zones are expanding like poison ivy, slowly creeping into places that used to be considered safe. It's as if the land itself is infected. Stay vigilant. If you're in an area that's not under quarantine but feels wrong, like the air's too thick or the temperature's suddenly spiked, get out. I'm hearing reports of survivors entering these contaminated zones and never returning. It's like the infection is taking root in the land itself, making it harder to escape and harder to survive. Government actions and failures. Now, let's talk about what the government is doing, or should I say what they're not doing. I've been following the official channels, the military updates, and what's coming out of the emergency response centers. And let me tell you, if you're counting on the government for salvation, it's time to stop. They're scrambling survivors. The government is barely holding on. They've been trying to establish quarantine zones, small, isolated areas they hope to use to protect the remaining healthy population. But the thing is, they're falling apart before they even get a chance to settle. I'm hearing firsthand from survivors who managed to escape from quarantine zones that these places aren't safe. In fact, they're becoming more dangerous by the day. The military is overwhelmed, stretched thin. Yesterday, they set up a zone just outside City C, a place they claimed would be a safe haven for survivors. The military even started offering food and water to those stuck outside the city. But in less than 24 hours, the zone was overrun. The infected didn't just stumble across it. They broke down barricades, breached walls, and tore apart the soldiers in minutes. The government's military response has been ineffective from the start. They've tried to push the infection back with airstrikes, with firebombing, with blockades, but every time they try something, it only seems to make things worse. Some survivors are reporting that the airstrikes have been completely off target, hitting populated areas where they thought they were infected, but hitting civilians instead. There's no clear command, no clear plan, just chaos. And the curfews, those were supposed to keep people inside, keep them from spreading the infection. But you know what? The curfews are a joke. They're not stopping anything. People are sneaking out for food, trying to get to other survivors, trying to stay alive. The military's too busy trying to keep their own bases safe to enforce curfews effectively. They're everywhere, but they're stretched too thin, and the infected don't follow curfews. They never did. There's a lot of panic, and when there's panic, the government doesn't handle it well. Last night, I got a call from a group of survivors in the north, in Area 55, saying the government's doing something drastic. They're calling it Operation Clean Slate. A clean slate sounds good, right? It's supposed to be a final solution, a last-ditch attempt to eliminate the infection. They're bombing the infected zones, setting everything on fire, burning entire towns. But I have to tell you, it's not working. There's no other way to put it. The military's using biological weapons, and the survivors are telling me that not only are they not working, but they're making things worse. People who survived the initial wave of the infection are now becoming even more aggressive after the bombing. The infection is mutating at an alarming rate. Some survivors are reporting that even the dead are coming back, like zombies. But with a new aggression, it's like whatever the military is trying to do to burn the infection out is only spreading it. It's hard to keep up with what's happening. And the scariest part, no one knows how far this will go. No one knows how bad this will get. But here's the kicker. The government still hasn't given up. They're planning more bombings. They're still pushing forward with clean slate as if it's the only option left. They're going to keep burning the earth. But when the fires die down, will there be anything left to save? I don't know. Listen, survivors. There's no easy way to say this. The situation is dire. The infection's changing. The world outside is unraveling. And the government. They're losing the battle. But we don't have the luxury of waiting for someone else to save us. We're on our own now. The infection is here, and we're going to have to fight for every inch of ground we have left. Keep your eyes open. Stay sharp. If you're still out there, still listening, we're still connected, we're still fighting. Stay safe, stay alive. This is Station 72, and I'm still here, still breathing, still talking to whoever's out there. I don't know how many of you are still listening, but if you're out there, you're not alone. And I'm not going anywhere, not today, not while you're still out there fighting. The world's unraveling faster than I can keep track of. Just yesterday, we were talking about Sarah, James, and the others. And now, just 24 hours later, it feels like we're watching the world collapse in real time. So let's get to it. Let's start with Sarah. She's one of the few voices we've been hearing since day one. And I've been tracking her progress, or at least trying to. As I mentioned yesterday, she was heading north, away from the disaster that's consuming the city. The roads are blocked, military convoys are sweeping through, and it's a war zone out there. Yesterday, she made it clear she couldn't rely on the roads anymore. But today, well, the situation's deteriorated. Sarah got in touch again this morning, and it wasn't good. She's still stuck near the outskirts of City X, trying to find any way out. She's been holed up in a makeshift shelter, a small, abandoned cabin she found in the woods. But the military has intensified its efforts to lock down the perimeter. Now, it's not just about escaping the infected, it's about avoiding anyone who might be watching. The military's on high alert. They're treating every moving person as a threat, whether they're infected or not. Sarah said she could hear helicopters overhead. The noise is constant now. She can hear the hum of military vehicles as they roll through the area. It's clear they're looking for survivors or anyone who might have information about safe zones. Sarah's afraid they're getting closer. She can't risk staying in one place for too long. I tried to reassure her, told her to lay low and keep moving at night. But it's hard when the world outside has become a prison. She hasn't made any headway in the past day, and I'm afraid she might be running out of time. She says she's tried reaching out to anyone who might still be in touch with the government's emergency channels, but they're all down now. And then there's the other problem, food. She's down to the last of her supplies, and it's been days since she's seen anyone. She says the forest is filled with sounds she can't explain, things watching from the trees. The infected have been acting stranger, smarter even. And I don't know what's worse, knowing that Sarah is running out of options, or hearing how the infection is changing, evolving. I don't even know how to say this, but I've got to. James, the one with the team, barricaded in the old factory in City, New York, they didn't make it. The last transmission I received was disturbing. Too disturbing. James and his group were surrounded, and it seems the infected breached their defenses faster than they expected. But it wasn't just the usual assault of mindless creatures clawing at doors. From what I'm piecing together, there was a more organized effort involved. A lot of survivors I've talked to have said they're seeing things they can't explain. The infected aren't just attacking, they're planning. James and his team were overwhelmed in what I can only describe as a coordinated siege. The barricades failed. They were breached. And once that happened, it was over. The transmission I received from James was a panicked message, a desperate warning that the infected were now moving in waves. He said he was trying to get the last survivors to a safe room, but the infected seemed to be learning from every failed attempt. Every time they attacked, they adjusted their strategy. James said something about hearing the infected communicate. It's hard to imagine, but I've heard the same thing from other survivors too. A few days ago, I'd have thought this was a story people were telling to scare themselves. But now, I'm not so sure. The infected are changing, they're adapting. And James's group paid the price for that. The last signal I got from James was a garbled mess, static-filled and broken. But what he said before it cut off, he said, oh, they're not like the others. They're learning. And that's the last we heard from him. His group's gone. Now, let's talk about Kate and Marcus. I know I've mentioned them before. The siblings, who were traveling north, hoping to find safety by the river near Town C. I got a transmission from them earlier today, and it's clear they're in more trouble than I realized. They've been stuck by the water for nearly 48 hours now, and the situation is getting worse by the hour. Kate says the floodwaters around their shelter are rising. The river's been swollen for days, and now the surrounding areas are submerged. It's making it harder for them to get fresh water and harder to stay undetected. She says the infected seem to be drawn to the river. They're coming in waves, as if they know something. The water has become a magnet, pulling more infected from the surrounding towns. Marcus tried to fish earlier, but the water's so contaminated that it's useless. There's no way to know if what they catch is safe to eat. The worst part is the mood in their shelter. I could hear it in Kate's voice today. She's doing her best to keep things together, but it's clear that morale is starting to crack. They're running low on food, and their shelter is nothing more than a few broken down walls and some makeshift tarps. They're trying to fortify what they can, but they can't do much when the floodwaters keep rising and the infected are getting closer. They're trying to figure out how to escape. But the flooded roads have cut off most of the exit routes, and they're not alone. There's another group holed up nearby, but they're desperate. The last thing Kate said before the transmission cut off was, "We don't know how much longer we can hold out. If anyone's out there, please help." Kate and Marcus, if you're listening, you're not alone. I hear you. You're not alone. I also received a call from a man named Paul earlier today. Paul's been holed up in a school near Region D, trying to keep his group alive. I can't say he's got it easy. This part of the world is crawling with infected, and the news coming from that area is pretty grim. But Paul had something I haven't heard before. He said the infected are getting smarter. He told me something I couldn't ignore. They're learning. Paul's group has been stuck in that school for a while now, and it hasn't been easy. They've been hearing sounds at night, things they thought were just animals at first, but now, well, now they're not so sure. Paul described how the infected seem to be picking up on their patterns. Every time Paul and his group try to leave or search for supplies, the infected are there, waiting for them. They've been setting traps, simple, crude traps, but effective ones. In the streets, Paul says he's noticed that the infected have started stacking debris, blocking off streets, and creating choke points. He's never seen anything like it. He's afraid they're evolving, learning from their mistakes. If you're in the Region D area, take this advice to heart. Don't assume the infected are the same as before. They're adapting, and you need to be ready for that. Emily and Diego, two names I won't forget anytime soon. They were trying to get to the west, to a supposed safe zone near Safe Zone F. They've been traveling for weeks now, trying to outrun the infection, but things haven't gone as planned. They were traveling along a major highway when they came across another group. This group wasn't in great shape. They were desperate, barely holding on. And as Emily and Diego told me, the decision they had to make was one of the hardest they've ever faced. The other group begged for help, but Emily and Diego knew it would be too dangerous. They were already running low on supplies, and the infected were closing in on all sides. They couldn't risk taking on more people, so they left them behind. It's been eating at them ever since. They haven't been in contact for long. Just a few hours ago, Emily told me how badly that decision was weighing on them. They can't stop thinking about what happened to those people they left behind. But Diego? He says it was the only choice. Survival above all. Emily's been second. Guessing their decision, but Diego's holding firm. And it's clear this is a world where second guessing can get you killed. They're still alive, still moving forward, but they're haunted by the past. But there's more. We've got a new story coming through that I think you'll want to hear. I received a radio transmission from a young woman named Clara and her younger brother Lucas. Both holed up in a large industrial warehouse near Town D. This one caught me off guard. Clara sounds like she's in her early 20s, and Lucas is a little boy, maybe 7 or 8, clinging to his sister. They've been alone for 3 days. The world outside is a mess. The area around them has been overrun with infected, and they're struggling to stay alive. Clara told me that she found a stash of canned food in one of the offices when they first arrived. But now, they're down to the last can of beans, and the warehouse is starting to feel like a tomb. What's interesting about Clara and Lucas's story is that they've found a kind of survival rhythm in the chaos. They've learned to use the creaking noises from the warehouse, like the wind pushing through broken windows, to cover up their footsteps. It's been an odd, almost eerie way to avoid detection. Claire even mentioned they've started using an old fire escape route to sneak past the infected. They stay close to the walls, moving as quietly as possible, hoping they won't be heard. Like, what strikes me most is the bond between them. Clara is doing everything she can to protect Lucas. But Lucas, he's not just a burden. He's helping too, carrying small bags of supplies they've scavenged. He's learned how to hide, how to stay still. He's a little boy, but already he's learning to survive. I don't know if they'll make it, but if they do, they'll make it because they've learned to adapt. You know, it's easy to forget what we've lost in all this. In the fight for survival, we tend to focus on what's next, on what we have left. But today, as I'm listening to these updates, it's hard to ignore the truth. We're losing people. But we're also finding ways to fight back. People like Sarah, James, Kate, Marcus, Paul, Emily, Diego, every one of them is still trying. They're pushing through the madness because at the end of the day, we're all trying to survive. And that's something we can hold on to. We're still here. And as long as we're still here, we keep going. We keep pushing. And we keep fighting. This is Station 72. And I'm still here. Still broadcasting. Still telling you what's happening, even if it seems like the world is crumbling around us. But here's the thing. There's still a fight, even if the government's response looks more like desperation than strategy. They say they're still trying to contain the situation. But at this point, I'm not sure there's anything left to contain. The government has started ramping up its actions in a way that feels almost too late. It's become a race against time. A race they're losing. They've established military checkpoints across the country, setting up roadblocks on major highways and implementing curfews. But it's clear the infection doesn't care about their laws or boundaries. The military's presence is overwhelming, but it feels more like a lockdown than a solution. On the one hand, you've got soldiers trying to maintain some semblance of order, but on the other, You've got masses of displaced survivors, people who don't know where to go, people who don't know what to do, and frankly, many of them just waiting to die. The checkpoints that were supposed to provide security are now places of desperation. Survivors who don't have the proper paperwork or identification are being sent back into the chaos. And what about those who can't prove they're uninfected? They're being turned away, sent back into the streets where the infection spreads like wildfire. I've heard reports from multiple survivors saying that these checkpoints are more like traps. Some say they've seen entire convoys of survivors stopped, their vehicles checked for signs of infection, and those found with even the slightest symptoms are forcibly taken by the military, sent to quarantine zones that are more like concentration camps than safe havens. There's no transparency, no clarity, just a vague promise that safety is just on the other side of these heavily fortified zones. But if these survivors are heading to these so-called safe zones, they won't be safe for long. The infection doesn't stop at checkpoints, and neither does the panic. In one particularly harrowing report, a survivor described being caught at one of these checkpoints in Region A. They said, and I quote, "The military's been screening us like cattle, but it's not just about getting checked. If you're even suspected of being infected, they'll take you. No questions asked, no rights, no mercy. And when the survivors started protesting, they were mowed down. Just like that, shot on sight for trying to leave. I don't know how much of it is true, but these are the reports I'm getting. And if half of it's right, the government isn't just failing us, they're actively hurting us. The government is now resorting to biological weapons in an effort to combat the infection. They're calling it Operation Clean Slate. The plan? Use a combination of chemical agents and viral bioweapons to eradicate the infected zones, burning the infection from the earth. At least, that's what they're telling us. From the reports I've gathered, the military has begun firebombing entire districts, particularly in heavily infected urban areas. The logic behind this is simple. They claim if the infection can't survive the fire, it'll burn itself out. But here's the problem. The fire isn't just targeting the infected. It's burning everything. Cities, towns, homes, families, gone in a matter of hours. The infection is still spreading, and survivors are finding themselves trapped, unable to escape, because the military is locking down entire regions, effectively trapping them inside the fire zones. A few survivors I've heard from were close to the epicenter of these attacks. One survivor described how their family was caught in the middle of a firebombing raid in City B. They tried to escape, but the military barricades were already in place. We couldn't leave. The streets were blocked, and the bombs fell faster than we could run. That's the reality for many people right now. And what about the infection itself? It's becoming clear that fire and chemicals aren't working the way the government promised they would. In fact, it's having the opposite effect. Survivors from Region C have reported a new mutation in the infected. This mutation seems to have been accelerated by the chemical agents used in Operation Clean Slate. The infected now appear more aggressive, more coordinated, and worst of all, more resilient. The fire has made them faster, angrier, and harder to kill. One survivor, still alive after a near-death encounter, said it best. They use fire to burn us out, but all it did was make them stronger. They're not just infected anymore, they're something else. The government was counting on fire and bioweapons to burn away the infection. But all they've done is fuel the hunger, the rage, the disease itself. They're fighting fire with fire, and it's backfiring. Meanwhile, the military is starting to act out of pure desperation. They're sending special task forces into zones where the infection has spread too far, and the soldiers are now beginning to report disturbing things. These elite units are designed for high-risk combat, but even they are running into problems. Reports from soldiers tell stories of units being completely overrun in infected zones, not by the usual mindless hordes, but by the infected coordinating their attacks. There are even stories of the infected attacking in groups. with some survivors saying that the creatures seem to be setting traps for the military. They're trying to outmaneuver our best fighters. This isn't just a battle between humans and infected anymore. It's a battle for survival on both sides. A soldier from Region D who contacted us through a secure channel said, "We're losing. The infected are learning. They've adapted. I don't know how much longer we can hold out here." There's a sense of paranoia creeping into the ranks now. Soldiers are starting to ask questions like, why are we still being sent into these zones? What's the point? The truth is becoming clear. The military's efforts aren't just failing. They're making things worse. What's worse is that the trust between the military and civilians is all but gone. People are beginning to question everything the government has told them. What once seemed like a coordinated effort to save humanity has now turned into a mishandled disaster. The military's presence is almost as terrifying as the infected. If you're not infected, you might get caught in the crossfire of a quarantine operation. If you are infected, you're likely to be executed or sent to a place worse than death. It's also not helping that these quarantine zones are becoming overcrowded. The survivors being taken in aren't being given the chance to even speak to anyone before they're pushed into isolated camps. If they're lucky, they get food and shelter for a day. If they're not, they'll die in these camps, surrounded by people who are just as desperate and scared as they are. The government continues to talk about containment efforts, but it's becoming increasingly clear that containment is a myth. Every plan they roll out fails harder than the last, and every move they make seems to only accelerate the collapse. The government has no plan, and they're running out of options. The military's actions, firebombing, bioweapons, and checkpoint lockdowns are failing, and the infection is spreading faster than anyone can manage. People are desperate. And as each day passes, the cracks in the government's facade are becoming harder to ignore. Survivors are starting to ask themselves, what happens when the government falls? And for many of us, the answer is clear. It will be up to us to survive. Not the military, not the government, United States. This is Station 72. Still here, still talking, still surviving, at least for now. It's hard to believe it's only been 2 days since the last broadcast. In some ways, it feels like a lifetime. The world we used to know is nothing but ashes, and the lives we held dear, gone, just like that. We talk about days now like they're little victories, but they feel more like just another step closer to an inevitable end. I keep asking myself, is there any point in all of this? When every city is burning, when every road leads to nothing but destruction, when you can't even tell if the people you're speaking to are still alive, can there really be any hope left? Yet, here I am, still broadcasting, still trying to reach someone, anyone. I wish I could say I feel hopeful, that I can promise you that we'll make it out of this. But the truth is, I can't. I don't know if there's even a way out anymore. Every time I think we've hit rock bottom, I see something worse. More devastation, more loss, more horror. Every story, every survivor, every moment of humanity seems to fade, and yet we keep going. And what about me? Well, I'm exhausted. My mind is filled with too many thoughts, too many questions. Should I keep doing this? Should I even bother anymore? The faces of the survivors, their voices in the airwaves, the fear, the determination, they haunt me. It feels like I'm part of something I can't control. Sometimes I wonder if I'm too far gone, too numb to even feel anything anymore. The lines between hope and despair have blurred beyond recognition. But still, I keep talking. Because maybe, just maybe, there's something out there. Maybe someone is hearing this. And if you're still listening, if there's still one person out there who needs this, needs to hear that someone else is still fighting, then I'm going to keep doing it Every day, it gets harder to see the point, but I guess that's why I keep coming back to this microphone. For you, for whoever is still out there. If you're out there, if you're listening, then maybe we can hold on a little longer. Maybe we can survive this together. Before I sign off, there's something I need to say. Something that might sound trivial in the middle of everything that's happening, but it's important. If you're hearing this, please don't let it end here. Like, share, and subscribe to these broadcasts. I know it might seem insignificant, but it's the only way we can stay connected in this world that's crumbling around us. These broadcasts are the thread that holds us together. If you're listening to this, we're still connected. You're still out there. I'm still here. I'm not sure how long I can keep doing this. The world is closing in. The frequency may be cut off tomorrow. Who knows? But if you're still hearing me, then we're still connected. And that's worth fighting for. So share this. Let others hear what's going on. The more people who know the truth, the more we might find a way out. Together, we need to keep the signal alive. It's all we've got left. I'll be here as long as I can. But before I go, there's something I have to share with you. It came through just moments ago, and I'm not sure what it means yet, but I've got to say it. I received an encrypted message. Yes, you heard that right. Encrypted. It was barely audible, full of distortion, but there was one part that was clear. They said something about a safe zone, or maybe it was a trap. It was hard to tell. The transmission was breaking up, and the message was fragmented. But the name they mentioned, Sector Delta, I've never heard of it before. It could be nothing, or it could be something real, something that could help us, or it could be another dead end, another empty promise. I don't know. But I'm going to dig deeper into this, and I'll have more for you in the next broadcast. I swear it. Because if there's even a chance that this could be something, then we need to know. Stay tuned, stay strong, and don't let go. We're all in this together. And maybe, just maybe, there's a light at the end of this dark tunnel. If you've made it this far and listened to this radio broadcast, I hope you enjoyed today's episode. We've discussed some deep topics, faced challenges together, and hopefully touched moments of hope along the way. If you like the content, please subscribe to our channel so we can continue creating more broadcasts like this for you. And don't forget to like and share the video. Your support means the world to us. Without it, we wouldn't have the motivation to keep creating the kind of content that you enjoy. Every like, share, and comment gives us the strength to keep pushing forward and improve our broadcasts. So remember today and make sure to join us for the next episode. Stay with us because this journey is far from over. Thank you, survivors. Your support is our true strength. Wait. Before I sign off completely, let me just take a second here. There's something important I need to tell you all. If you're still listening, listen closely. We've been hearing reports of a new danger moving in from the south. The military's been slow to react, and survivors are already warning that it's not just the infected we should fear anymore. There's something else. I'll keep you updated on that, but please, stay cautious, stay armed, and don't trust anything you see on the outside. All right, that's it for now. We'll talk more about it in the next broadcast. Keep your guard up. And if you didn't catch yesterday's broadcast, don't worry. You can always go back and listen to the last episode right here on the channel. And if you're craving more updates or you just want to stay in the loop about any major events, be sure to check out the playlist options on the channel. You can find more broadcasts there and stay connected as we continue to navigate through this chaos together. Stay safe, stay alert, and keep tuning in. Station 72, broadcasting live, or as alive as we can be these days. I'm Alex Gray, still here, still breathing, still talking to whoever's out there, if there's anyone left. I know it's hard to keep track of time now. The days are all blending together into one long nightmare. I think it's day 3, but I could be wrong. Who knows what's real anymore? One thing's for sure. It's not like the world used to be. The world I knew, where things made sense. That world is gone. In its place, we have something far worse. It's the unknown. And in the face of that, it's hard to hold on to hope. But I'm still here, holding on. And if you're still listening, then maybe you're holding on too. I won't lie. There's been a heaviness in my chest these past few hours. It's not just the weight of this broadcast or the world situation. It's the isolation. I feel it every minute. The knowledge that we're all alone now, each of us fighting our own battle, unsure if anyone will ever hear us. There's a strange kind of madness in that. But if you're listening to this, if you've somehow tuned in, then we're still connected. We're still fighting. And for that reason, I'll keep talking. Keep broadcasting. So to whoever you are, wherever you are, if there's a you left, this broadcast is for you. Hang in there. We're in this together. I've got updates, reports, and some new survivor stories to share. But first, let me take a moment and recap where we've been, where we've come from in just 3 days. Yesterday was tough. I won't sugarcoat it. We talked about the collapse of New York City, the once bustling streets, now nothing more than a graveyard. The alien attack that started with a few isolated incidents has grown into something much, much worse. I've been hearing reports of massive UFOs flying over the city, larger than anything we've seen before, just hovering in place like a dark omen. The attack on the city has escalated into a full-scale invasion. The strange creatures we've been calling aliens have multiplied, and they're no longer attacking randomly. They've organized, adapted, and they're planning. They're not just attacking civilians now. They're targeting strategic locations, military bases, government installations. It's almost like they're working with purpose. And then there's California, the state that was once the crown jewel of the United States, now a battlefield. The government tried to make some moves. The military's been deployed. Martial law was declared in most cities, and curfews were set up to try to keep the public from descending into total chaos. But it's not working. Some of the military checkpoints have been overrun by desperate civilians. The roads are a mess. The infrastructure is crumbling, and even the army is no match for what's happening. The infection, the violence, the sheer unpredictability of these events, they're too much. It's all too much. And as the infection spreads, more survivors are reaching out to share their stories. We heard from Emily and Diego yesterday. They were fighting their way through the chaos in California, trying to make it to safety. I don't know if they made it. They weren't able to give me a concrete location, and with the way things are moving, I wouldn't be surprised if they've been swallowed up by the madness. Then there was Paul. He sent me a message after we went off air. He and his group had fortified a warehouse in the city, thinking they could ride this out. But now their supplies are running low. There's no escape route, and the infected are closing in. He said the barricades were holding, but he's not sure for how long. Every hour feels like a lifetime. It's hard, you know? It's hard to give you these updates. It's hard to not feel like I'm just another voice in the void. But there's a part of me that believes in these survivors, that believes in you, if you're still out there. Maybe the world is falling apart, but if we don't keep going, if we don't keep fighting, what's left? So, here we are, another day, another night, and it feels like we're just one step away from everything slipping through our fingers. I've been thinking about this, about what it means to keep going, I know I'm not alone in feeling like this. We've all had to come to terms with what's happening. We've had to accept that the world we knew is gone. The government has failed us. The military is doing what they can, but it's not enough. No one has answers. No one knows how to fix this. And every day I wake up, open my eyes, and wonder if this will be the day that the signal finally goes dead. The day I stop hearing from the people who need me. But I can't let myself think like that. I can't let myself spiral. I can't afford to, because someone has to be here. Someone has to keep going. So here I am. And as long as I've got breath, as long as I've got this transmission, I'm going to keep speaking the truth, even when it's hard, even when it feels like it doesn't matter. I keep hearing about people who are out there trying to survive, just like me. But the difference is they don't have anyone else. They don't have a voice. And that's why I'm still here telling you what's going on. I can't stop now. Not when I know people are depending on this. And for those of you who've sent in messages or tried to reach out, I see you. You're not forgotten. The world outside is terrifying. But the fact that you're still fighting, well, that means something. I can't say it's easy. In fact, it's harder than anything I've ever done. But we've all got a choice, don't we? We can either let the darkness swallow us, or we can keep fighting. One day at a time. Okay, enough about me. Let's get into the updates. We've got a lot to cover today. If you're still with me, still listening, then I promise to keep you informed. I'll share what's happening out there, what the world is trying to do to contain this disaster. And maybe, just maybe, we'll find something to hold on to, because, damn it, we have to. It's day 3, and the infection has spread farther than we ever thought possible. From the East Coast to the West, from the southern borders to the northern reaches, nothing is safe. The reports I'm getting are more disturbing by the hour. The infected zones are no longer just chaotic clusters of mindless walkers. They've changed, they've adapted, and we've got a bigger problem on our hands. Take New York City. Yesterday I told you about the alien attack that ravaged the city, but I left out something crucial. Those infected zones within the city, the ones that were already under quarantine, they've become something else. The usual infected, those that just wander aimlessly, are now working together. And I'm not talking about the type of coordination you see in a horde. No, this is more like an intelligence we haven't seen before. People who are still out there are reporting that the infected are no longer just hunting for food. They're setting up, well, I'm not sure what to call it, but it seems like they're preparing for something. A strategy. I've heard whispers of them digging into the ground, like they're tunneling or trying to set up a trap of some kind. This isn't just an infection anymore. This is something that's evolving. And fast. Reports from other cities paint a similar picture. In Boston, just north of New York, survivors are reporting strange behavior from the infected. The zombies, if you can even call them that now, are organizing around specific points of interest, military bases, hospitals, and government buildings. It's as if they're trying to prevent us from regaining control. There's no telling if these infected are becoming more intelligent or if there's something else influencing their behavior. Either way, it's becoming a whole new kind of nightmare. And then there's the West Coast, California, Arizona, Nevada. The infection has spread like wildfire. The government has tried to enforce strict curfews, quarantines, and roadblocks, but it's too late. I've received disturbing reports from survivors trying to head north, away from California. It's as though the infected are anticipating the movements of survivors, and they're closing in. Multiple survivors have said they've seen entire groups of infected waiting at certain intersections, as if they're expecting someone. This isn't just random chance anymore. It's like they're playing chess with us and we're losing. In San Francisco, there are reports of military convoys being ambushed by the infected. I don't mean ambushed in the usual sense. This wasn't a mindless rush of zombies. No, it was an attack. A calculated assault on military trucks trying to transport supplies, and it's happening all over. Just last night, I got word that the Bay Area was overrun. The military tried to pull out survivors, but they were stopped dead in their tracks. I'm afraid to say this, but it looks like the infection is only the beginning of our troubles. Whatever is causing this is still out there spreading, changing, evolving. We've got a ticking clock, and we're running out of time. Meanwhile, there's a frightening development in Chicago. The infection is spreading rapidly along the Mississippi River, and the major cities surrounding it are being completely cut off. From reports, the infected are rising out of the river. We've always known that water could be a vector for disease, but no one expected this. Survivors trapped in the city are witnessing bodies floating in from the riverside, but these aren't normal infected. They're more aggressive, more resilient. Some have described the infected moving in coordinated groups, like a tactical force being unleashed. The possibility that there's an underground network or even something bigger at play is becoming more plausible every day. The situation isn't just a local disaster anymore. This is a global epidemic, a true pandemic. And as much as we've tried to prepare for something like this, we are still scrambling to understand the full scale of what's happening. The question isn't just about survival anymore. It's about trying to make sense of a world that's fundamentally shifting in real time. Now, as for the government, I'm hearing more and more that they're failing us. They're throwing everything they can at the situation, but it's not enough. Yesterday, I told you about their failed quarantine attempts in the north. Today, I can confirm that it's no better. They tried setting up a new military barricade at the Utah border, hoping to keep the infection from crossing into the rural areas. But it didn't last more than a few hours. The infected broke through in a matter of hours. No surprise there, honestly. The infected have become relentless. In fact, there are reports from survivors in southern Colorado that the government has been pulling out of areas where the infection is too heavy. The National Guard, the military, they're retreating. They're leaving people behind. They're pulling their troops from areas they can no longer control. And they've started enforcing even stricter curfews in major cities. But it's not stopping anything. I don't know if the government even knows what they're doing anymore. I'm getting reports that certain military groups are ignoring orders, fighting over what little resources they can get their hands on. There's no leadership. And I fear that if this keeps up, the collapse will be complete. I'm hearing that some emergency response teams have even turned on each other. There have been incidents of soldiers refusing orders to enter high-risk zones. People are losing faith in the military, and they're starting to question everything they've been told. There's no consistency, no clarity, and at this point, the government isn't just failing to stop the spread. They're actively making things worse. And that's not all. Rumor has it, the government is starting to use desperate measures. Word on the street is that they've begun deploying chemical weapons in certain infected zones. Bioweapons meant to wipe out the infected. But I'm hearing from survivors that it's doing the opposite. It's spreading the infection faster. People trapped inside quarantine zones say the air is thick with a new kind of contamination, something that's only making them worse. Some of the survivors who've managed to escape these zones say they feel different, like something inside them is changing. These aren't just reports from one person or a few scattered survivors. This is happening on a larger scale. Even more troubling, I'm hearing that 20 different countries I never thought would even communicate at a time like this, are now holding emergency meetings. Nations around the world are trying to come together to figure out what's happening and what they can do to contain it. These meetings are happening at the highest levels. But the question on everyone's lips seems to be the same. What do we do when the infection starts showing signs of intelligence? In places like Tokyo, survivors are reporting that the infected have become more strategic. They're breaking into fortified locations. They're working together to find survivors. And the government's response Well, they're scrambling to put together an international response. But if you ask me, it's already too late. These emergency meetings are nothing more than a formality. They're desperate measures, but desperation can't stop this. I've been receiving a lot of communications from various governments about plans to close borders, to start reevaluating their military options, and to consider nuclear solutions. The idea that this could escalate to something on a nuclear scale is horrifying to even think about, but it's being seriously discussed behind closed doors. The idea of total devastation is becoming less of a what-if scenario and more of a when. I wish I could tell you that things are getting better, that there's some plan, some way out of this, but I can't. The truth is, the government has no idea what they're up against. They're throwing darts at a moving target, hoping something will stick. They don't know what caused the infection. They don't know how it spreads. They don't know how to stop it. And I don't think they're going to figure it out in time. So here we are, day 3. The infection is no longer just an outbreak. It's a war and we're losing. The infected aren't just mindless zombies anymore. They're learning, adapting, evolving. And the government, they're scrambling to keep things under control, but it's failing. The military is being overrun. Emergency meetings are happening, but it's all too little, too late. And here I am, talking into this mic, hoping that someone is still out there listening. I don't know how much longer I can keep going, but as long as I am, I'll keep telling you what I hear, what I know, and what I can share. This world is falling apart, and if we're going to survive it, we need to understand what's happening before it's too late. If you're still out there, stay alert, keep moving, and keep listening. I'll be back with more soon. Don't let the silence swallow you. It's day 3, and I can barely keep up with the chaos around us. The infection continues to spread like wildfire, and it feels like every day we hear from more survivors. Some holding on, some slipping away. The world outside is so different now, but there are still, say, people out there, still fighting to survive, and they keep reaching out to us, hoping to be heard, hoping to make it one more day. I'll keep sharing their stories. This broadcast is the last thread some of us have left. So here's where we stand today. Sarah, the one heading north from New York, is still hanging on. She managed to stay out of sight from military convoys for the past few days, but things are getting worse. She's in hiding, close to Albany, but her situation is getting dire. Sarah mentioned that the military has started a full-scale search operation in that region. The air is thick with tension. Every day feels like it could be her last. Sarah's been trying to keep her head down, but it's not easy. She told me that she's been forced to hide in trees for hours at a time, even in the rain, just to avoid the patrols that sweep the roads. She mentioned she hasn't seen another survivor in days, just soldiers and infected. That isolation is starting to wear on her. She's running low on food and her supplies are nearly gone. She also told me something disturbing. She's heard reports from other survivors who've witnessed the military using chemical weapons in nearby towns, especially in the areas just west of her. That's the kind of thing you don't expect to hear about from survivors. They're burning everything to the ground, trying to stop the spread. But if these reports are true, it's only making the situation worse. The infection is spreading quicker than they can burn it down, and it's becoming more resistant to the chemicals. Sarah hasn't lost hope yet. She's still pushing north, but I fear that time is running out for her. If you're listening, Sarah, stay safe. You're not alone. Unfortunately, I've heard the worst about James's group. Yesterday, I held on to hope, hoping to hear back from him or one of his people. But now I know the truth. The barricades his group set up were breached during the night by a massive wave of infected. He and his crew fought back as best they could, but they were simply overrun. The group was in Washington, D.C. when everything went to hell. The barricades they had built were good, but not good enough. James mentioned they'd fortified themselves in an old building, something sturdy. But it wasn't the infected they had to fear most. It was the people. The military presence in the area, combined with desperate survivors trying to get away, created a perfect storm of chaos. James reported that when the infected broke through, they managed to drag a few of the survivors back into the shadows, and that's where the trail went cold. By the time the barricades fell, the rest of his group had scattered. No one knows where they are now. There's no word from them. The infected were quick to move in, and by the time the rest of the survivors could regroup, they had already moved deeper into the city. I wish I had better news for you, but I don't. James's story is a hard reminder. No matter how prepared you think you are, sometimes survival is more about luck than anything else. And in this world, luck doesn't come easy. On a more positive note, I've heard from Emily and Diego again. I'm glad to report that they made it out of Chicago, but it's been far from easy. They've been moving west toward Kansas, staying off the beaten path as much as they can. Emily and Diego were last holed up in a small farmhouse just outside of St. Louis. They're lucky. They've been able to avoid the military convoys and any major infected zones so far, but they're running low on supplies. Emily's message was surprisingly calm given everything they've been through. She said they'd been moving in a small convoy with a few other survivors, and although they're trying to keep a low profile, the infected are becoming more aggressive. She told me they're encountering more infected in groups. They're getting faster, more vicious, and as they move through the Midwest, Emily's noticing that the infections aren't just spreading, they're mutating. She believes the infection is adapting. It's changing its behavior in ways they hadn't anticipated. For instance, last night, when they were camped out by the side of the road, Emily reported that the infected seemed to be coordinating their attacks. It was almost like they were hunting, not just stumbling around. She's afraid that soon the infected will start to ambush survivors in packs, using traps, or even luring people into compromised areas. Despite all that, Emily and Diego are still alive, still holding on. And that's a testament to their strength. Let's talk about Victor. He reached out earlier today. He's holed up in a school building just outside of Cleveland. Victor's story is different from what we've heard so far. He's seen something that should frighten us all. The infected are evolving in ways we couldn't have imagined. He's reporting that the infected are no longer the stumbling, mindless creatures we're used to. They're starting to learn, adapt, and use tools. Victor said he and his group were inside the school when they noticed the infected weren't just outside. They were actively trying to breach the barricades. At first, they thought it was just the usual madness, but then they saw something chilling. Infected were picking up objects, rocks, planks of wood, and trying to break the windows to get inside. At one point, Victor reported seeing an infected using a rock to smash a window. Victor and his group managed to fight them off, but he's worried that the infected are learning to plan their attacks, using tools to increase their chances of breaking into safe zones. Victor's warning to anyone listening is clear. Do not trust your safe places. The infected are evolving, and they are smarter than you think. I also received a message from Claire, a survivor holed up in Paris. The infection has spread across Europe now, and it's just as bad there as it is here. Claire is a medical student who had been studying at a university near the center of the city when the infection first hit. She says that the French government, much like the others, failed to respond in time. By the time they started imposing curfews, the city was already in chaos. Claire's group tried to make it to a hospital on the outskirts of Paris, hoping to find supplies, but they were ambushed on the way there. She says they managed to escape, but many of her fellow survivors didn't make it. The ones that did make it are now stuck in a building that's quickly running out of supplies. She mentioned a disturbing fact. The infected in Paris seem to be getting more organized. Claire believes they might be operating in groups, coordinating their attacks with unnerving precision. She's seen groups of infected moving in tight formations, almost like they're following orders. Claire doesn't know how this is possible, but she's worried that there may be something more to the infection than we understand. Claire is holding on to hope, though. She's determined to find a way out. But her options are limited, and the city is increasingly overrun. Finally, we have Antonio, a survivor from Madrid, Spain. Antonio's story is particularly harrowing. He's been stuck in the city for the past 2 days, desperately trying to find a way out. Madrid, like many of the major cities in Europe, has been decimated by the infection. Antonio says the streets are filled with abandoned cars, overturned dumpsters, and bodies. The military has set up barricades in an attempt to contain the infection, but it's clearly not working. He managed to escape his apartment building, but since then, he's been on the run. Antonio's trying to head south, toward Valencia, in search of a safer area. But his journey has been perilous. He said he's seen groups of infected stalking the streets in broad daylight, and he believes they might be getting smarter. In fact, Antonio has noticed that some infected are showing signs of what he described as cognitive behavior. They're not just aimlessly wandering anymore. They're actually patrolling certain areas. Antonio's group has been forced to take extreme measures to survive. They've been holed up in an old hotel near the city center, but it's only a matter of time before the infected find them. Antonio's trying to leave the city, but with the military tightening their grip, it's becoming increasingly difficult. As we hear these stories of survivors from different corners of the world, fighting against increasingly intelligent infected, trying to hold on to some sliver of hope, it's hard to ignore the truth. The world we knew is gone. We don't just have to fight the infected anymore. We have to fight against everything: the environment, other survivors, and ourselves. The infection is changing. It's adapting, and we must do the same if we want to survive. Stay vigilant, stay smart, and never stop fighting. Together, we might make it out alive, but the road ahead is long, and we're just getting started. It's day 3, and the world outside has descended into chaos in ways we've never seen before. The infection has gone global, and the military, desperate to hold on to whatever semblance of control remains, is ratcheting up their measures. It's clear now that we're not just dealing with an infection anymore. We're dealing with a full-scale disaster, one that the governments of the world never expected, and one that they're struggling to contain. I've been getting reports all day long, disturbing ones, about new military operations being launched in the hopes of curbing the spread. But here's the thing, nothing is working. The measures, as extreme as they are only escalating the problem. And the more the military pushes, the more they seem to be driving us into a corner. Let me start with something that's been causing a stir in the last 24 hours. There's a military operation being dubbed Clean Slate. Some of you may have heard whispers of it. Well, I've heard directly from a few survivors who have managed to slip past military checkpoints that the operation has begun in full force. The premise is simple, if you can call it that. The military is trying to eradicate the infection by any means necessary. That means using biological weapons, yes, biological weapons, to burn the infection out. I'm hearing reports that they've been releasing some kind of aerosolized chemical into heavily infected zones. They're calling it Project Cleansing, and it's meant to destroy the infected and sterilize the environment. But here's the kicker. It's not working. It's been less than a day since the chemical release in major cities, including New York and Chicago, and survivors are already reporting worse outcomes. Many have said that the infected seem to be getting more aggressive. Worse yet, there are some reports suggesting the infection is actually spreading faster after these chemical attacks. It's almost like the infected are becoming resistant to the chemicals. Some survivors I've heard from claim that the infected have started to show signs of increased coordination. They're not just aimlessly wandering or attacking in mobs anymore. They're working together, planning and executing coordinated strikes. I don't know if it's the chemicals mutating them or if this was inevitable, but I can tell you one thing. It's terrifying. and it seems to be making things much, much worse. Then there's the growing network of military checkpoints that have begun to appear across the country. The military has been scrambling to set up these barricades and safe zones to keep survivors from fleeing infected areas. But here's the reality. These checkpoints have become hotbeds of conflict and violence. I heard from a survivor in California yesterday. She said that she tried to cross into a supposedly safe zone, only to be stopped at one of these checkpoints. She described how the soldiers manning these checkpoints have become increasingly hostile, not only toward the infected, but toward civilians too. Many survivors are being turned away, shot on sight if they're seen as a threat, or even just for trying to escape. A report from Boston describes the same thing. Civilians who were once considered safe were being forcibly evacuated to military-run shelters. The shelters, by the way, are hardly safe. I've heard stories of overcrowding, food shortages, and in some cases, infected getting inside these so-called sanctuaries. It seems the military's attempts to impose order are failing everywhere. People are desperate. Those who can are fleeing to the wilderness, hoping the military will lose track of them. But it's not just the government they're running from anymore. It's the infected, too. Survivors are trapped in a kind of hellish limbo between the military, the infected, and the growing desperation of humanity. And let's talk about the firebombing efforts. It's clear that the military has decided to use any available tactic to purge the infected zones, but once again, their desperation is only making things worse. I've heard reports that entire cities are being firebombed, not just the outskirts or specific zones, but entire neighborhoods, with no regard for the civilians still inside. In some places, like Atlanta and Houston, the military has implemented these total quarantine zones where they have isolated the population, survivors and infected alike. They've walled off parts of cities and then sent in airstrikes to wipe out the infected in one fell swoop. The idea, I guess, is to burn everything down and start fresh. But that strategy has only left survivors with nowhere to go. People trapped in the quarantine zones report massive fires, smoke clouds, and the smell of burning bodies, infected and otherwise. It's a nightmare scenario. The military seems to think this will contain the problem, but they're just playing catch-up at this point. There are too many infected, and firebombing entire areas only spreads the infection further. One survivor I spoke to, Michael from Texas, described a scenario in which a whole suburb was bombed. He said it looked like the ground itself was still on fire, and it was nearly impossible to even breathe through the smoke. And then there were the screams. He couldn't even get close to his family, who were trapped in their own home by the flames. Now, let's talk about something else I've been hearing. A lot of complaints about evacuations that went horribly wrong. From what I've gathered, military convoys have been transporting survivors to safe zones, but these efforts haven't gone as planned. For one, the convoys are frequently ambushed. Survivors are reporting that military trucks carrying civilians are getting caught in traffic jams, or worse, falling victim to attacks by the infected or rogue groups of survivors. It's a mob mentality. People pushing and shoving to get on the military trucks, not caring about who gets left behind. And then there's the breakdown in communication. Survivors have reported that there's no reliable information coming from the military. Evacuations are haphazard. People are being relocated to supposed safe zones, only to find them overcrowded, undersupplied, and eventually overrun. The problem isn't just the infected, it's the collapse of infrastructure. The military's resources are running thin. The survivors, especially those in larger cities, are being shuffled around with nowhere to go and no way to survive. In some cases, people are just being dumped in these overcrowded camps, only to find themselves fighting for their lives in conditions that are no better than the streets they came from. And it's not just here in the U.S. Every country is struggling to contain this. In Europe, France, Germany, and Spain have all reported similar tactics. Some governments have begun imposing martial law, curfews, and forced relocations. But there's one thing every nation seems to be missing: communication. The United Nations called for an emergency meeting last night, but no clear action plan has been set. I've been getting reports from survivors in the UK who've been telling me that their own military has begun forcibly relocating people into holding camps. The camps are poorly managed, overcrowded, and full of infected. People who were once deemed safe are now getting sick. In South America, Brazil and Argentina are starting to see the same thing. Soldiers are taking extreme measures, firebombing urban areas, burning entire shanty towns to the ground, hoping it will stop the spread. But all it's doing is displacing survivors, pushing them further into the wilds, where they have no resources and no way to survive. It's clear now, the government is in over its head. The infection is spreading faster than they can respond, and the measures they've taken, military checkpoints, firebombing, and quarantine zones, are only making things worse. It's a desperate, failed effort to regain control. The real problem? They're treating the symptoms, not the cause. The infection is mutating, and the measures being taken are only exacerbating the situation. It's a cycle of escalation, and we're stuck in the middle of it. The survivors are caught between the infected and the military, both of whom are desperate and dangerous. The world outside is crumbling, and I'm afraid it's only going to get worse before it gets better. Stay safe and keep your head down. The world outside is not what it used to be. This government failures and military updates outline dives deep into the escalating military and government actions, the unintended consequences of those actions, and how things are deteriorating despite these desperate measures. It provides a mix of military overreach, failed evacuation efforts, firebombing, and the global response, painting a bleak picture of the authorities' inability to stop the infection. This is Station 72, and I'm still here, still breathing, somehow. I wish I could say the same about the world outside. The infection has swept through cities, towns, and countries, leaving only devastation in its wake. The air feels different now. It's thick with smoke, ash, and the lingering stench of death. I've spoken to more survivors in the past 24 hours than I care to remember, and none of them seem to hold on to the same optimism they did even just a few days ago. You hear that sound in their voices when they talk, the weariness, the resignation. They've seen too much. It feels like the world is falling apart faster than I can keep up. Every day the cities burn. Every day more people die. And the worst part? It seems like there's no way to stop it. This was supposed to be temporary, right? It was supposed to be a crisis, maybe. But nothing like this. And yet here we are, on day 3, fighting for survival like it's our first day on Earth. I've been behind this microphone for what feels like forever, and each time I think things can't get worse, they do. But still, I hold on. I don't know why. Sometimes. Maybe it's because I know you're still out there, listening. Maybe it's because I've heard that faint glimmer of hope in a few voices. The kind that says we're still here and we're not giving up. And if you're still out there, if you're still hanging on, then maybe, just maybe, there's a reason to keep going. But I'll tell you this, it's getting harder. And every day, I wonder how much longer we can keep this up. When I signed on to these broadcasts, I thought I was going to be reporting on a distant crisis. But now I realize we're all in the crisis. We're living it. We're surviving it. And I think, no, I know. I've changed. I don't know if I'm stronger for it, but I'm certainly not the same person I was before this started. And I don't think anyone is, but if there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that we can't afford to give in to despair. Not yet. If you're hearing my voice right now, then you're still connected to this world in some way. And as long as we're still connected, there's hope. It might be the smallest sliver, barely there, it's enough. That is what keeps me talking, keeps me broadcasting. It's the thread of hope that ties us all together. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know if I'll still be here tomorrow. But for now, I've got this microphone, and as long as I do, I'm going to use it. For you. For us. Before I sign off, there's one thing I need to say. It's not something I've done much before, but these days nothing feels normal, and normal is long gone. If you're still out there, still listening, still holding on, if these broadcasts have kept you company, kept you grounded, then I need you to do something for me. I know. It sounds like a joke in the middle of all this chaos, but these broadcasts are the last lifeline we have left. We're all trying to survive, to get through each day. And if you're hearing this, it means you're still part of the fight, and that means something. It means you're still part of this network of survivors. So share this broadcast. Tell anyone who might need to hear it, we're in this together. If you're out there and you're listening, then we've still got a way to stay connected. You might be asking yourself why it matters now when the world's falling apart, but it matters because we are still connected. It's all we have left. It's the only thing that proves we're not alone. And we can't afford to let that go. Not now. Not when every day is more uncertain than the last. So share this with anyone who might need it. Let them know that they're not alone, that they still matter. Keep the information flowing. Keep the messages alive. Keep the hope alive. I was about to close up shop for today. Had almost shut off the transmitter, started thinking about tomorrow, when I got a message. It wasn't much. A garbled transmission, encrypted and broken up by static. But it wasn't like anything I've received before. It sounded like a warning. But the thing is, it was talking about a safe zone, or at least I think it said that. The message was so fragmented, and the quality so poor that it's hard to know for sure. But from what I could make out, there's some kind of location that's been designated as a safe zone, somewhere untouched by the infection. A place where people are supposed to go if they want to survive. It could be nothing. It could be a trap. Or it could be our last hope. But if this message is real, if there's a safe place out there, then we might have a chance to pull through. I don't know yet. I don't know if it's a trap or if it's the real deal. But I've already sent out a request for confirmation. I'll have more details in the next broadcast. But listen, if you hear anything, if you know something about this safe zone, please send a message back. Anything. We're all in this together. And whatever information you have might be the key to saving us all. If you've made it this far and listened to this radio broadcast, I hope you enjoyed today's episode. We've discussed some deep topics, faced challenges together, and hopefully touched moments of hope along the way. If you liked the content, please subscribe to our channel so we can continue creating more broadcasts like this for you. And don't forget to like and share the video. Your support means the world to us. Without it, we wouldn't have the motivation to keep creating the kind of content that you enjoy. Every like, share, and comment gives us the strength to keep pushing forward and improve our broadcasts. I'll be back soon with more, but until then, keep your head down. Trust no one, stay vigilant, and above all, keep fighting. This is Alex Gray, signing off from Station 72. Stay safe, keep surviving.
I think there has been fear that if the government ever tipped their hand to say, well, we have some phenomena and we don't know what it is, the public would just freak out. And I think quite the contrary. I think the public can handle the truth.
I wonder if you'd like to see a photograph.
I would go to these countries and then I put together information about how these agencies worked into a dossier, and I gave it to John Podesta.
You know, until the United States government joins and has their own official agency, like the French, like the British, like the people in Chile, the people in Peru, it kind of holds back the whole world.
In that dossier were 2 letters to John Podesta, specifically to him, one written by the head of the Chilean government agency studying UFOs, and one written by the head of the French agency, explaining why they felt it was absolutely crucial that the United States be involved if we're going to make any progress with this.
I think it's important for investigative journalists like Leslie Kean to keep pressing for answers. So I put my credibility on the line, and I supported her efforts to open the space for politicians to say it may be a question of national security. It is a question of aviation safety.
It seemed like what we really needed was some kind of major UFO event, a major case with lots of data, with great witnesses, that would galvanize the country, that would be in the media, and that would force government involvement.
Hey, Dave, it's just from United Tower. Hey, did you see a flying disc out by C-17?
November 7th, 2006. Something happened over O'Hare Airport. An event that, once again, suggests a problem with aviation safety, this time over one of the country's busiest airports.
You had workers on the tarmac and the pilots, and these guys look up at around 1,000 feet. They see a disc-shaped object above them.
Some of our pilots on the ground were reporting a UFO sighting at 1,000 feet.
You don't believe this was possibly your imagination?
It was definitely not my imagination.
Joe was a mechanic for United Airlines. While taxiing a jumbo jet to the hangar, he and another mechanic
noticed an object up in the sky sitting above the terminal complex.
It had a metallic grayish appearance to it. It appeared to be 30 to 40 feet in diameter. It's not moving at all. I mean, there's no motion. And this goes on for a few minutes until suddenly the object just goes straight up. And in doing so, burns a hole through the clouds.
There was a disc out there flying around.
There was a what?
A disc.
A disc? Like a frisbee?
Like a UFO type thing.
My name is John Hilkovich. I was transportation reporter at Chicago Tribune for roughly 18 years. A few days after the alleged sighting, I got a phone call from an official with the National UFO Reporting Center. I think he assumed that I had heard about this, and he wanted to know, was I working on a story? I covered transportation. UFO was not part of the beat at all. So, I had my healthy reporter's skepticism about this, but this is highly restricted airspace. You don't want something up there that doesn't belong there. So I took that information and contacted the FAA and United Airlines, and they both denied any knowledge of this alleged sighting. They were sort of amused by it, like, are you okay, John? You're asking these weird questions. I spent the next couple of weeks interviewing as many people as I could about this sighting. These were all trained aviation professionals, pilots who were taxiing on the ground, ramp workers who were pushing back planes. Given the pushback from the FAA, I submitted a FOIA request for the logs at O'Hare Tower for that day, November 7th.
Somebody reported a UFO or a flying disc above Charlie Concourse, seriously. Excellent. Yeah.
We saw it a half hour ago. A whole bunch of us over at the Charlie Concourse.
Really?
When I heard the recordings, it was clear that this alleged sighting was logged in O'Hare Tower. The United Airlines was told about this by numerous employees. There was just an abundance of radio chatter between O'Hare Tower and various people on the airfield.
You're seeing flying discs.
Well, that's what the pilot and the ramp guys are telling us. The C-17, they saw some flying disc above, and we can't see above us.
So
You didn't see it, right?
I imagine anything, so. And if I did, I wouldn't admit to it.
United, despite their insistence to me that they had no knowledge of this and they took no action, was first to backtrack. to say that, yes, it had received reports of this. And then the FAA said that upon further review, yes, they had received calls saying that something was up there.
Is it standard that the FAA, if you ask them a straightforward question, would lie, essentially?
Well, I mean, there's nothing standard about this story. This story ran on page 1 of the Chicago Tribune on January 1st, 2007, and the reaction to it was unbelievable.
John, the response has been, well, out of this world, hasn't it?
I mean, just the last 2 days, this is my email.
Several pilots, apparently, to Chicago's O'Hare swear they saw one, a UFO.
It looked like literally someone had poked a hole in the clouds.
It got more hits on the Chicago Tribune website than any story they had ever written in the past. But there was still a very strong taboo against this, so there were some skeptics that were called on these various shows who kind of debunked it.
Return to the chief astronomer for the Franklin Institute, Derek Pitts. Derek, thanks for being with us again.
My pleasure, Keith.
All right, let's start with the UFO sighting at O'Hare. When it's pilots saying this, do we have to listen? And then what is it they could have seen but not been able to identify?
Well, that's a really difficult question to answer because there are all kinds of sky phenomena that could have manifested themselves, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are alien spacecraft.
I was intrigued that so many people had seen this. But we can't just suggest, here's a spacecraft from another planet that defies the laws of physics. So for me, I go to those things that seem much more likely, much more reasonable, much more possible.
When I read the Chicago Tribune story, I was really shocked by the FAA efforts to try and explain this away. First of all, they said it was airport lights reflecting off the clouds. And it turned out that the airport lights had not even been turned on yet when the event occurred. So that explanation didn't work.
The FAA adds that the sighting might have been caused by a weather phenomenon.
The next explanation they provided was that it was a weather phenomenon. I knew what that probably meant was this phenomenon called a hole punch cloud. It's very rare, where ice crystals fall from one cloud above to a lower cloud and they melt a hole in the cloud. I called a bunch of cloud experts, asked what the conditions were that would be required for a hole punch cloud to form. I learned that the temperature would have to be below freezing, which it was not at that day at O'Hare. It was around 50 degrees. So I was able to completely dispatch the FAA's explanation of a weather phenomenon. For the FAA and the government, it's just come up with something to make it go away, no matter how ludicrous it is, no matter how inaccurate it is. This was an aviation safety hazard. This thing was floating over an airport. It made me feel inspired to really want to do more because this just can't keep going like this.
In 2006, we had that very compelling case that happened at O'Hare Airport. That got a lot of media coverage. We were coming up on the 10-year anniversary for the Phoenix Lights case. That was getting a lot of coverage. And there seemed to be a whole new wave of interest in the media on the phenomenon. And I decided to kind of strike while the iron's hot. Ever since the Phoenix Lights case, I was meeting with the witnesses and I heard their frustration with how the governor treated their testimony by making a mockery and ridiculing. So in 2006, I managed to get a hold of Fife Symington, who was no longer governor of Arizona. He responded immediately and accepted my invitation for an interview. And it ended up being one of those aha moments for me as a reporter.
If you had to do it over again, would you have done it any differently?
You know, I think it was a legitimate occurrence of unknown origin, probably one of the major sightings in modern history in the country, because a lot of people saw it in Maricopa County, and I saw it too. So
And I saw it too. Did I just hear that straight? Did the former governor of Arizona, who made fun of one of the most significant modern-day mass sightings, just admit that he too was a witness?
At least I have the opportunity now to correct the record, and that's important.
I knew I had captured lightning in a bottle. I really knew this was going to be big. So I reached out to Leslie Kane, who I said, hey, you're not going to believe this.
I could not believe it. And my immediate response was, I want to break this story.
Leslie helped get that story out, and we got a lot of news coverage.
If you had been here 10 years ago and standing out here and looking up there at the lights and the view, you would have been astounded. You would have been amazed. And I suspect that unless the Defense Department proves us otherwise, that it was probably some form of an alien spacecraft.
There was momentum that started to build, and it was sort of a catalyst for us to feel, look at what's going on. Let's do something really big that will draw attention to this. I joined forces with James Fox, and we decided to bring together a panel of the very most credible witnesses from all over the world to a major event in Washington, which would draw a new level of attention to incidences like the O'Hare event.
We had scientists, generals, pilots, both military and civilian, from multiple countries.
Among them was Parviz Jafari, the Iranian pilot who had tried to shoot down a UFO, John Callahan from the Japan Airlines case.
And the moderator of the event was former governor of Arizona, Fife Symington.
He recognized that if there had been an agency in place when this event happened in 1997, everything would have been different.
Leslie and I wanted to see if we could set up a new government agency, a modern-day Project Blue Book.
I'd like to welcome you all here today, and I don't think there's ever been a more high-level or distinguished group.
This event was the culmination of all the work I had done previously to bring everybody together in one room like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jean-Charles Duboc. I am a retired Air Force captain.
Soy el capitán.
I am Rodrigo Bravo, captain and pilot of the Chilean Army.
What I'm about to tell you is about an event that never happened.
The power of this was that you had all these people in one room telling their stories one after the other.
Buenos días, damas y caballeros.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Oscar Santamaria Huertas, official pilot of the Peruvian Air Force, currently retired.
Oscar Santamaria encountered a UFO over an air base in Peru, and he was instructed to go up and shoot it down.
My unit commander ordered me to take off in my Sukhoi 22 jet to shoot down the spherical object.
He said he unleashed all of his firepower, direct target hit, and it just absorbed his bullets.
The cone-shaped wall of fire that I sent out will normally obliterate anything in its path.
We also had Parviz Jafari, who talked about what happened to him.
I tried to launch a heat-seeker missile to it, but my missile panel went out.
The momentum just kept building and building and building.
Hundreds of people saw a majestic triangular craft. I have no idea what we saw that night, but I do know with great certainty it was under intelligent control.
There's something very pragmatic about pilots, particularly military pilots. When you hear enough of those cases from around the world, I felt like the government had to pay attention.
We want the United States government to stop perpetuating the myth that all UFOs can be explained away in down-to-earth and conventional terms. Instead, our country needs to reopen its official investigation that it shut down in 1969.
We made the appeal at that press conference for a government agency to be set up.
Do I look all right? Because my wife will yell at me if I don't.
When it comes to events of this nature, dealing with the great unknown, we deserve, I believe, more openness and a serious pursuit of the facts by our government. Thank you very much.
That press conference was a moment for all of us. All of us had been in the trenches for all those decades. It was a very satisfying moment. And we got some very mainstream coverage.
A group gathering here in Washington to talk about their UFO sightings, but this apparently is no crackpot convention. Former high-level government and military officials are among those sharing what they've seen in the skies.
The press conference felt like a moment of huge success. But I had this fantasy, well, maybe this will lead to some kind of hearings on this. Nothing. Nobody in the government batted an eyelash. It didn't accomplish what we had hoped for, which was to get our government engaging with it. I thought that the 5-minute presentations that these witnesses made simply weren't long enough to really get across what happened to them. So I was inspired to bring these people into a book. And they reported on their cases in their own words. They wrote their own chapters. I don't think people at that level had ever come together under one umbrella before, and it had a lot of authority to it, not because of me, but because of the people I brought to the book. When it became a New York Times bestseller, I think it brought heightened credibility to the topic.
Our next guest calling for a formal investigation of unidentified flying objects, Leslie Kean.
I'm here to talk about UFOs, Leslie Kean.
Please welcome Leslie Kean. Real generals or like
Captain
Crunch? Like real
generals?
What generals think that there are aliens out there?
They don't think they're aliens, and that's one of the points they all make in this book, is we don't know what they are.
All right. Thank you so much, Leslie Kean.
When I first read Leslie Kean's book, I thought her investigation of this was exactly the kind of real science investigation that we should be thinking about starting around unidentified flying objects. In fact, I had Leslie as a guest here at the Franklin Institute to give a presentation about her book. We're about real science. We are not about speculation. And I felt that the work that Leslie demonstrated in her book was a responsible way to go about this.
I wrote the foreword to her book, which at the time people thought was just something to go on the shelf with the other ufologies, but was really, I think, a serious effort to try to document what pilots had seen, what other military senior leaders had documented.
The success of the book brought so much credibility to this topic, and it drew people into my life that hadn't been there before. Insiders who have been involved with this thing for a long time, some of them with security clearances, and they trusted me. That's what led to my being invited to a meeting years later where I was handed the biggest scoop of my career.
Leslie Kean, one of the investigative reporters who broke this story. This report is stunning.
The New York Times breaking the news that the Pentagon has been secretly researching the possible existence of UFOs. Apparently, the Department of Defense launched the program in 2007.
2007, the same year that we gave our press conference, it just so happened that this government program was already being set up. We didn't know about that at the time, of course, but it was actually happening.
The article was a huge moment, a moment I'll never forget. I had friends and family from all around the world going, oh my God, maybe you were right. Maybe you're not as crazy as I thought you were, you know? It was a good feeling. I was really proud of Leslie because the rest of the world was paying attention that maybe there is really something going on here.
That article was really just the beginning. It opened the door to all these questions that arose after that about what this program actually had learned about UFOs. Is it going to release information to the public? All these questions that people want to know about UFOs. Well, if there's a program, what do they know? Imagine just how wonderful it would be to have those questions asked on behalf of the American people.
Today, we will bring that organization out of the shadows. I think for far too long, people have said, oh, the public isn't ready to know about these things. But I think that the public is ready, now more than ever.
We were seeing things off the coast every day.
The pilots know what they are seeing. They are not crazy.
You just have to realize that it's using a kind of technology that we don't understand.
One of these objects happened to be from another civilization. That would change the future of humanity.
Can you start off by telling me your name and a little bit about your career in the Navy?
My name is Ryan Graves. I was a lieutenant in the Navy for about 11 years. And I was with the VFA 11 Red Rippers. In 2015, we were aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt. While we were off the coast of Virginia Beach, what we were seeing out there were essentially radar contacts that we didn't think belonged there. 2 aircraft from my squadron were flying out to the area one day, They were about 100 feet or so apart. As they were flying through the area, the lead pilot in this aircraft saw an object zip right by his aircraft. What they described was a dark cube inside some type of clear sphere where the corners of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. When the crew came back, they were shocked. They're like, hey, we almost hit one of those damn things. There was really no answer of what it was. And so our squadron filed a safety report, and we continued filing reports.
Ryan Graves and many other pilots reported these strange encounters with these unknown aircraft that had no wings, no cockpit, no intakes, no exhaust, and that were somehow seemingly able to fly.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh.
They began to have numerous encounters, weekly, almost daily in some cases. This continued month after month, year after year.
I can't tell you how many times I've talked to pilots, both civilian and military, say, hey, Lou, the reason why I didn't report this is because I didn't want to lose my job. I got a mortgage to pay, I got kids. You know, if I report this, they're going to think I'm crazy.
So we've been battling this stigma for a while, but I couldn't just ignore the things that I was seeing just because everyone else was uncomfortable talking about it. It's just a matter of time until there's a mid-air collision.
You can't muzzle, you can't squelch the truth. Our entire democracy is based on the principles of truth.
We get reports every night. I don't know what the hell it is. Looks like a rotating light around it. I'd like to report a UFO.
The government's UFO files are stored here at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. Notes, documents, and interviews on 12,618 UFO cases. Since 1969, the investigation has been closed.
They said all of this stuff was not to be taken seriously or believed. Even though there were 701 cases still on the table that were unexplained.
There is nothing in Air Force files that come to a conclusion that spaceships have visited the Earth.
When the government said, you're not seeing what you're seeing, that immediately created a distrust in the government.
UFO activists have gotten mighty vocal in recent weeks.
We want the truth! We want the truth!
Because of that mistrust, people developed all kinds of conspiracy theories. Many conspiracy theories start with a kernel of truth. So you had a lot of focus, for instance, on Area 51, a secret facility in the Nevada desert.
The base has been cloaked in secrecy for decades.
Area 51 is the place where some of our most advanced legendary aircraft were developed in secret for the CIA and for the Air Force. But the excessive secrecy launched an entire mythology that they have crashed spaceships that are being reverse engineered at Area 51.
Area 51, where the military has conducted...
For the past 50 years, classified experiments involving extraterrestrial technology.
What can you say goes on at this test facility?
Darn little.
Part of the mythology is that there's an alien craft stored there, and this stems from a crash of something in Roswell, New Mexico in the 1940s.
For people who are deep into the UFO experience, they believe that whatever was discovered at Roswell was taken at some point to Area 51.
If there are, in fact, any extraterrestrial type equipment or anything that's been recovered, it's most likely out here somewhere.
I've been to Area 51 on more than one occasion, and it was just really interesting, some of the stuff. They had a Soviet helicopter, but my personal feeling and all the knowledge I have, I think anyone that talks about having wreckages from outer space, and I just don't think that exists. But the American people want information. The one way we always get in trouble in government is trying to hide stuff, trying to be non-transparent.
Harry Reid played such a critical role to the progress that we've made on the UFO issue. He instigated a program at the Department of Defense to investigate UFOs, and he became very outspoken about the need for an official disclosure and transparency.
As far as I'm concerned, there needs to be a tremendous amount of government resources put into this because the American people are entitled to know what the hell's going on.
The New York Times detailing our nation's secretive search for signs of intelligent life. The Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program reportedly dates back to 2007, and one of its patron saints is said to be former Senator Harry Reid.
The military is spending millions of dollars to look into UFO sightings, and videos from American fighter pilots all being made public.
The New York Times article that came out in 2017 started this journey for us as a country. It revealed several things. First of all, the fact that the U.S. government was still looking at UFOs and that there was enough information there to convince a lot of people that it was real.
When you learn about a program on UFOs, and then we see the videos were released, and well, this is fantastic. What we've now had to come to grips with is that we have not learned hardly anything about the specifics of what they did in this secret project.
President Obama says that there is footage and records of objects in the skies, these unidentified aerial phenomenon, and he says we don't know exactly what they are. What do you think that it is?
I would ask him again. Thank you.
You can only imagine what they have and what they've learned in this secret program that they're not revealing to us. When are we going to have access to that?
If you hide the information rather than revealing it to everyone, then it becomes much easier for it to be seen as conspiratorial. So being able to shed light on all of this and make it available for objective study can eliminate the conspiracy aspect of it. Any of this.
With the information we have right now, there's no reason, in my opinion, why they shouldn't do some public hearings on this. It's a perfect time to do it.
Harry Reid remained involved with this right up until the time that he died. Thankfully, there was another person in government who came along to carry on his legacy and pick up the torch.
My name is Kirsten Gillibrand. I'm a senator from New York, and I sit on the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. On the Armed Services Committee, over the last decade, we've had very minimal reporting on UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. And I was talking to some staff, and they said, well, if you are interested in this topic, you should really talk to Harry Reid. So I called him and I said, Harry, I'm really interested in this issue of UAPs. Can you give me some advice on it? And he said, well, it's really important and you should definitely work on it. The more I sort of pushed on this issue, the more I realized that our armed forces were able to capture video footage of unidentified aerial phenomena, but over time have decided it's best to say nothing if you see something that you can't identify, because you may well be seen as someone who is crazy and that it will harm your career. We just need to know the facts, and that is certainly our responsibility as members of Congress to demand those facts.
We spend a lot of time, a lot of resources ensuring that our aircraft operate safely. And to think that we would ignore a potential safety issue because of a little skepticism around a three-letter acronym, it just doesn't make sense. I thought that we had to express this in the public light and make it okay to talk about, not just for people, right, but for elected officials.
Well, if there's another thing, it's rotating.
The pilots know what they are seeing. They're not crazy. They are seeing something which is there, and there are documents, photographs, images that prove that there was something we did not understand.
As a number of these pilots came forward, interest in Washington seemed to increase in this topic, and those pilots actually briefed members of Congress about what they had seen.
I did have the opportunity to go to the Pentagon personally to tell my story in a classified environment. Other pilots went there to discuss this as well.
I'm Alex Dietrich. I'm a retired naval officer. I served 20 years in the U.S. Navy.
My name is David Fravor. I'm a retired Navy commander, Super Hornet pilot, where I flew for 18 years for the United States Navy.
Dave Fravor and I were asked by the Pentagon if we would agree to go into closed session. We spoke to some individuals in Congress, giving us a chance to talk about the incident. We were flying a training exercise in Southern California off the coast. Commander David Fravor in the lead aircraft, he was the commanding officer of the squadron.
We look down and we see a long cylindrical white object with rounded ends, roughly 40 feet long, that looked like a giant tic-tac.
When you have a face-to-face meeting with these pilots, when they describe in detail the incidents and the encounters, and you feel the emotion, it becomes virtually impossible to deny that this is something serious and something real.
One of the meetings with the highest group of officials was supposed to be 30 minutes. It was an hour and a half. They literally did not want to leave. And a couple of them were enthralled, like could not stop asking questions.
How concerned should we be about the briefing that you received on UFOs? Is that a concern for pilots?
I'm not going to get into any of the contents of the briefing. It was a classified briefing. The military and others are taking this issue seriously, which I think in previous generations may not have been the case.
Some of my colleagues are very interested in this topic and some kind of, giggle. But I don't think we can allow the stigma to keep us from having an answer to a very fundamental question.
Clearly something's going on. The American public wants to know, and frankly, we deserve to know.
Congress wanted to get to the bottom of this, get everything on the table that was known about it. Ultimately, Congress did something unprecedented.
For many years, government investigations into these close encounters were shrouded in secrecy. Now the curtain may be lifted.
They asked the intelligence community to provide them with a report about what they know about UFOs.
In June, the Pentagon will issue a report to Congress. The release next month of a highly anticipated military report.
For this report from the Director of National Intelligence, we didn't know how responsive the services would be, the Air Force in particular. We were very eager to see what they would come up with.
The U.S. intelligence community has finally released its highly anticipated UFO report.
The Pentagon is taking it seriously, saying it's possible this is a national security issue and a danger to flight.
In this report, it states specifically that there were 144 incidents that this report reviewed.
Now, the study released on Friday found only one of those can be explained, just one.
There were 18 incidents that showed unusual air characteristics. Start, stop, hovering, incredible speed, things that they couldn't explain.
The report established that UFOs are a real physical phenomenon. It also stated that they were not American technology, and there was no evidence that they were either Russian or Chinese.
So we know that. What we don't know is what caused this phenomena.
With the coming out of this report, it's opened up a door because the report, in effect, is inconclusive.
They came back with a report that was pretty lame, I thought. I said I could have written it when I was in the 5th grade. Very short, nothing.
It was very clear to most people that the Air Force was conspicuously absent for that reporting. And I think some of that goes back to when the Air Force was tasked originally in Project Blue Book, to look at this topic of UFOs.
Their civilian astronomer, Dr. Alan Hynek, became increasingly dissatisfied as a scientist because they weren't approaching it in a scientific way.
And we've always honored accredited media when they want to investigate a given specific sighting. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide at all.
So this just continues the fine, long tradition of the Air Force neglecting the UFO problem.
The Air Force, of course, has the most sensors, the most capability, and the responsibility for monitoring air and space. That's the primary source you would turn to for information, and they were not forthcoming.
What I fear is that government will feel they were asked to do a report, they did a minimally acceptable report, and now they can go back and forget about it. I fear that.
When I joined the Intelligence Committee, I began to see that we weren't actually getting the reporting that I thought Congress would have been getting on UAPs. That gave me very serious concern that we're not given the information we need to do our jobs.
It's like trying to put a puzzle together when the pieces are in different rooms all over different buildings.
Dr. Hynek told me very wisely that there is no such thing as a U.S. government. There are a number of agencies with their own focus, their own technologies, and their own budgets. So it's very difficult to get those agencies to converge on a new phenomenon that doesn't seem to belong to anyone.
Government agencies definitely need to play a role in gathering data about UFOs, but if they don't organize this data and centralize it, then a lot of it could be lost. We know of at least one case where the material was passed around from agency to agency, and that was the Aguadilla case.
Aguadilla is an incident where the local airport detected a UFO. They notified the U.S. Customs Enforcement aircraft with a sophisticated infrared camera system. They were able to observe it and film it for 5 minutes or so. It's a curious little craft. It doesn't appear to have rotors. It's unclear how it manages to fly without wings. When people say, how come there are no pictures? Well, here's quite an extensive video officially taken by the U.S. government of yet another UAP.
The Aguadilla video was shuffled around in Homeland Security, and apparently they sent a copy of the video to the Air Force and said, could you guys tell us what this is? And the Air Force replied back, why don't you contact a civilian UFO group? And so that's how we got access to the video.
This is the object that's being tracked by the Homeland Security aircraft. You have latitude, longitude, coordinates, and you have all the information and pause right there.
Currently, I'm an executive board member with the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. This organization consists of about 160 people. Almost all of them have backgrounds in science. We provide a location where scientists can actually come and research the subject without the stigma that's often associated with it. We broke the video down into individual frames and looked at it frame by frame. And the first time I saw the video, I'm watching it and you see this little dot moving along. And then, to me, you see the object go into the water. And I can hardly see a splash. I mean, how did it do that? But the really exciting part was it comes out of the water, and then you see two objects.
Right there, now there's two objects. The pilot, you'll see, he's magnified because he's like, what in the heck is going on?
When I looked at it frame by frame, to me, it was crazy. It was clear to me that there was not another object that came out of the water. I thought this object had simply split in half and became two objects. That's what really made that video so anomalous. But I have no explanation for it. That's just what the data showed.
The Aguadilla video could have easily fallen through the cracks. There are probably other videos that just sit in some agency that we don't even know about.
We had this video and data at the Pentagon. We actually had this. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more videos there. It's not up to me to release or talk about, but I can tell you that I've personally had access to them along with my colleagues. There's some that are extremely compelling.
We need to have a place where all this information can be brought together. That is what a responsible, thoughtful approach towards something you do not know what it is would be. And so that's what I put into the defense bill, and that is what is going to be in place moving forward.
The headlines are screaming about legislation from New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
A bipartisan amendment proposed in the National Defense Authorization Act would create a permanent
government office tasked with investigating unidentified aerial phenomena.
These are serious issues of national security and technology that we should know about.
In December of 2021, Congress enacted the Gillibrand Amendment, which created a new office to study the UAP phenomenon.
What I would expect it to be is some of the brightest minds in the whole country focused on this specific review. Mathematicians and scientists and astrophysicists and people who understand how to look at this phenomenon and analyze it.
The people interested in this have been calling for this for so long, and that it's finally happening is just amazing. And this is only the beginning. The legislation that was proposed by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand was important in so many ways, but one thing that stood out was she wanted the office to research materials that are allegedly connected to crashed UFOs.
We should never be afraid of what we don't know. I know nothing about crashed materials. I don't even know if they exist. If there are any, of course they should be studied. And if we don't know what it is, it's not an appropriate response to say, well, then let's not look at it.
I'm Gary Nolan. I'm a professor of pathology at Stanford. My background is in genetics, microbiology, virology, and cancer biology. When some scientist friend heard that I was working on UFOs, he said, well, you're going to ruin your career. It got me mad. It's just data. I'm not coming to any conclusions. People have been seeing these things for so long, and somehow we seem to feel like we need government to tell us that it's okay to believe in it. I don't agree with that kind of approach to life. I don't need anybody to tell me what it is that I know is real.
Gary's a Nobel nominee and a Stanford researcher, and he's just now coming out of the shadows. He's dealing with something here with the UAP phenomenon as just something outside of our current understanding. But that doesn't mean we should shy away from it. It just means we should understand it.
I've got some of them with me.
In your opinion, does the U.S. government have crashed materials in their possession?
Yes.
What's really important about physical materials is that they could possibly reveal that these were not from Earth. Gary works with Jacques Vallée on these studies. Jacques, he's a computer scientist and astronomer. He also has been studying UFOs, of course, and has been one of the most original thinkers in that field.
I brought some of the other materials here that we've been looking at. I mean, there was 30 pounds of this dropped on the ground in a molten state.
There are a number of cases where people saw an object coming from the sky and crashing in a field, and they've recovered something. When I spoke to physicists, they said, well, you know, Jacques, you know, it's fascinating, but you haven't given me something I can take to my lab, something I can put under a microscope, but that's started to happen in the last few years.
This is a magnesium isotope ratios for Ubatuba.
I wonder why people always expect it to be very complex, you know, beta materials.
One of the cases that Jacques and Gary studied involved a UFO event that occurred in 1957. Jacques had collected samples and he brought them into the lab and worked with Gary on the case.
The Ubatuba event was the fisherman. He sees a glowing object over the ocean that suddenly exploded and just shattered these magnesium chunks, bright silvery metal, all over the ground and in the water. The fisherman went back and collected this stuff.
Decades later, Gary was able to study it in his lab. He found that for the magnesium sample, the way it was held together was something that had been manipulated.
It's pretty clear that they were part of some industrial process that had engineered them to be different. That is interesting. Maybe it was being used for propulsion. Maybe it was used for energy generation. It's a physics we just don't understand. But who couldn't be excited about potentially understanding it? Because imagine what we could do with it. If you could so easily move from one place to another, as in the videos that have been seen, the energy that is necessary to do that, who needs coal-fired power plants anymore? So that, to me, is one of the most important parts about thinking about the phenomenon. If you take the data off the table and you don't allow it to be part of the solution could be staring you in the face, but you just threw it in the garbage. That's not how a scientist approaches science.
Fear grows in darkness. It's essential that you have light and transparency. There's nothing to me that is frightening or worrisome about research and study and analysis. That is what scientists and academics are extremely good at. It is what they are there to do. So why not use our best and brightest to get a clear handle on what's known and what's unknown?
Now, the UFO topic has been authenticated as real by the government, so that has drawn people in. There's just a much wider arena of people that are involved now.
When the government came forward in the form of the report from the Director of National Intelligence and talks about objects they cannot identify, that's very significant. If the government doesn't really know what they are, then it's the duty of the scientific community to come to the help of the government in figuring it out. So a month after Pentagon report, I established the Galileo project in July 2021.
A team of international scientists is embarking on a new research project that just a few years ago would have been dismissed as very fringe.
What Professor Avi Loeb has managed to do is create this body of scientists who are willing to say, to hell with social stigma. We're going to have the courage as a scientific community to look at this topic from a scientific perspective. That is in itself revolutionary.
At Harvard, astrophysics professor Avi Loeb is hoping to collect scientific data on the kinds of mysterious objects that have been spotted by fighter pilots.
The Galileo project would look at unidentified objects near Earth and try to identify
believers, okay? I mean scientists, all who agree that this topic is worthy of study.
I look at problems differently because fundamentally I'm a farm boy. I used to drive the tractor to the hills of the village and read philosophy books because I was mostly interested about the fundamental questions. How did everything start? Is there life elsewhere? If we see an object in the sky, we should not assume that it's natural or human-made, but rather get more evidence on it if it doesn't look familiar. So this is the roof of the Harvard College Observatory. It's an institution that existed for more than 170 years. This is where the telescope system will be.
Over there?
Yeah. What we will have is a dome-shaped array of infrared cameras that look at the entire sky at all times. We will monitor the sky and have an artificial intelligence software that analyzes what we see and tries to identify whether it's a bird, a drone, an atmospheric phenomena, or something else. We allow for the possibility of an extraterrestrial technological origin, which makes us different from the rest of the scientific community that does not even allow for that possible interpretation.
The Galileo project is an extraordinary step that Dr. Loeb has taken because you have the credibility of a major scientific institution behind it. And it's giving people permission to talk about it. And this is a turning point.
On November 10th, 2021, there was the Ignatius Forum that took place in the Washington National Cathedral. It was attended by the head of NASA, Bill Nelson, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, Jeff Bezos, and myself.
My point is simple. Let's look at the sky and check if there is any equipment that were sent by other civilizations. And that's the goal of the Galileo project.
The Ignatius Forum was a discussion about the theological implications of discovering a smarter kid on our cosmic blog. It was fascinating for me to sit next to Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, when she made a statement that some of the objects might be from an extraterrestrial origin.
The main issues that Congress and others have been concerned about are basically safety of flight concerns and counterintelligence issues. But of course, there's always the question of, is there something else that we simply do not understand that might come extraterrestrially?
To me, that was very revealing, because it now appears that government is willing to discuss that possibility of an extraterrestrial origin.
Avril Haines, who is the director of national intelligence, saying that it was possible that the strange encounters could be extraterrestrial life.
She said they may be coming extraterrestrially. She opened up that door to that possibility. It's a sign of how things have changed.
Imagine one of these objects happened to be from another civilization. That would change the future of humanity.
People want to know, is this otherworldly? Is it from our solar system? My hope is that the UFO community, along with government officials, will work together in a way that will answer some of these questions.
I'm just about to talk to Representative Andre Carson, who is going to be holding open hearings on UAP. It's been more than half a century since hearings in Congress, so it's like major news that we're having open hearings. There's an email that just came in, conference line in 10 minutes. Hello, Mr. Carson. Thank you so much for taking this call with me.
What an honor, thank you.
I'd love to know, what you really hope to accomplish from having the hearing next week.
UAPs present a very real national security risk, and this is an area of high public interest. Any undue secrecy can serve as an obstacle to solving the mystery, or it really could prevent us from finding solutions to potential vulnerabilities.
I think for far too long, people have said, oh, the public isn't ready to know about these things, but I think that the public is ready, now more than ever.
The House Oversight Committee will host its first public hearing on this issue since 1969.
Representatives from the Pentagon will be asked questions by lawmakers about what the U.S. government knows about all those strange lights in the sky.
These things very well may be real, and it's about time we heard more about what our government knows about them.
This is really an historic moment. It's a milestone that we are having an open congressional hearing about UFOs.
I wasn't asked to be here, but I felt personally I wanted to have the opportunity to come down here and try to take this thing full circle, frankly. The Navy trained me as a safety officer, and at the end of the day, we have objects that are nearly hitting these aircraft, and it is a safety issue, and it's a tactical issue, and it's a strategic issue.
The subcommittee will come to order. The last time Congress had a hearing on UAPs was half a century ago. I hope that it does not take 50 more years for Congress to hold another, because transparency is desperately needed.
The members of Congress represent the people of the United States. The people want information. Congress wants more transparency from the Pentagon on this topic.
Undersecretary Moultrie, Mr. Bray.
The two witnesses that are being called are high-level officials. Ronald Moultrie is the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, and Scott Bray is Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence. Both of them obviously know a great deal about the Pentagon's research into UFOs.
There have been no collisions between any U.S. assets and one of these UAPs, correct?
We have not had a collision. We've had at least 11 near misses.
Do we have any sensors underwater to detect submerged UAPs?
So I think that would be more appropriately addressed in closed session, sir.
Okay. Can you say with 100% certainty that they are physical objects?
I can say with certainty that a number of these are physical objects.
It's also been reported that there have been UAP observed flying over sensitive military facilities. One such incident allegedly occurred at Malmstrom Air Force Base, in which 10 of our nuclear ICBMs were rendered inoperable. I'm not commenting on the accuracy of this. I'm simply asking you whether you're aware of it.
I have heard stories. I have not seen the official data on that.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty high-profile incident. You're the guys investigating it. I mean, who else is doing it?
Overall, it's a huge step that the hearings even happened, but it was frustrating because they just didn't say that much.
The Pentagon says today's hearings, while it may not find new answers, will help with how these reports are handled.
This could be the first of several hearings, with some lawmakers saying next they would like to hear directly from some of the pilots who have encountered those objects firsthand.
Overall reaction to the hearings, I thought it will be a cover-up at some level, and I feel like that's what it was.
How you doing, Ryan Graves?
Yeah, right. He was one of the pilots.
Oh, good gosh. God bless you.
How are you?
How you doing? Well, so you got a pilot right here, and he should have been the one talking in there, okay? He should have been the one talking, explaining what the heck was going on. Congress needs to give those pilots some sort of whistleblower's protection and some guarantee that it will not be a mark on their record, and we need to bring them in. You talk.
Well, I just really appreciate that everyone took the time out here in order to pay attention to this issue. From my perspective, getting energy on this is simply just going to save lives at the end of the day for our Navy operators. This is something that the American populace is very interested in, and I think that they deserve to know what's going on.
When our own military fighter pilots, the best in the world, they're up there and they're saying, what in the world is this? We should be concerned.
Congress is doing exactly the right thing. If their constituents are demanding answers, then Congress needs to demand answers.
That's what the constitutional framework of our democracy is all about. It's about oversight and accountability, and each branch of government having a responsibility.
Now that the government has acknowledged that UFOs are real, they're physical, they're a national security concern, it raises a lot of questions. The main one being, what are these things? Where are they from? Why are they here?
The truth about UFOs is easy to summarize. The UFO phenomenon is real and maybe the greatest scientific problem of all time.
What do you think these things are?
Let's try to break it down one by one in terms of the technology that we see. We now know that these objects go between Mach 5 and Mach 20, 20 times the speed of sound. They can fly in the air, and they can go even underwater. What could be behind that? Why should they go underwater?
Surprisingly enough, we've explored more of the moon than we've explored of our ocean floors on this planet. So our ocean floors are just as much of a mystery to us as are some of the moons orbiting some of the planets in our solar system.
People ask a lot, well, what do you think they are? When I started out, I was probably pretty convinced of the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that they were just visitors from another planet. But I've come to learn since that the phenomenon is way more complicated.
It was traveling at fantastic speed.
It was a series of about 6 lights in the shape of a cross.
It seemed to be rotating, and it was hovering.
There was a rim of light in the shape of a triangle.
3 of us up here saw it. The length is unbelievable.
They're so diverse, I just don't think it's as simple. Disc-shaped ship that has traveled here from some planet far away.
If we succeed, and if we find that indeed there is an alien intelligence of some kind in our atmosphere, it is going to be something that changes our worldview, changes our understanding of our place in the universe.
The way I see science is as a service to society. The knowledge we obtain from studying the universe is relevant for everyone and benefits everyone.
Do you think we will find evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence in your lifetime?
I think we already have. I don't need to think in the future.
Why is there so much debate? Why all this controversy? Because what's at stake is nothing less than our role in the universe.
It roots back to watching that space race as a kid growing up.
300 feet down, 3.5.
Overall, the world benefited from having that sense of wonder and that commitment to move human knowledge forward. That all applied to the unidentified aerial phenomena question would spur innovation, tremendous thinking, production of knowledge, and that's why it shouldn't be locked in a secure vault someplace.
It's exciting to see there's a lot more attention being given on the subject of UAPs. I hope that things don't go back, and then 70 years from now, we're still wondering what the UAP might be.
The truth about UFOs. Man, that's the one question I was going to say you should ask me. The truth is that no one knows what they are. But we have the ability to figure it out if we want to.
January the 8th, 2008. It was approximately 6 p.m. in the afternoon, and the sun was just going down. And my buddy Mike Odom called me and says, "You want to come over and enjoy the afternoon? We'll build a campfire up on the hill and just hang out and shoot the breeze." And I said, "Sure can." The second I got out of my pickup, I noticed some lights coming at us at a very high rate of speed. I asked Mike and Lance if they was seeing what I was seeing. They replied back, "Yes, we're seeing it." We saw craft coming from the east going west. Had extremely large lights like a magnesium flare. Almost burnt your eyes to look at it. And it was moving extremely fast, faster than any normal aircraft that we have around here. And as we watched it, we saw that it had two F-16 jets in hot pursuit after it, chasing it. And I know what a F-16 is. I go to air shows and pretty familiar with aircraft. It was unbelievable. It left us all in shock. You know, it was out of this world.
Last week, several people in Stephenville, Texas, witnessed what many are calling a UFO.
The Air Force has lied about UFOs for 60 years, actually. And this would be in keeping with that.
In the late 40s and early 50s, there was so many sightings across the United States. It was in the middle of Cold War, so government officials were trying to figure out what these objects were.
The government examined over 12,000 UFO sightings. Many of those bore a striking resemblance to what we're seeing today.
There have been a certain percentage of reports by credible observers of relatively incredible things.
The Air Force, I think, for a time, may have been making an honest effort to clear the air about the phenomenon. Unfortunately, it didn't last too long.
To this time, there is no valid scientific proof that we have been visited by spaceships.
They were inundated by these reports and just wanted to be done with the whole thing.
We are not hiding anything. We have nothing to hide.
This became the launch of taboo on a more official level. Ridicule became sanctioned.
I would like to have answers, but I'm not sure if we'll ever get any.
We get reports every night.
I don't know what the hell it is. It looks like a rotating light around it. I'd like to report a UFO.
In 2017, two colleagues and I published a story in the New York Times about a secret Pentagon program studying UFOs. The story was on the front page of the New York Times, and it was huge. It was covered everywhere, all over the world.
It was like such a sea change for me as a journalist, and also for the issue of UFOs in general.
For most people, this was the first time they heard anything about any official relationship between the government and UFOs.
But actually, in the late 1940s, the government was really starting to wake up to what this issue was really all about.
It's extremely important to understand that the Cold War affected both the perception of UFOs and how it was handled by the military.
It's hard for us today to remember what the mindset was, but it was dire. It was life and death between the United States and Soviet Union. There was people out with binoculars all over the country, constantly searching the skies for a Russian strike.
It was only natural that during the Cold War, UFOs sort of got folded into this overriding fear of what might attack us at any given time.
Air Defense, go ahead. Bravo Hotel 35 Black West. Check, thank you.
And then, in 1947, just when these Cold War fears were starting to take hold, there was a very famous sighting by a pilot named Kenneth Arnold. That was the sighting that marked the beginning of the modern era of UFOs.
It all began with an incident which occurred in 1947. On the afternoon of June 24th of that year, Kenneth Arnold made the first report on flying saucers.
Kenneth Arnold was a private pilot searching for a military plane that had crashed sometime earlier. And he sees, off in the distance, a chain of 9 silvery objects. He said they look sort of like silver pie plates with a crescent cut out of them. And he times them at going over 1,000 miles an hour.
Nothing in 1947 was capable of traveling 1,200 miles an hour, nor did we have any aircraft that looked like this.
They seem to flip and flash in the sun, just like a mirror, kind of weaving and going at a terrific speed.
He landed at his next stop at the next airport and told the flight crew what he had encountered, and people pretty much just laughed him off. But when he got to his next stop, there were reporters waiting for him. He described their movement as a saucer skipping across the water, and that reporter thought, flying saucers, that's what we'll call them. And that's what we've been using ever since. In the aftermath of Kenneth Arnold's report, there were hundreds and hundreds of reports pouring into the Air Force every day. And the Air Force couldn't just ignore that.
It was in the middle of Cold War, so government officials were trying to figure out what these objects were.
General Twining saw this phenomenon as a possible threat to our country. So he issued a very famous memo in which he said, the phenomenon reported is something real, not visionary or fictitious. Those were pretty big words coming from a general in the Air Force in the summer of 1947.
The Twining memo marked the beginning of an era in which the Air Force would become deeply involved with the question of UFOs. The government was put in a position where it had to decide, was it going to engage with this phenomenon? And if so, how much of it was it going to make public? That continued on in the decades that followed, and it impacted all the cases that came decades later.
The Stephenville, Texas UFO case is very intriguing to me. In 2008, a large unidentified flying object was observed by a large number of people from the ground.
When we first saw it, it had 7 lights across the back of it, all blinking in no particular order. As it approached Stephenville, these 7 lights became an arch shape of 7 lights. And then a brief moment later, they burst into a flame, and it looked to me like the flame was contained in a rectangle box. Somebody had made the comment, well, is it half the size of a Walmart? I said, it's much bigger than the normal Walmart.
What made the Stephenville case so interesting was that in a 4-hour period of time, you had dozens of reports of an object. And they all described seeing the same thing.
It happened about 12 and a half, 13 years ago. I still think about it quite often. We're still trying to find out and discover what the cause of it was. It just had two large, bright, intense red lights with a white light in the center of it. And it had two military jets behind it, which everybody saw in town, the jets. They was running full throttle, but they wasn't able to catch it.
There were fighter jets chasing those lights, and the jets couldn't keep up with them. And then it just left. It was gone that fast.
What do you think it was?
I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't an airplane.
After that, I spoke to probably 200 or 300 people that witnessed it. Business owners, city councilmen, policemen, but no one could say what we saw that night. I called the Stephenville Empire Tribune to see if anybody may have got a visual on it. The editor directed me to a newspaper reporter named Angela Joyner. She interviewed me over the phone, and she started digging deep to help find out what we were seeing. She was hell-bent to find out the truth.
My name is Sarah Vandenberg, and I was the managing editor of the Stephenville Empire Tribune for 14 years. In 2008, Steve Allen and a couple of his friends saw some suspicious lights, and they called into the newsroom and talked to Angela Joyner. Angela Joyner was one of my reporters at the Empire Tribune. Sadly, Angela passed away with COVID last year. Angela was a super fun person, but she took her job seriously. Good writer, she was thorough, she was a good reporter.
Steve Allen called me and said, hey, I got a story for you. And I could tell by talking to him, you know, the way his voice changed and his inflections changed, and he was just so sincere when he was describing it to me. I knew this guy saw something. He really saw something big.
After Steve Allen called, she pitched the story to me and said, here's what's happened, what do you think?
Did you have any concern at that point about reporting on this?
Yeah, it just seems like, you know, it's the thought of the little green men coming out of the spaceship. It was sort of tabloidish to me. That was my concern. As a journalist who wanted to be taken seriously, I was afraid that, you know, this would somehow taint my reputation. So I said, put something together and pitch it to me tomorrow evening when I get back to the office, and then we'll talk about it.
This sighting was like right here in our core readership area, and I thought, you know, the readers are gonna like this. They're gonna really like this, so. And the people, they know the people in the story. That's another thing. So that was another reason I went ahead and did it. And the editor left early. You have to cut that part. But she did.
Next morning, at the end of my driveway was the paper. I picked it up, and across the top had UFO sightings in Erath County in like 72-point font. It was just huge. After I had left for the day, the publisher and Angela redid the front page and went to press, and I had no idea. I almost had a nervous breakdown right then. I could not believe that that had happened overnight. 2 hours into my day, I got a call from the publisher. She said, things are blowing up. We've sold out of all the papers we've had. That was my first indication, like, wow, people are really interested in this.
You need to get a helmet, ma'am. Helmet. You need to get a helmet.
It generated a lot of excitement here. A lot of businesses had t-shirts made and sold those, and the high school kids had fun with it.
Stephenville may be typical, but what's happening in the skies above it is a whole nother story.
It kind of is the talk of the town right now.
Angela Joyner is a reporter with the town's newspaper. She's now on the strangest and possibly the biggest story of her life.
It went from this little story to this huge, out-of-control, worldwide frenzy.
I started getting phone calls from all over the world. Brazil, Japan, England, and next thing you know, CNN and quite a few other TV things showed up and wanted our story.
What's notable about the Stephenville case and other cases that are similar to that is that despite the numbers of witnesses seeing these gigantic craft, nobody in positions of authority came to investigate. That's in contrast to what was going on in the 40s and 50s, where there was an Air Force program and they would investigate cases.
Here is a picture that was released just today. It shows 4 luminous objects in formation in the sky over Salem, Massachusetts. Now, here on this map are pinpointed locations where some 30 saucers have been sighted and are still unexplained.
In 1949, the military started looking into all these stacks of UFO reports that the Air Force was receiving.
Headquarters, United States Air Forces, issued a directive for a detailed study of flying disc reports.
The program was initially called Project Sign, then became Project Grudge, and then it was named Project Blue Book.
Project Blue Book was operated out of the dingiest office at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They had a malfunctioning coffee pot, they had a couple desks, they had a big map up on the wall, and that was it. But they just had a system down.
Project Blue Book started as a good faith effort by the government to collect reports and investigate UFOs. When there were big cases, they would sometimes dispatch someone to interview the witnesses.
The Air Force was pretty open about Project Blue Book.
Major Quintanilla, what are the objectives of Project Blue Book?
First of all, to try to determine if the UFO phenomena presents a threat to the security of the United States. And second, to determine if the UFO phenomena exhibit any technological advances.
Alongside the military employees, the Air Force felt that they needed a credible scientific opinion to support their research.
Is it in the realm of possibility that there are spaceships someplace in this universe? Well, if you put it in the word, use the word possibility and not probability, then I would have to say, I think as any scientist would have to say, it is certainly possible, yes.
J. Allen Hynek was a mild-mannered college professor from Ohio State University. His job was to go through all these stacks of UFO reports that the Air Force was receiving and try to find out what's going on.
Project Blue Book examined over 12,000 UFO sightings. Many of them bore a striking resemblance to what we're seeing today. Craft with a similar shape, sometimes the same color, hovering, then shooting off instantaneously at hypersonic speeds. Multiple cases like that.
While working for Project Blue Book, Hynek noticed that he was able to explain 80% of cases, but he also noticed that there was about a 20% residue of cases that he hadn't been able to explain away.
Allen Hynek came into the UFO project with the attitude, which is there's nothing to UFOs, but he was a good enough scientist to say, wait a minute, I'm seeing reports here that are not easily explainable.
The Air Force and their UFO study project may have been making an honest effort to clear the air about the phenomenon. Unfortunately, it didn't last too long, simply because they were just overwhelmed with reports.
I looked out the window and there was this bright cigar-shaped object. And it approached us, and it turned a blue-green, brilliant light.
Balls were ahead of us, and all of a sudden they zapped away from us.
This is the Kremlin. Russia today is regarded as a grave threat to our nation, to our freedom, to the peace of the world.
In the 40s and 50s, tensions with Russia were building.
The Cold War was so intense at that point, so there was a genuine concern that the UFO phenomenon could be exploited.
The U.S. government felt adversaries could hoax UFO sightings and then clog up our reporting channels and then have a surprise attack. So the idea was that the UFO problem was not a security problem as such, meaning aliens aren't going to land and attack us. What the UFO problem was, it was a sociological problem. And it was one that demanded a different approach.
The CIA entered the picture by convening a panel of top scientists to examine the UFO phenomenon. The thinking was that the enemy could exploit UFOs as a decoy in the preparation for an attack on the United States. 5 outstanding scientists and various Air Force and CIA representatives were to meet. Among the panel members was J. Allen Hynek.
In 1953, The Central Intelligence Agency formed a scientific panel led by a highly regarded scientist named Robertson to examine this phenomenon and its implications.
The Robertson panel was a group of hand-picked scientists who came together to try to determine a way to damp down public interest in UFOs.
Dr. Hynek was actually brought in to be a consulting witness to the Robertson panel.
The panel members were seated around this table. It was a rather somber and impressive occasion, actually.
The mission given by the Robertson panel was essentially to make people stop filing UFO reports.
They proposed two methods to damp down public enthusiasm. One was through debunking. The second one was through education, teaching people to explain UFOs in other ways than something extraordinary. It was an extremely important moment in the evolution of how government was going to engage with this topic. This became the launch of taboo on a more official level where it was becoming policy in a way. Ridicule became sanctioned. The Robertson panel conclusions seemed to have a big impact on Project Blue Book. The project began to dismiss as many cases as possible and provide sometimes ridiculous explanations for them, just have an answer and make them go away.
Hynek's job became going through all these UFO reports and explain them away as natural occurrences. Comet, meteor, shooting star, sundog, eclipse.
I would say the great majority are balloons, meteors, satellites, aircraft seen with the sun glinting off of them, generally quite usual things seen under unusual circumstances or surprising circumstances.
Dr. Hynek did his job very thoroughly. Alan was a fellow trying to please the Air Force in what they wanted.
Hynek would have a bunch of reports dropped on his desk, and he would explain them all away. If a report said probable airliner, they would cross out probable and just say airliner. That's what the witness saw. It was kind of an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Hynek had taken the job for the extra money. Struggling young professional with a growing family, of course he's not going to turn down work.
But behind the scenes, Hynek gradually realized that this was a scientific problem, but he wouldn't go out and state it publicly. He didn't want to do that because it would have been what the Air Force didn't want him to do.
Even though it took place in 1953, the Robertson panel was so potent in terms of its desire to clamp down, to ridicule, to debunk, and to, quotes, educate people to interpret UFOs in other ways, its legacy carried on through the decades, and it impacted cases like Stephenville and other cases of the time.
All right, stand by.
Last week, several people in Stephenville, Texas, a small rural town of about 15,000, witnessed what many are calling a UFO. In Selden, Texas, is Steve Allen. Also there is Angela Joyner, staff writer for the Empire Tribune, the local newspaper in Stephenville. Angela, what are some witnesses telling you?
The thing that I hear over and over and over is how bright the lights were. So I think there's been a lot of consistency in the spottings.
It was Angela that started digging deep. She was hell-bent on trying to find out what we saw and what happened, and it almost consumed her.
The incredible thing about the Stephenville sightings was that witnesses reported seeing F-16 fighters pursuing this object.
I heard this really, really loud noise, and I ran out the front door, and there were fighter jets chasing those lights.
Angela wanted to know what the Air Force knew about the two F-16s and what we saw. So she got in touch with the Naval Air Station in Fort Worth and talked to a Major Carl Lewis. And Major Carl Lewis said, we didn't have any aircraft in your area at that time. I feel like we wasn't given the truth in the military. It didn't seem like they was interested in any questions. Then on about the 10th day, the military issued a press release.
Now, in a plot line that's out of the X-Files, Air Force officials are saying they concede they had F-16s over Stephenville, Texas on the evening of January 8th. Major Carl Lewis says there was an internal communications mistake.
Well, there was an error that was initially reported, sir, and we went and corrected that error as quickly as possible.
The plot thickened, but the Air Force wouldn't say why. They did, in fact, have F-16s in the area.
Angela Joyner says that the Air Force's admission that it did indeed have fighter jets, as reported by the witnesses, bolsters their story all around.
Military coming out with this at this point just is going to fuel the fire for, okay, there is something going on, now what is it?
We thought their attempt to try to explain it away was terribly strange. We had more questions than answers.
UFO reports, hoax or serious sightings, wind up here at Wright-Patterson Airfield in Dayton, Ohio. The Air Force Investigative Unit is known as Project Blue Book.
In the wake of the Robertson panel, Project Blue Book was investigating these civilian reports as a way to tamp down public concern. For example, in Michigan, there were at one point a large number of sightings by people in a community there, and Walter Cronkite, the arbiter of truth for many Americans, covered the story.
The great flying saucer mystery of 1966 began here, near Dexter, Michigan, late in March.
As I turned around to come back on the porch, I looked to the north of me and looked like a fallen star. Radar, it was red and kind of coming down. And
Frank Manner's UFO remained over his swamp more than 4 hours. 40 miles away, another swampland and another UFO sighting.
I believe I saw it, but I can't fathom it because it seems so unreal.
This was a huge national story. Everyone was demanding that Blue Book solve the case. And so they called in Hynek, his Air Force Project Blue Book boss, said, get out there and put a lid on this.
The Air Force sent its chief scientific consultant on UFOs, Professor J. Allen Hynek, to check the Michigan sightings.
Illusion of motion frequently is given by the fact that a little bit of swamp light appears here, it goes out, another one appears over here, that goes out then, but the illusion as viewed from a distance is that the objects have moved back and forth. And sometimes this gas will gather into a ball and actually float away.
Allen made an ill-fated remark about, well, some of these sightings could be caused by swamp gas. And the witnesses were upset, to say the least.
The people of Michigan thought that Hynek was making fun of them, that he thought they were all loonies and kooks, and the whole thing blew up in Hynek's face.
they think you're a nut, tell you the truth. That's just what they figure you are. And I'm not going to take it no more. I don't want nobody down in here. I just, leave me alone.
When Hynek came up with the swamp gas explanation, we don't really know whether he believed that or not. But we do know that he was working for the Air Force, and they were committed at that point to discrediting sightings like this one. It was a real turning point for the beginning of people really just having had enough of these kinds of bogus explanations for these events. Following the swamp gas incident, the public was outraged, and even members of Congress became involved.
We've had several incidents in Michigan that many reliable citizens felt were sufficient to justify some action by our government, and not the kind of flippant answer that was given by the Air Force where they passed it off as swamp gas.
Gerald Ford, who was a congressman at the time in Michigan, decided that his constituents were not being taken seriously.
Gerald Ford listened to his constituents and decided that he should call for congressional hearings.
I think the American people would be more assured that there were or were not if such a public hearing was held.
On April 5th, 1966, Harold Brown, the Secretary of the Air Force, and J. Allen Hynek walked into the Capitol building to answer questions about Blue Book's investigation into UFOs.
We have not been hiding anything. The investigations have been made public. The explanations of those where there is a clear explanation have been made public.
They brought in the Secretary of the Air Force, and he just stonewalled. And then it came to be Hynek's turn to talk. He made his own statement that he hadn't shared with anyone, and he said, look, we need to sponsor a scientific study and tell us whether this is something we need to keep studying.
How many really mysterious incidents are there that you'd like to go back and look at again?
Well, as I mentioned in the hearings this morning, I have picked some 20 cases. I think those I would recommend that they be looked at quite closely. Scientist has to keep open-minded on an investigation, a scientific one, without fanfare, a quiet look at the data, I think is in order.
Hynek was initially a skeptic, but as he went through the years, he gradually learned that there really is something to this. Hynek started to believe that we could learn a lot more about the phenomenon through better scientific study. And in fact, that's what happened in Stephenville, Texas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Hudgens. I'm Senior Field Investigator for MUFON. We're down here to investigate this extraordinary event. We have our Section Director from Waco, Dave Keel, and Director of Research, Robert Powell.
My name is Robert Powell. My educational background is in chemistry, and I worked in the semiconductor industry as an engineering manager. Early January of 2008, I'm the Director of Research at MUFON. The term MUFON stands for Mutual UFO Network. I went up to Stephenville with multiple investigators, and we began to interview the witnesses.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I met several key people such as Angela Joyner, Steve Allen, and Leroy Gayton. And Leroy just gave me the best description of what happened that day to him.
As I walk out to my car, I saw 10 to 12 bright fluorescent orbs. They're moving really quickly and then they stop, and then all of a sudden they shoot off. But what was surprising is I'm still looking, probably 20, 30 seconds, I hear two jets.
After interviewing Leroy, the first thing I decided that I could do was get radar data. Freedom of information requests to the FAA. And I got that data back after about 6 to 8 weeks. And it was incredible.
Good morning. My name is Robert Powell. I'm the Director of Research with the MUFON organization. We obtained radar data from the Federal Aviation Administration in the Stephenville area. I talk about this a little bit on the screen here.
One of the first things I do when I get the radar data is I find the F-16s and I match that, yes, that matches the time they went by Leroy's home. Then I look on the radar data for unknowns. And I find 2 miles south of his home, just like he told me, objects on radar that are basically stationary, just like he said. And then the really interesting part was on radar, these objects that were over his home, the next radar blip, the object is to the northeast towards Stephenville, and it had traveled at a minimum speed of 1,900 miles per hour. Now, and that is from stationary. There's no way for me to know what it was. The only thing I can say is what it was not. It was not any type of aircraft, because no aircraft can hover and then move to a speed of over 1,900 miles an hour at low altitude and then stop and hover again. It's just not something we have the ability to do.
There are so many UFO sightings, and the vast majority of them can be explained. But then there are those that involve mass sightings of something really unusual, and in those cases, people deserve an investigation by the officials.
In the aftermath of the swamp gas case, the government decided to fund a college research program of the UFO phenomenon.
At the time, the Air Force was trying to find a way to get out from under the burden of having to investigate UFOs and comment on this. And so a scientific panel was established to investigate and assess the issue. It was led by a Dr. Robert Condon.
The Air Force has turned to the University of Colorado to investigate unidentified flying objects. And they've asked Dr. Edward U. Condon to head the project. How do you propose to go about studying this particular phenomenon?
We'll pick certain selected cases that seem especially interesting and go out and try to learn more about them in those few in greater depth.
The guy who was leading it, Professor Edward Condon, had no interest in the subject and had to be talked into it. So you have a professor who was not looking to do a project, that was given the project, and things didn't go well.
They reviewed 59 cases and wrote them up in a study that was close to 1,000 pages. One of the events they covered was the McMinnville incident in 1950, where the farmer and his wife took a photograph of a disc-shaped object that came over their farm.
The McMinnville photograph, taken by a poor rural couple in a remote area who didn't seek any press, and it showed a UFO very clearly in black and white, maybe 200, 300 yards away.
Here's what the Condon report said about the McMinnville sighting. This is one of the few UFO reports in which all factors investigated, geometric, psychological, and physical, appear to be consistent with the assertion that an extraordinary flying object flew within sight of two witnesses. And there were other cases they described in similar ways.
When the final report came out, the main body of the report was open to the possibility that UFOs might be real. But the final summary of the report was written by Dr. Condon himself. Dr. Condon said it's time for the government to just wash its hands of this whole thing. That's about the only thing most people read.
The Condon report concluded in 1969 this was not a threat to national security, there was no indication of extraterrestrial connection, and there was likely no benefit scientifically from continuing to study this phenomenon. Dr. Robert Condon was somebody that was strenuously opposed to the idea that UFOs could be alien craft of any kind. So from the outset, he had his mind made up. Word is that Dr. Condon himself didn't even bother to read the report or review the data. He just wrote his conclusion because that's what the Air Force wanted to hear.
Condon was definitely the nail in the coffin for Project Blue Book. The Air Force had been involved with looking into UFOs for more than 15 years. They were inundated by these reports, frustrated, and just wanted to be done with the whole thing.
The result was the Air Force said, well, we don't need to follow this anymore. So they used that as a rationale to close down Project Blue Book. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Alan Hynek renounced the whole process and the way the Air Force handled it.
Some of us who followed this whole phenomena became interested in the Condon report. What's your feeling about that?
Well, my feeling is that the Condon report was a travesty on science.
You don't feel they presented a fair picture?
The Condon committee was unable to explain 1/4 of the cases that were submitted that they studied.
Our guest tonight is one of the world's foremost authorities on unidentified flying objects, Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
When Project Blue Book is shut down in 1970, it freed Hynek to say and do whatever he wanted where UFOs were concerned. Dr. Hynek worked nearly 2 decades on Project Blue Book, and during that time, in the data that Project Blue Book had collected, the cases were still breaking down in that very same 80-20 ratio. He was able to explain 80% of them away. He was not able to explain 20% of them. And now he started to worry about that. He was a scientist and he saw a trend, and he thought that might mean something.
If these things didn't fit patterns, then there's no way of studying it. But when you get reports from Australia, Japan, France, then you have to say, well, either there's a virus going around that's causing everybody to become crazy at the same time, or there's something to it.
Hynek was finally free to start investigating what UFOs are in any way he wanted.
glad you're doing what you're doing. Because there aren't that many reporters that take this seriously.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're doing it.
I've gotten tons of people, you know, they walk up to me and say, thank you for reporting it as straight news. And then I think it was their news judgment, the publisher and the editor, that, okay, we don't want any more of this, let's get back to normal.
Some people said you were fired. Some people said, well, you kind of wanted to leave anyway. So what was the
I had
actual
given my
story?
notice. I was asked not to cover anything else on UFOs. I came in, my computer was gone, my Rolodex was gone, and called to the publisher's office, and it wasn't a pleasant scene, and they asked me to pack and go, so I did.
Thanks for talking with me.
Sadly, when Angela left, we never spoke again. I hate that that story really divided us, but it did. She just could not get back to doing her regular reporting. It took over her life.
I thought, you know, the readers are going to like this. They're going to really like this. So that was another reason I went ahead and did it. And the editor left early. You have to cut that part.
I have never seen this. That's hilarious. You know, it's funny to see that. Sorry, I haven't seen Angela in a long time. And she loved that story. And, you know, I look back on that time and I think I was so wrong. And I thought I was so smart. And I was so wrong because they had the foresight to see something that I couldn't. And people did love that story. It was fun for them. I've never spoken about this, but about a year after this story died down, I was driving my daughter to gymnastics one evening. It was dusk, and I saw the exact same thing that everyone else had been talking about the year prior. A big thing with the lights, the clear lights that kind of were all over the place. They went straight line, and it took off. And I get goosebumps now, even just remembering it. Oh my God, that's what we've been writing about for a year, and I was the biggest skeptic of all, and here I am. It was a strange moment, for sure. The next day I got to the office, never planned to say a word to anybody. And we had about a dozen calls that day from others who said, oh my gosh, I think I saw that again. That's when I sort of went, okay, there really was something to this, but it took me that long. The government should be looking at this, of course. I have to believe that what happened in Stephenville and Erath County was big enough that it got the attention of the government. I just believe that, and I believe that they know a heck of a lot more than we do.
Please welcome, from the Center of UFO Studies in Evanston, Illinois, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Dr. Hynek.
In the years that followed, J. Allen Hynek became a hero, advocating for the study of UFOs.
Dr. Hynek realized that this was a serious problem.
These things are coming over our bases, over our nuclear facilities.
I thought we were under attack. By who or what, I had no idea.
continue to be reported.
The skies over New Jersey are breaking every rule of reality. Within the last 24 hours, a drone-sized orb might have recharged mid-flight right in front of stunned witnesses. But that's just the beginning. Reports are flooding in of drones behaving like they're alive, splitting apart, vanishing into thin air, and pulling gravity-defying stunts that no human-made machine could handle. Tune in as the skies unveil a reality too terrifying to ignore. New Jersey's unseen aerial threats. Friday night, McGuire Air Force Base was out of commission for 4 hours. Why? Tiny, unidentified drones were spotted buzzing near the base. Med-flight pilots were warned about heavy unmanned aircraft systems. Oh, and let's not forget the red circular object zipping around, clearly not your average flying toys. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it. But then it vanished at impossible speed, leaving only questions behind. It's not just the objects themselves, it's how they behave. Some look like they're firing projectiles. Others seem to release thick trails of mist or chemicals that just hang in the air. One even appeared to go vertical like it had no regard for gravity. Theories are everywhere. Chemtrails, secret government tests, extraterrestrial visitors. Pick your poison. Meanwhile, back on the ground, millions of birds are fleeing New Jersey like it's a disaster movie. What's spooking them? Could it be the same phenomenon causing these mysterious aerial antics? It's hard to say, but when birds are acting like the apocalypse is coming, it's probably worth paying attention.
Strange bird behavior happening in New Jersey right now.
And then there's the nuclear angle. A report from earlier this month mentions a radioactive source lost in transit. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe these drones, or whatever they are sniffing out radiation. It's not as far-fetched as it sounds when you consider military tech that can refuel mid-flight. Why wouldn't they have drones capable of recharging or detecting hazardous materials? But let's circle back to those red orbs. They've been spotted darting out to the ocean and back at blinding speeds. Could they be some kind of charging station for the smaller white orbs? Theories abound, but hard evidence is scarce. Whatever they are, they're clearly not following FAA regulations. The White House and FBI are playing it cool, offering vague reassurances that everything is under control. But if it's so under control, why are air bases shutting down? And why are there no clear answers? It's like they're dangling just enough information to keep us guessing without actually explaining anything. And then there's the timing. All of this started ramping up after that radioactive material went missing. Coincidence? Maybe not. If these objects are scanning for something, it could explain their erratic behavior and the sheer number of sightings. But why not just tell us? The silence is almost as suspicious as the phenomena themselves.
Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
As the footage keeps rolling in, one thing's clear. We're dealing with something unprecedented. Whether it's experimental tech, a global phenomenon, or something out of this world, the truth is still up there. And until we get answers, the speculation game is wide open. Keep your eyes on the skies and your cameras ready. Whatever this is, it's not over yet. Adding layers of complexity to the mystery, the number of reported sightings grows every day. Witnesses claim these objects exhibit capabilities far beyond our understanding. Sudden bursts of acceleration, seemingly impossible turns, and the ability to vanish into thin air make them a challenge to track even for experts. Some reports detail luminous trails left behind, trails that seem to dissipate as quickly as they appear, almost as if these objects are playing with the very fabric of reality. Another fascinating aspect is their interaction with our environment. From causing electrical disruptions to seemingly spooking wildlife, these phenomena aren't just a spectacle for the eyes. Entire neighborhoods have reported brief power outages coinciding with sightings, and car alarms blare in unison as these orbs float overhead. It's as if they're probing the world below, testing reactions or perhaps collecting data. Then there's the undeniable global connection. In addition to the United States, countries like Brazil and Mexico are seeing similar occurrences. Video evidence shows eerie similarities, objects performing identical maneuvers and emitting the same peculiar lights. Is this a coordinated effort, a shared technology, or something even stranger? Let's also address the patterns emerging and where these objects are spotted. They're frequently reported near military installations, nuclear facilities, and major metropolitan areas. Coincidence? or a deliberate focus on places of strategic importance. If these are reconnaissance missions, the implications are chilling. Advanced aerial surveillance on this scale could indicate an intelligence far beyond what we've ever encountered. A critical question remains: why now? What has triggered this surge in sightings and activity? Some speculate it's a response to increased global tensions, a warning or observation from forces unknown. Others point to advancements in personal technology. Maybe we're just better equipped to document what's always been there. Either way, the timing feels too significant to ignore. Skeptics argue that much of this can be chalked up to misidentified aircraft, drones, or even elaborate hoaxes. But when you've got seasoned pilots and radar operators scratching their heads, the usual explanations fall short. These aren't random hobbyists with cheap toys. We're talking about objects that defy conventional physics and evade detection in the most secure airspaces.
Identified aerial vehicles then move in perfect formation, their purpose unknown.
One of the most compelling elements of this saga is how it challenges our understanding of reality. If these objects are indeed extraterrestrial or interdimensional, they force us to reconsider our place in the universe. Are we truly alone? Or are we part of a much larger interconnected cosmic web? As speculation intensifies, the call for transparency grows louder. Citizens, scientists, and even lawmakers are demanding answers. Recent disclosures about UFOs from military sources have only fueled the fire. If governments know more than they're letting on, withholding that information serves no one. People want clarity, not cryptic statements or dismissive reassurances. Until then, the mystery deepens. Every new sighting adds another layer of intrigue, another piece to a puzzle that seems almost unsolvable. What's happening above our heads is extraordinary, unnerving, and utterly captivating. Keep looking up. The sky might just hold the answers we've been searching for. What's falling to the ground is as strange as what's in the air. Burn marks, silent flights, and shaken witnesses. Let's not overlook the increasing physical evidence emerging alongside witness accounts. Burn marks on the ground, unusual soil samples, and even electromagnetic anomalies have been documented in areas where these objects were reportedly seen. Researchers are scrambling to analyze these clues, but the findings remain inconclusive. It's as though the phenomena leave just enough evidence to spark curiosity, but not enough to draw concrete conclusions. The media has also been playing a role in shaping public perception. Some outlets approach the topic with skepticism, often dismissing reports as hysteria or hoaxes. Others, however, are beginning to take it more seriously, featuring in-depth analyses and interviews with credible witnesses. This shift in narrative suggests that even the most skeptical are starting to acknowledge that something is happening, even if they can't explain what it is. Social media, too, has become a battleground for theories and evidence. Videos, photos, and first-hand accounts are being shared at an unprecedented rate, creating a virtual repository of information that anyone can access. While this democratization of information is exciting, it also comes with challenges. Misinformation and doctored footage muddy the waters, making it harder to separate fact from fiction. Yet the sheer volume of content being uploaded daily makes it impossible to ignore the phenomenon.
Went up real fast. A plane? I can't tell, but it is. Whoa, is that moving quick?
In addition to sightings and physical evidence, there are reports of auditory phenomena accompanying these objects. Witnesses describe hearing low-frequency hums, sudden booms, or even eerie silence as the objects pass overhead. These auditory cues add another layer of complexity, hinting at technologies that manipulate sound or interact with the environment in ways we don't yet understand. And then there's the psychological impact. People who've had close encounters often report feelings of awe, confusion, or even fear. Some describe a sense of being watched or studied, while others claim to have experienced temporary memory lapses or disorientation. These accounts suggest that whatever is happening isn't just a visual phenomenon, it's affecting people on a deeply personal level. With every new detail, the story becomes more intricate, more compelling, and more urgent. Whether these phenomena represent a threat, an opportunity, or simply a mystery to be solved, one thing is certain: We're on the cusp of a new era of understanding. The question is, are we ready for what we might discover? The skies over New Jersey have taken on a whole new level of weirdness lately. Imagine this. People all over the state are spotting drones that seem to break every rule in the book. Giant, silent, impossibly fast, and pulling stunts that would make a fighter jet jealous. These aren't your run-of-the-mill backyard drones. Nope. These things are turning heads and freaking out just about everyone who sees them. It started small, just a few sightings in quiet neighborhoods and sleepy towns. But before long, the reports exploded. People claimed they saw drones the size of SUVs, lit up with steady lights that didn't blink. And get this, they didn't make a sound. They'd hover like they were sizing up the scene, then shoot off at speeds no normal drone could handle. And those moves? Sharp turns, sudden stops, even disappearing into thin air. These weren't tricks you'd learn from a YouTube tutorial. Then came the tech glitches. Picture this. Your compass spinning like it's had one too many, your GPS throwing a tantrum, and your phone deciding it's time for a nap. Hikers in the Pine Barrens were especially rattled. They were used to relying on their gear to guide them through the woods, but suddenly it was like someone hit the off switch. Some even reported feeling dizzy or disoriented, like their own bodies were short-circuiting. Whatever these drones were, they weren't just playing nice with the local tech. Naturally, people turned to the authorities for answers. Big mistake. The responses were all over the place. Homeland Security waved it off, saying there was no threat. The FAA claimed there were no unauthorized flights, and the FBI? They might as well have shrugged and said probably stars or airplanes, because a star just zooms around your neighborhood and then vanishes, right?
Not a plane. That is a drone in the airspace.
The explanations didn't cut it, and the number of reports kept climbing. Things got even sketchier when people realized where these drones were showing up. Some were spotted near places like Picatinny Arsenal, a military research hub, and the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster. What's the deal with that? Were these drones spying on something important, or were they being tested by some shadowy group? Either way, it's not exactly comforting. And then there were the other weird side effects. In one neighborhood, the power went out just as 3 drones flew overhead. In another, car alarms all went haywire while glowing orbs floated nearby. It's like these things were messing with everything around them, not just the magnetic fields. People started connecting the dots, but the picture wasn't getting any clearer, just creepier. The governor eventually called for federal help, and one state senator even suggested banning all drone activity until things got sorted out. But let's be real, nobody's coming out with a straight answer anytime soon. Was this some kind of futuristic weapon, aliens on a recon mission, or maybe the most elaborate hoax in New Jersey history? Whatever it was, it had people spooked. While officials tried to play catch-up, the internet did what it does best, go full-on conspiracy mode. Videos of the drones went viral, with amateur sleuths analyzing every pixel. Theories ranged from interdimensional travelers to secret government projects. Some said the drones were slipping between realities. Others claimed they were testing next-level surveillance tech. And of course, there was the classic "It's Aliens" crowd, convinced these were extraterrestrial visitors with mysterious agendas. What made it harder to brush off were the similar reports popping up worldwide. Places like Brazil and Mexico started sharing footage of drones pulling the same stunts.
I can't doubt what it has. Whoa, was that moving quick?
It wasn't just a New Jersey thing anymore. This was going global. The idea that this was all random? Forget it. There was clearly something bigger going on. Back in New Jersey, some hard evidence started surfacing. After one dramatic sighting, locals found a field with strange burn marks in soil that seemed to have magnetic properties. Scientists who checked it out were stumped. Was it natural? Man-made? Nobody could say for sure. And then there were the engineers who tracked electromagnetic spikes in the area. Their findings lined up perfectly with the drone sightings, but beyond that, they were as clueless as everyone else. Let's not forget the psychological toll this was taking. People who saw the drones weren't just shaken up, some felt like they were being watched, really watched. A few even claimed they had vivid dreams afterward, full of strange symbols and voices speaking in gibberish. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, but for these folks, it was all too real. The lights above New Jersey keep getting stranger. The lights above Jersey. This isn't going away anytime soon. Whether it's cutting-edge tech, aliens, or something we haven't even thought of yet, New Jersey is smack in the middle of it. The truth might be out there, but for now, it's hiding behind those strange lights in the sky. And until someone figures it out, we'll all be left wondering what's next. The number of sightings continued to increase, and every new report added more bizarre details to the growing mystery. People began documenting the encounters with high-definition cameras and thermal imaging equipment. These weren't just grainy videos shot on outdated phones, these were clear, undeniable visuals of something truly out of the ordinary. The drones moved in synchronized patterns that suggested an intelligence behind their operations, and their appearance often coincided with sudden temperature drops, even on warm summer nights. The chills in the air weren't just physical, they seeped into the mood of anyone witnessing these events. Some residents began setting up nightly watch groups, turning their backyards into makeshift observation stations. Armed with telescopes, binoculars, and even radar apps, they became amateur investigators determined to crack the case. These groups shared their findings online, building a network of people just as obsessed with solving the mystery. One group claimed to have tracked a drone for over 15 miles, only to lose it when it vanished without a trace. Another group, stationed near the coast, reported that the drones sometimes emerged from the ocean itself, defying gravity as they ascended into the sky. Reports of physical traces left behind by these drones also started circulating. A farmer in South Jersey woke up to find his cornfield flattened in a perfectly symmetrical pattern with no signs of human or mechanical intervention.
They're coming really fast, too. They're either running.
The soil underneath was scorched, emitting a faint metallic smell that lingered for days. Scientists who examined the area were baffled, unable to determine the source of the heat or the cause of the damage. Theories ranged from advanced propulsion systems to energy weapons, but nothing could be confirmed. Whatever was happening, it was clear that these drones weren't just passive observers. Local artists and writers began drawing inspiration from the phenomenon, creating works that captured the eerie, otherworldly nature of the events. Murals of glowing drones against dark skies began popping up in urban areas, while poets wrote about the uneasy feeling of being watched. The drones had become a part of New Jersey's cultural fabric, blending fear and fascination into something almost surreal. Despite the growing evidence and public outcry, official responses remained frustratingly vague. When pressed for answers during a town hall meeting, one local official stammered through a generic statement about safety and ongoing investigations. It was clear that whatever they knew, if they knew anything at all, they weren't sharing it with the public. This only fueled the belief that something significant was being hidden, whether for national security reasons or something far more ominous. Speculation about the origins of the drones continued to spiral. Some suggested that the drones were operated by private corporations conducting secret experiments. The proximity of certain sightings to tech hubs and research facilities lent some weight to this theory. Others were convinced that the drones were extraterrestrial in nature, a belief supported by the lack of identifiable technology or propulsion systems. A smaller but equally vocal group argued that the phenomenon was a psychological operation designed to manipulate public perception. According to this theory, the drones weren't real at all, but a high-tech illusion orchestrated to distract from more pressing issues. As time went on, the mystery only deepened. Efforts to track the drones using radar and satellite imagery often came up empty, as though the objects were deliberately evading detection. Attempts to intercept them with other drones or aircraft proved futile, with the mysterious devices outmaneuvering their pursuers every time. Even the military seemed unable or unwilling to engage with the phenomenon, leaving citizens to fend for themselves in their search for answers. One particularly chilling incident occurred during a high school football game in central Jersey. Midway through the game, 3 drones appeared overhead, their lights casting an eerie glow over the field. Players and spectators alike froze, their eyes fixed on the sky. The drones hovered silently for several minutes before performing a series of rapid, intricate maneuvers and disappearing into the night. The event left everyone shaken, and the game was called off as people rushed home to process what they had just witnessed. The phenomenon had drawn the attention of national media, with news outlets running headlines about New Jersey's mystery drones and the growing wave of paranoia surrounding them. Documentaries and podcasts devoted to the subject sprang up almost overnight, featuring interviews with witnesses, experts, and conspiracy theorists. The story had become a full-blown cultural phenomenon, capturing the imaginations of people far beyond the state's borders. What do you think these mysterious objects really are? Advanced military experiments, extraterrestrial visitors, or something beyond comprehension? Let us know what you think below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more mysteries.